Hello everyone, my name is Gustavo Andrino, GutaIshot, if you want to know who as I cast is. And today we have the bar tournament. Everybody has been waiting for this and it's finally here. Amazing matches, amazing players, amazing casters. Please, other casters, introduce yourselves.
Thank you very much, GutaIshot. That was quite the energetic introduction for the Beyond All Reason Alpha Championship number 2. Yes, we have been doing tournaments long enough to actually have a sequel to a major tournament. That is fantastic. I'm Tarnished Knight, and we also have here today
Resopmok. Nice to be here with you all.
Yes, it's going to be quite a tournament. 32 combatants will battle it out in a double elimination as they climb their way to the prize pool of $356, which will be shared out to the top 3. So that's nothing to be sniffed at.
Shout out to the donators too. Thanks for the donation.
Oh yes, courtesy of Jazz Cash, Badusu, PtaQ, Glass, and Elbato. Thank you very much, all of you, for your generous contributions to this tournament.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
So, should we take a look at the bracket then?
Absolutely. So I'm going to fire up the standings. It's quite the array of players that we have today. So looking here on Challenge at the moment. So yeah, quite a lot of standout players here. And so, what do you two think, is likely to play out here into who's going? Who do you reckon is going to knock this
Well,
one out?
I mean, there's
Go for it.
definitely some big names here. So, I've seen a lot of these guys in team games that we play a lot throughout the week, and I've managed to get and sit in on some 1v1s too. But I think some of the strong players going through that I recognize here. Teddy is definitely one of the strongest.
Absolutely. Yes.
Fatbutai is pretty good. Maybe kind of more of a mid-tier player in most cases. I haven't seen his 1v1. Master Bell is definitely a high-level player.
Master Bell, who was in top 5 team games, right? If I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, and he puts together some casts of his own, and he does a little bit of coding with like widgets and some other things to kind of spice bar up a little bit too. DuckDuck I haven't seen around much lately, but he's definitely a high-level player. Randy, a well-known balanced annihilation player, and has been in these tournaments before and done really well. We've got Jazz Cash as our tournament organizer. Mighty Sheep, also a strong player.
Very
Johannes,
strong player.
known as Mitvit, he's probably a little rusty right now, so I don't think we're gonna see the highest level of performance out of him, but he's definitely been a very good player in previous tournaments. Going down, Raghna's a really big name. He's definitely been around for a while, a favorite for the whole tournament maybe.
And he has been playing 1v1s every single day. When I wake up, I enter bar. The one thing I see is Raghna playing 1v1s. Usually in the Astro map. Not Astro, it's the moon map. Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, so he's definitely a favorite, yeah. A good work ethic, lots of knowledge, and you'll probably hear me say some things, Raghna told me this or that, so.
Absolutely. After
right.
Raghna, we have Madka, also kind of a good player, and Captain John CJ, the OP
CJ,
man.
Yeah, CJ OP, right? So he's pretty well known in team games. He's not as strong in 1v1, I would say, but I think we'll see some. I think I've seen him learn a lot about 1v1 lately, so we'll see how far he can take it. I think he can beat Madka in the first round, but I don't think he's going to make it past Goopy. So Goopy's been around for a while. He's a very aggressive player, right? After that, Beherith is definitely kind of rusty, but a known player and one of the devs as well. Governor Touche, also known as Cartouche.
The legend.
Yeah, the legend from VA, from all of spring, as I hear about it. I don't know.
On the last tournament, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah. He won the last tournament. He won the recent Crown Cup for BA. I think that was like maybe 2 months ago. So he's definitely a favorite. Chad, also known as Grumpy, very strong player. I think we will try and catch maybe him in a later match. We'll see. PtaQ, really strong player. Zekris is our balance coordinator for the game, and also a pretty strong player. So those are kind of some of the favorites from the first bracket.
I also would like to mention about Tagrock. I remember when he first started playing Bar a couple weeks ago, and he has been playing 1v1s every single day, training. For those who don't know, he was a top player in Supreme Commander Forged Alliance before. Decided to come here and train a lot for this 1v1 championship that's coming right now. So quite curious to see how much has he evolved throughout the time.
Okay, so did we find a game? Are we in a game?
Yeah, I'm
Right.
waiting for the games to start.
Okay. Which game? There's a few games going on at the moment, so pick one and we will join it. So there should be some good ones here to start us off. You guys can find one. Let me know which we will start off with.
Well,
Right, so while they're doing that, the seeding of this tournament has been predetermined by the true score rank of these players as they were just before the tournament. As been picked up by challenge and entered in. So determines the order in which the players have actually all been matched up with each other. The cast has a 2-minute stream delay to discourage stream sniping.
Okay, so how about if we can join... Is this around 2 game Goopy? Okay, so Goopy's not... Okay, Goopy told me that Dollar Bill is not around, so I guess we can't watch that match.
What about USO3?
And make sure you see passworded lobbies too, because those are private lobbies.
So what about the tourney USO3?
We could see the BA Governor against Zaidka here, USO4. I don't know if they're playing already, but it looks like it is. But
Game in progress.
Yeah, I think they just started, right?
should we join
Right,
this one
okay.
then?
All right.
Absolutely, then I'll rejoin it. Yeah.
All
Excited
right.
to see. I really wanted to see Katish playing, so this is his match, right?
Yeah,
Okay,
so I know Zaidka as well. Been in team games. Probably, kind of a low-mid skill player, so I expect this game shouldn't be very long. And also, I mean, just this map is kind of prone to infantry rushes, so we'll see what actually happens. But
The game just started. We
Just
joined just in
started?
time. Absolutely
We're-
just started. You guys in already? Can we start? I'm not sure.
Yep, just getting into the game right now. Sorry, there's been reports of volume balance challenges, so I've made a few adjustments there. Hopefully that's a little
Sure.
bit better.
All right, just give me a shout out when you're inside the game so that we can start the cast.
yeah.
Absolutely. So I can cast while the guys can't see. Right now, Zaidka opening bots, three windmills over
Hang
here.
on. Hey, right.
Turbine, sorry.
Just about to transition. There we go. Right, I am in. Here we
Alright.
go. So, Governor and Zaidka.
Absolutely. Zaidka here starting with his bot factory. 4 wind turbines, 2 max extractors, already sending a scout ahead, another scout out for him too, and also 1 scout for Cartouche. I don't know if I should call him Cartouche or Governor, but I'll just call him Touche. No, just kidding. BA Governor over here building more wind turbines to support his early factory. He already has 1 engineer, 2 scouts, and 100 bots queued up. Of course, this 100 bots don't mean that 100 bots will come out of the factory, but it's just to avoid the repeat button.
All right.
3 scouts
so,
already. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, they're coming in. So looks like Governor might be a little bit ahead on wind. Got a constructor out already. Just defending these early fleas from Zaidka. It's kind of nice for Zaidka to get a little bit of that map control early. Keeps Governor from really know what's going to go on the other side of the map or where the next attack might come from if you have to defend first, right? So.
Absolutely. Curious fact, the tick on the top corner of the map has 0 health. Curious thing for you to see over there. And some ticks over here just getting information on the right side of the map. A BA Governor already going for the front part. Very important. This map has a lot of mass. He needs to get control. Needs to get information to also know what Zaidka is up to. Zaidka with a couple of pawns on his own and already advancing the commander, which which Governor is not advancing his commander quite yet, just offering the build power. So 2 different strategies already from the beginning of the game, and I would like to see which one will pay off more dividends.
Yeah, I mean, I think Governor's kind of on the right track with that. you get plenty of metal off the extractors on this map. They're 2.9, which is almost a whole 1 metal per second more than a lot of other maps. So 2 mexes can take you pretty far. So really, if the bottleneck is energy and the wind is pretty low right now, that makes boosting your lab more difficult. But you know, using the early commander build power for that is, while you build up other build power, is really a good idea versus expanding quite so much on this map. So I think he's on the right track. It looks like in the top left, Zaidka is going to try to bring some pawns through the back. Little skirmish there in front of Zaidka's commander. Governor pulls his damaged pawns back, bringing in some more reinforcements.
Yeah,
So
but
this is
without
where
the Rocketeers, he won't be able to burst through that Zaidka's defense with the turret over there. Just not enough pawns with the commander in the turret also. Tarnished, if you look on the top, I think we're going to see a little bit of a pawn advancement here. Try to pick up a mass extractor, but the raider from Governor has already picked off those two. Maybe they will be able to destroy the mass extractor. Not quite. Not focusing it. Yes, they didn't focus. If they focused the mass extractor, it would have blown up, and that would be some advantage for Zaidka. But right now, just not enough, and these pawns will be massacred here in the top as Governor gets control of the situation back to his
So
side.
you can see this is where keeping the commander at home for now has really paid off for Governor, because he's got a pawn army that's about 5 times bigger than anything Zaidka has, and
In his picks.
he's already getting a construction turret up, which means that he will be able to walk with his commander if he wants to, and he'll be able to expand with constructors. So he's regaining map control. Zaidka's commander is pretty exposed here. If Cartouche catches onto this, he could easily surround it and go for the win. I think he's going to opt for a run by instead, go back and try to kill the base.
Absolutely, he doesn't have the information on what's behind Zaidka, so there could be some kind of an army, and without the information, he can just push his pawns into certain death, which could be possible death in his case, right? So right now, choosing to go for the economy instead, and it may be a good choice because Zaidka does not have what it takes to protect his pawns, not even a raider to know they're coming, so this might as well just be the complete annihilation of everything.
A single sentry and a few pawns is not going to cut it against this many. He's got there about 14 pawns. And plus he's got another army coming up on the right side.
And Governor apparently noticed that.
Wave. Yeah.
And Governor just noticed that there is no defense against his pawns, so he just went straight up for the kill. He doesn't have protection, doesn't have an army, and this is game, I think. There's no economy, there's nothing, and Zaidka pulls out the GG, and that was an extremely quick match with only 6 minutes on the clock, as we already predicted. Governor showing why is he here. He's here to win, and even taking out more structures just for the fun of it.
Yeah. Well, Zaidka's got the GG. His commander looks like he's going to walk into some pawns. You want to Tarnished Knight? Let's get on top of the commander there.
Yeah.
Go for the commander. The commander?
I'm not sure what...
Hang on,
he's got his pawns on hold fire.
Oh, here we go. Sorry, a bit of technical trouble there.
Governor apparently playing a little bit with the commander. I don't know why, but there you go. A little bit of fun for you at home. There's what shooting at the floor. Just celebrating his first speech. Oh, it actually is pretty, isn't it? And there we go. That's game. Absolutely beautiful match for Governor. Apparently, his strategy of keeping the commander in the base to build more wind turbines paid completely off, as he had much more units for his side, which won the game pretty easily. That was interesting to watch.
That was indeed. So just jump back to the booth.
Yeah. So we'll be waiting to see. Yeah, that was a quick match. You know, I wonder if there's still. Maybe we can still catch... Well, I think that game is already underway. Because it looks like there's not a whole lot reported on the bracket yet. Although there are some coming in. Raghna, Beherith.
Raghna won his first match against Sergeant, and Beherith won his game against DRX. That's what we got so far, and they're heading up to Tundra for the second match.
Yeah.
And apparently,
Eddie with an expected win.
So are we getting? Here we go. So results are starting to come in for the tournament. Let's see.
by the way, Dubhara is fighting Zuck. I don't know if you guys want to hop in that one
We
real quick.
certainly can do.
I don't know if-
What's the room number?
It's USO3.
All right. Okay, we're gonna jump in on this one. Dubhara and Zuck. Okay, that sounds good. All right, we'll just connect up to that one.
Absolutely, and as the second matches come up, we're going to see some very interesting games as the quality of the players just increased dramatically from one match to another, right? And it should be very interesting to watch. I'm very excited about what's coming next.
Yeah, for sure.
While-
And Tundra will be an interesting map to see some of these higher level games as well. I mean, the Eye of Horus is, it's kind of a fun high octane map. Lots of infantry rush and flanks from either side. Tundra is a little bit more positional. It's a little bit bigger, and so I think it kind of lends to some different kinds of strategies.
I just want to mention that I was taking a look at the map as the catching up was working out, and Zuck did a similar strategy of Governor. He stood in a base for far longer than Dubhara, just building his wind turbines, and I want to see if this is going to pay off the same way with more troops, but he's already pushing his commander forward much earlier than Governor. If we take a look at the clock over here, it's 4 minutes and 45 seconds.
Yeah, he also made a lot more constructors than Governor did early in the game, and he's already got a second construction turret going down. So I think, Tarnished Knight is with us here. We're watching some AKs head through the left center of the map. Now this is interesting too. It's Cortex versus Armada, whereas with Cartouche it was Armada versus Armada.
Oh, absolutely. That's a good observation right there.
So you can see how those grunts get the range advantage on the Pee-wee. Cannot fall asleep with Pee-wees against Cortex. So got 4 more grunts coming in. Excuse me, against pawns with guys. I'm used to the old names still. Haven't learned all the new names.
Commander going in for the AKs, and then there's an attack simultaneously in the south.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely. I'm also taking a look at the battle list because some people have requested specific games, and I just don't want to miss them either. So Maudka, CJ, Jazz, Gada, and Sabunab, according to Badoso, that's his requests. We'll be taking a look to see if I found any one of these going on, but right now apparently none of them have started. So back to this game here.
Mm-hmm.
Our commander's starting turret wars.
Yep, turret wars.
Terror Wars. Always
This
fun.
is good for Dubhara though, because the sentries gain a lot of XP quickly when they hit commanders, and so now that Dubhara's sentry has a lot more DPS and health than the turret that he was fighting against as Zuck's commander walked off.
Yeah, Zuck with only 37% health, quite complicated. And if I may say, I don't see any aggravators being queued up. For those who don't know, this is the rocket bot from Cortex. I don't see any aggravators being queued up to destroy those sentries. So I don't know what
he's been making some thugs, it looks like, and so there's at least 4 thugs headed to the center where those commanders are standing, while he's got this AKs running off on the right side. Sorry, these grunts. I'm gonna do this all day. I hope I don't do it all day, but we'll see.
You will
Absolutely.
learn.
I will learn.
Dubhara has some pawns in the right corner of the middle section of the map, and they could go through the mountain and attack straight up ZuckZuck's base, but I don't know if he'll have the creativity to do that. I would love to see that the same way the Governor did in the last game. Right now, Thug's doing some work here in the middle as Dubhara is taking heavy damage from the turrets over here with only 20% of the health. That was a very close call.
Yeah, he's got to be careful with his commander here. He's now taking those pawns off to the side, but it's probably...
He's going to lose. He's only have 6%
health. He's so low, 200 health.
That was so
close.
close.
That was so close. 7% now. If only ZuckZuck had some pawns, he would have been able to finish this game right here and now by an accident from Dubhara. How crazy. And as we're talking about this, if you take a look in the north side, Dubhara rushing the pawns over there, gonna take some heavy damage from these pawns as they get there, and there's no defense against it. Look at that.
He's gonna lose all this wind. Okay, he's getting a laser tower there, but you know, it's just trying to keep his commander alive and do damage with this raid might be difficult. And I mean, ZuckZuck's got a pile of grunts down in the bottom right corner. He can do the same thing to Dub's base any moment now.
Absolutely, yeah. I didn't notice this. That's a great observation. And I don't even know how many wind turbines did he lose right there. But if we take a look in the top right corner, we can see that there's actually not a significant damage to the energy. Right now, ZuckZuck pretending to do the same thing as Dubhara did, and there's no raider inside Dubhara's base. Has no idea what's going on there.
He moved those grunts a little bit, but they're still not going into the base yet. Meanwhile, it looks like Dubhara's got a line of mace coming up out of his own lab. I think it's going to be too little too late. ZuckZuck's just got the map control. He's got all kinds of metal expansions. He should be able to rebuild that wind. Yeah, here comes the grunts into Dubhara's base.
Doing some heavy damage too.
That's a crippling blow right there for sure. That's all the wind and almost all the wind. The lab.
Oh, and even the lab. Yeah, that's game over there.
Oh yeah.
Absolutely.
Recovering from that is going to be extremely difficult.
I mean, he has 50 mass income right now, ZuckZuck, against 11 mass income from Dubhara, and also 340 energy against 40 from Dubhara. That's game over there. I thought for a second that Dubhara might have the upper hand by destroying so much wing, but ZuckZuck just being able to do the same thing as Dubhara had no raider inside his base and just no idea of what's coming. Very interesting. And Dubhara calls to GG.
But well played. It was a valiant attempt.
All right.
Yes, Trump Glaives, LLTs have extra damage against the commanders. They do double damage if I'm not mistaken. That's why it's so tough to just rush your commander into the LLT.
Yeah, I mean, you know, if positioning's right, you can get in there and degun 2 LLTs before, you know, a third one's usually too much.
Yeah. I'm taking a look here. I don't see any other matches going on.
Well, I'll tell you what. Looks like Teddy's in a room, and
I'm sorry, I'm gonna interrupt you real quick because Beherith and Goopy just begun their match. Absolutely, like right now, we can just watch it. And Goopy is a very good player to watch, and Beherith already won. This is the second match of the tournament right here. I didn't see because the game just started without me looking. Yeah, it began the game automatically. I'm gonna take a look as soon as the game loads over here.
US 05, I think, is the right lobby there.
My back
there we
hurts
are, I see. Beherith and
Find
Goopy.
it? Yes, US 05, absolutely. New map, new life, new spawns. I'm dying to see what's coming up from this match. It's going to be a better match. Both of the players have the same skill rating. If we take a look there on the bottom right corner, both of them with 30 TS. So it's going to be a balanced match, apparently. Even Beherith says that. So, oh, look at that. Beherith has 0.1 advantage.
Point
0.01
0.01. 0.01. Yeah.
advantage. Yeah, take a look at that.
I'm near, just loading in. Just loading in now.
Goopy saying he's facing a far superior opponent as the opponent has 0.01 advantage.
Well, I mean, Beherith is literally been with Bar since the beginning, so.
It's gonna be a great game. All right, so we're starting over here, and the spawns are not mirrored this time. Look at that. Both players, each player with a different strategy for this match. It's gonna be rather interesting to see what will they come up with if they have prepared something special for the second match and the second map.
Yeah, so
Right
you'll
now-
notice on this map there's in the center of the map there's 4 metal spots which are higher value.
Do you want to mark those out?
Yeah, so if you hit F4 Tarnished Knight and you show the metal map, right?
Oh, okay. I thought you were going to draw.
You can zoom in on them a little bit. Yeah, I can draw. I'll show you. So
Oh, I
there's
see.
this one here, right? And here, and yep, there, and yeah. So securing those spots can be pretty important because of the high amount of income. And so a lot of the times you kind of want to start closer to the center as you can, right? So you get better map control, you get to the center faster. I'll be honest, I don't like Beherith's start position that much. I think it's kind of easier to get blocked in by that ridge. But we'll see. There's a lot of trees nearby, so that's pretty nice. Lots of reclaim. And so for Goopy's start position, I think he's a little bit closer to the center. He's going to be able to defend his expansions, or at least see his expansions with radar a little bit easier. And
So where do you see the
hopefully for
attack
him.
vectors being on this map?
well, let's see here. I mean, you'll probably see Goopy heading through the center a lot, and then that'll give him the opportunity to come in from the right side. So Beherith is definitely going to have to focus a lot of attention on defending that. I think that's going to be Goopy's kind of unit direction, and assuming he figures out where Beherith is anytime soon, Goopy's probably going to want to push his commander up in this direction to try to lock out any expansion forward from Beherith.
Sounds
We'll
like
see.
a good plan. Yeah, sounds like a good plan. Goopy over there just talking about the win, which was standing on for both players, just stalling energy over there. Quite
Yeah,
suffering from the
so-
beginning of the game. And the wind is back to 4 right now.
Yeah, so Beherith is pushing out a Resbot right now, and that'll let him reclaim energy from the trees and get a little bit more stable energy source.
Absolutely. And Goopy sending 1 grunt to each side of the map right now, just to check out where is Beherith. He has no idea where did he spawn, and he's going to soon find out. It's in the left corner. And let's see if his strategy shifts a little bit once he finds out about that.
Right? Yeah.
And Beherith already with the commander advancing to the middle way faster than Goopy, which has the commander inside the base assisting the factory right now. So we'll see how will that affect the whole game. Beherith really looking for those big boy metal. Sorry, my bad. Big boy metal points. Over here they have almost double the amount of metal production than a normal one in this map. So quite the
Yeah.
advantage.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and
that's
you can see on the statistics, Beherith is leading metal produced a little bit already. Also, they're pretty close on energy. Goopy also did get himself a Resbot to reclaim those trees. Little small skirmishes across the map. It's interesting. Both players went Cortex. Both players went bots.
Yeah.
So it's
Right now
really
they're
kind
just
of a
checking.
numbers game.
Yeah, right now they're just checking out each other, taking a look where is each player going. So there's 1 grunt that might reach Beherith's base, but there are some grunts over here there to protect, some grunts of himself to protect it. And right now we see 5 grunts actually in the middle of sync control of that metal point from Beherith, but might be dangerous there. But just in time, the other grunts arrive, and that will be able to protect everything. I would like to emphasize also that this map has possibilities for naval.
You know, yeah, I think I don't think you would see a ship lab on this map since it's just around the edges. But you know, I've played this map a few times in team games, and I've seen seaplanes, and I've seen hovers, and I've seen amphibious tanks, all used to pretty good effect. You know, that kind of thing is possible in a match like this once both players have expanded and sort of built up economies and whatnot. Hovers are definitely more expensive than
Yes,
a lot
I
of
am a
other T1
big
units.
fan. I'm a big fan of Navy, but right now over there, Beherith being able to take down an expansion from Goopy in the south bar of the map, that was huge value. You know, two
Yeah.
mass extractors, and LT
Yep.
was being built, and a constructor, and now he keeps pushing his grunts inside Goopy's base, and Goopy does
Yeah.
not seem satisfied about that.
No. This is probably making Goopy sweat a little bit. Plus, he's losing map control in the top right at the same time. The wind hasn't seemed that bad, but Goopy's definitely been relying on it, where I think Beherith has built a few more solars during this time. So he's going to defend this from getting into his base, but it certainly cost him quite a bit. He's starting to res some units over there. One resbot's going to take a while to get that done, though. Meanwhile, here we've got Goopy kind of trying to lock Beherith into the left side with his commander.
Suicide, what is that? Oh yeah.
I think the commanders.
Yeah.
Oh, no, he's putting a defense up. Okay, might do that in time. It's just a lot of the units moving down.
Yeah, I'm not gonna
under
lie,
pressure.
situation looking dire here for Goopy, you know? He lost a lot of the map control. Let me just send a message here to everyone. Avoid.
Well, I thought the tourney preset would prevent all chat.
Yeah, I thought there were gonna be passwords too, and people wouldn't be able to enter, but there's 19 spectators here just watching the game. Yeah, well, anyways, Beherith over here in the south trying to get even more expansion, not even expansion, just the main base caused some damage. He managed to blow up 2 wind turbines, but that's it for now. But Beherith with a huge map advantage right now, but maybe Goopy can get that back as his grunt starts to come out.
Yeah, well, looking at the metal produced again, I mean, you can see how these denied expansions have really hurt Goopy. He's about 1,000 metal behind, and he's got pretty bad army efficiency at this point too. So he's got some hurdles to overcome if he wants to win this game. He hasn't been able to expand to the right side. He's barely been able to expand forward with his commander. He's still getting attacks from the left side of his base.
Yeah, and those attacks have been pushing Goopy to build more defenses, which is more mass being spent on defenses and not on offense. And right now being attacked from the right side, left side, he's being attacked for everyone, and a construction tower is going to go down right now.
I can tell you from personal experience, these sorts of things just get maddening to deal with after a while. You know, you're like, oh, there's two more grunts over there. Oh, and then there's another one, and then it's always where you don't have anything, right? It's always where you don't have anything.
Yes, always. It feels like the other player can see through your game, but
no.
it sucks. But it is what it is, and Goopy's commander is just look at where he is, almost in the behind enemy lines. If you ask me, I mean, he could be easily surrounded. That if Beherith has the information, apparently he will have the information. No, not quite. His grunt stopped right before finding Goopy, and Beherith doing a good job with the expansions.
Should be interesting. I mean, in a lot of ways, it kind of looks like Beherith could just push with his command in and towards Goopy's base at this point. Like, Goopy's commander probably won't make much progress up in that direction. I think there's going to be enough of the laser towers to stop him, maybe? Pretty bold move, though.
Goopy's just in an adventure.
Yep. Yeah, yeah. See, that's the one AK that makes your life a pain in the rear end, right?
Oh
Despite
my god.
the four laser towers he has over there, you know.
Yes, and actually there's 9 grunts in the right side that could also be doing some damage to the mass extractor and even taking down one of the LLTs and reach the wind turbines in the left side of the not in the left side, on the right side of the main base. And Goopy over here showing his face up with 45% health, but not enough because there's not enough troops to kill him right
Now
now.
this is this is interesting. Goopy's kind of cutting off Beherith's commander. I think Beherith smelled it and he walked off into the water to make sure that he can come back, either stay safe or come back around. Right? He doesn't want to get caught between Goopy's commander and some kind of other army.
And he started building tidal power. I mean, if I'm staying here without doing much, might as well just do some tidal power, right? And what a play, what a crazy play from Goopy to cut off the expansion with the commander. Very risky. If there were some troops over there, that would have been the end of the game. But I mean, it's paying off if you ask me, and it's working.
Well, yeah, we'll see. So, I mean, Goopy's got some grunts over, where we're looking right now, taking off a small chunk of Beherith's army. So you get a large group of grunts, you go around the map, try to pick off all his armies, and then harassment threat's kind of gone. You can expand a little bit more. Yeah, maybe Beherith kind of overextended with his commander here. We've got these aggravators shooting down LLTs and wind. Goopy trying to reclaim his territory there.
And big army in the middle, and let me tell you, Beherith does
Yeah.
not have what it takes to stop that little army over there. I mean, it's big army, 16 grunts against only 6 from Beherith. He has to fall back and start mass producing units if he wants to have a chance against these, because this could literally destroy the whole economy. But as we're talking about that, grunts in the south, exactly 14 rushing to Goopy's base. But there's heavy defense from him.
Yeah,
on
there's
the main base.
that's an exploiter
Oh!
mechs. That's an exploiter mechs, and they've got quite a bit of
Yes!
HP. The DPS isn't that bad, and that's a lot of dead grunts right there.
Oh my god, I did not expect that.
Yeah,
That
meanwhile-
strategy, I recently only found out about it actually a week ago while playing against who? I don't know if it was Zaidka. Someone was always building Exploiter, which costs a lot more, but you can see the advantage right there. They have triple the health of a normal LLT, more or less the same damage, and the grunts just couldn't do anything against them. Without the aggravators, they're just sitting ducks.
Yep. So Beherith bringing some aggravators of his own up to the front line. Usually you want these units to have some commander support. Goopy's building some torpedo launchers off the edge over there to try to trap him in. And a shipyard. See, now I told you probably wouldn't see a shipyard, right?
And there it is. I love it. And Beherith will have a very tough job to deal against it. I mean, what is he building? Destroyer.
Yeah,
He's not
single
even building.
destroyer. No, yeah, destroyer. It's for the torpedo. For the destroyer's got a lot of health. You can it outranges the commander with its depth charges. So
yeah, I'm just gonna stop there for a second, because if you click on Goopy and put in player viewpoint, he does not know it's a commander building Tydos. It looks just like a bunch of units in the water. You know?
He might know though. Even though he doesn't see it, he probably knows. He's probably figured that. I mean, because you would need like a hover constructor. He knows that Beherith went bots, so that there's no amphibious constructor.
Attack in the north.
Yeah. This looks like it's going to be most of Beherith's energy production, at least a good chunk of it. Luckily, Beherith has an energy storage there.
I was talking about like he doesn't know about the commander, because otherwise I think he would.
We're gonna Tarnished Knight. We go down to that naval battle because he's already killed the torpedo launcher, and that would okay. So he lost the shipyard to a torpedo launcher. This is interesting because you wouldn't have expected to see something like this happen on this map, right? And that torpedo launcher that Beherith is repairing can do a lot of damage to Goopy's commander. He can't go in there and degun it. The destroyer
Yes.
is not
Yeah,
out
although-
damaging the repair.
Yeah, but this destroyer could still be very useful to fight against the troops that are pushing down the left side of the map, right?
Maybe.
They
Yeah,
have
so
it has
those
range.
those aggravators are gonna cause Goopy some headaches here. He invested a lot of money in that shipyard and that destroyer.
Oh,
There's
almost
some-
destroyed the torpedo launcher, missing the
Almost, yeah.
shot.
So
Missing
many
another
things
one.
happening across the map right now. So there's this Goopy's raiding group just got found and killed. There's a group standing in front of Goopy's base.
Not doing anything.
They're not doing anything.
The torpedo launcher has been destroyed,
Yeah.
and now Goopy's chasing Beherith's commander.
Yeah, so
inside
the
water.
torpedo launch, yeah. And if that destroyer should be able to kill Beherith's commander with the right kind of micro. And if Goopy
Beherith
can
now
get in
has to
there with
run.
his own commander. Goopy can get in there with his own commander and deal damage too, then that could be game.
Oh
Yeah,
my
there we
god.
go.
That's game. I don't
Yeah,
think
it's-
Beherith can escape. He's gonna blow
Yep.
up right now, and what a way to finish the game. Wow. I mean, Beherith had the upper hand throughout most of the game, but because one destroyer, and also the lack of micromanaging the torpedo launcher. Beherith just forgot about the torpedo launcher, and it died, and he had no protection. That's insane.
Wow, what a game. That
What a
was worth
game.
watching. That
I
was
told you
definitely
guys,
worth it.
shipyards.
All right, so we've got results coming in from the second bracket still. Looks like Teddy took down Sabotai in the second round. Randy over Jazz Cash. We know that Goopy took out Beherith, so we're still waiting for... Looks like there's no report from Grumpy versus Chad, so we don't even have a second round from Cartouche yet. There was no report from Zekris versus Tagrock.
We should be seeing Flash against Mighty Ship somewhere. Not that I can find it. It is somewhere here. I mean, maybe not yet, right? So Goopy won Beherith. Raghna is gonna play against... Where's Modk and CJ? They haven't started their game yet.
Seems like we're missing a bunch of first round, and I think a decision eventually needs to be made there. I think that's going to be Jazz Cash's call, though, since he's the tourney organizer.
Yeah, absolutely. So, Tarnished, what's your opinion on the shipyard? Did you enjoy it?
That was definitely unexpected and very nice play. It worked out to be the winning move. Very, very entertaining.
Yeah, I love ships. I love the big cannons. It looks so cool. And even if the commander didn't die, he could have used it to defend the left side of the map against the aggravators that were pushing down south. And you know, I think that if this was a best of 3, Goopy might have had some trouble against Beherith because he looked like he had the upper hand throughout most of the match. You know, like he had the map control, he had the units pushing down the left side, constant harassment on the base, and I don't know, it was looking good to Beherith, but very unfortunately, a sad mistake, a lack of micromanaging, the torpedo launcher called beat.
Yeah. Yeah, that was, I mean, Beherith played really well. Like, there's no doubt about it. Had an early advantage from the raids on the left side. Kept up the pressure by, you know, bringing all those grunts down around the right side. Kind of constantly annoying Goopy in the back of his base. Yeah, but Goopy pulling off a little bit of non-standard play with the shipyard there. I think he smelled Beherith's commander and thought a destroyer might be the best route, and I guess he was right. So.
Yeah, I even mentioned that I thought he didn't know about the commander because I thought he would go for a submarine otherwise, but destroyer being the right call right there.
Yeah. Okay, so we're it looks like some of the brackets from the first round haven't been updated yet, so I think we're gonna see what's going on there. If Randy and Sheep are gonna play, I think we want to try to find that game.
Yeah, I'm waiting for it. I'm just like taking a look at the battle all the time here. Update, update. That's a game we do not want to miss.
So it looks like Sheep has a private lobby.
Does he? I can't see.
It's about to start in US01.
US01. I can't even see US01.
Top left.
Oh, there. Oh no, I don't think so. I mean, this isn't an official map of the tournament, so only if they change it.
Maybe they're still getting set up.
Perhaps Quail, but wait, not Squail. Who is it? Yeah, they just started a match in Sifino, DRXY and Dalabu. Dalabu lost and RXY lost too, so yeah, they're just chilling.
If you find Mighty Sheep's private lobby.
I can't find it. Where is it?
Which server is it?
It's a private battle, so it'll be passworded.
Yeah, we should still be able to see those.
And you should, so it's labeled FX Mighty Sheep dash private battle.
Oh, right.
I can't
And
see
it's got a
it.
purple.
Is
It's got a
invisible?
purple.
Oh,
Purple
background.
outline. Purple background. Yeah.
All right.
I can't actually see it.
No, I don't see a purple one.
Yeah.
So if you are you filtering out passworded lobbies?
Oh, you're right. There we go.
There you
Jesus,
go.
that was not as far.
Oh, this makes so much more sense. Oh, the marvels of technology.
Okay.
Oops, I accidentally clicked to start the game. That was an accident, but there we go.
Which lobby was that again?
So it's FX Mighty Sheep dash private battle.
Wow, there was so many battles that I wasn't looking at.
Yep.
All right, they haven't started yet.
Teddy will also has his lobby. So yeah.
Okay, so it looks like we're all here in the lobby, and they're starting the game. And this is on Red Comet, and this will be a best of 3. So
wow.
Red Comet, Altair, and yeah, we're in for it now. Red Comet, Altair, and Great Divide. Now, these are 2 really good players. I'm glad we were able to catch this. Randy is, as we mentioned before, he's a BA player. He's done really well in a number of tournaments, both bar and BA in the past. He was also, I think, even briefly a professional StarCraft 2 player. Does that sound familiar?
Yeah,
to you
I've
guys?
heard about that too.
So,
professional StarCraft player.
and he has been playing lately, so I'm not sure I would call him rusty.
He has been playing a lot lately. Yes.
Yeah. And now Mighty Sheep, I also know, is a strong BA player. We see him a lot in team games throughout the week.
Every day, you mean?
Every day, he's there every day. He's
It's
a
CJ
strong
and Sheep every day.
So
he's a strong macro player.
So in this matchup, what's the attack vectors going to be?
Well, so a lot of the time, the way this map plays out, now you'll notice, first off, most of the time start positions are here and here. So you can see Mighty Sheep opting for a 2-mech start. Usually that means you push your commander up into the center kind of as quickly as you can to get control of these 3 mexes and try to lock your opponent out here. Because if you start where Randy started, usually your next expansion move with your commander is to take these 3 forward mexes, right? So being able to lock out the commander from from the rest of the map is nice because that gives you the freedom to expand down. It gives you harassment potential coming around the back here and through the center as well. I think Randy's goal is going to be to try to get up here and at least take these 3 mexes, if not these 3 as well. Now it looks like we've got bots for Mighty Sheep and vehicles from Randy.
Wow, really? Oh yes, the
So-
3 mass extractors start. So Mighty Sheep will have to really push everything he can over here to take advantage of the numbers against the vehicles, because the vehicles having a lot more health, a lot more damage. It will be this match will be very good. Absolutely.
Yep.
And I accidentally left everything that you wrote in the map, and it's just a bunch of writing on top of it. Did it real quick, yeah.
Use that eraser in the bottom right. You can
Yeah, I did, yeah. It was just
There
kind
you
of
go.
funny because everything. Yeah.
So Sheep saying this is his brain dead B Randy strat. It's a lot of AKs to push, or sorry, a lot of pawns. A lot of pawns to push out of your lab right away. So he made 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 pawns now before even a constructor.
Yeah, so I mean, for me, this looks like Sheep really knows how Randy plays, you know, because usually people leave an LLC in the base to protect those mass extractors, and Mighty Sheep knew that somehow, and already sending the pawns here in the back of the base destroy 2 mass extractors, which will make Randy's life very complicated, as vehicles demand far more mass than just the bot factory, right?
Mhm.
Oh, and if he destroying all the mass extractors, Randy only has 1 now.
Yep, he's got the forward one with his commander.
He's
So-
power locked as well.
Oh yeah, yeah. Well, he's down to 1 solar, and that solar is closed up at the moment.
Wow.
You get, I think, 10 energy from the vehicle constructor. You get 25 energy from the commander, and then 20 from a solar. So he's not doing too hot on the E production right now.
Well,
Looks like Sheep finally put a constructor out, starting to maybe expand.
this is the patent ultra brain dead beat Randy strat, so I mean,
Yep.
you gotta expect. It's cool to mention that Randy actually sent good luck, have fun, and Mighty Sheep did not send that back.
Having played with Mighty Sheep, I can't say I'm surprised, but it's fine.
Is there? Oh, he's actually going to start expanding again now. after
Yeah,
that.
so he's sending 1 constructor to expand. He's building a 2nd constructor. I mean, Randy has killed all of those pawns, right? He lost quite a bit. He's still got a constructor, and he is expanding. So his commander is maybe in a better position, but he's got to be careful. You can snipe a commander with not that many pawns if you've got decent micro. So
And Sheep right now is stalling energy heavily and also mass, you know, focusing on the attack. But I don't think the spawns will be able to cause any more damage, as there's 4 light tanks protecting everything that needs to
Yep.
be protected.
yeah, those incisors should keep the pawns at bay there. Maybe the micro could be he let himself get surrounded a little bit, so but there's only 2 pawns left. Those incisors should be able to clean that up if it comes back.
Mighty Sheep is saying that leaving all the racks to Randy might have been a bad idea.
That's
Maybe.
the downside when you go very aggressive. He's now got all that extra metal he can fall upon.
Yep, you
I
can
know.
definitely reclaim that metal. I mean, Randy's kind of lacking build power right now, though, and Sheep still hasn't walked his commander out of the base.
Yeah.
So.
I believe that early aggression was very good, but after that early aggression, Sheep should have focused on expanding, you know? Expanding. But he kept building units to try to further harass Randy, and Randy just being able to defend everything. And
Yeah.
these units are not paying off anymore. He needs
Well,
more build power.
That's
Go
part
ahead.
of the hard trade-off with vehicles versus bots is that, you know, the bot infantry is just weaker than the light tanks, right? And whether it's pawns or grunts, they're both just weaker than incisors. And so if Randy can get that map control back, it makes it more difficult for Sheep since he hasn't even got his commander out of his base yet. So, you know, Randy's able to control some territory. He's got decent vision with radars. You know, he's got multiple radars out in the front. So he knows that the top side of the map is relatively safe for him right now.
Cheeky reclaiming his own Rex with Lazarus.
Yeah.
Wow, what an interesting play, but only 3 Grandstad and a light tank over there, and 1 mass extractor destroyed by Sheep. But as we can see, just not enough. Sheep lacking the metal. 13 metal against 18 metal from Randy, and just not enough to beat him.
Randy's got
Randy
a rascal
didn't-
in the back, being a rascal.
Yeah, he's being a real rascal here. Just already killed the 3 mexes that Sheep just built over there. And I mean, he will probably lose that rascal in the end, but that's good damage for a single scout.
Wow, it was beautiful damage for a single scout. Delays all the expansion from Sheep, which is already lacking in mass, so beautiful play. And okay.
Yeah, so I mean, looking at the statistics, Randy is a full 1k metal ahead right now. Sheep is ahead in energy produced, but you have to keep in mind that all those pawns cost a lot more energy than the incisors that they've been fighting. And you don't get to reclaim any energy. So might not mean as much. Little lull in the action, but it looks like they're kind of little fight over map control there for the southwest side of the map. I think
If you
Randy's
ask me- No, yeah, go ahead, sorry.
definitely spotted the pawns on the right side. Doesn't look like he's quite responding to the 3 coming in from the north. Got an LLT there. That's enough to turn those around.
Yeah, Sheep still trying to harass him, but not being successful against the light tanks, which have the bigger firepower to stop all of them.
And
Yep.
another incoming attack from Randy there. This time using something a little bit more punch than just rascals.
Yeah. Definitely more than a single rascal.
Took down the engineer from the expansion, and this will delay heavily Sheep in expanding to the south side. Heavily.
Now, Sheep's bringing his res bots over here, so he might be able to get this back together pretty quickly, but definitely not easily. So, Randy using 3 constructors to expand in one direction now. That's nice because it's a lot of build power, so if you need to build a turret fast, you can. Vehicle constructors are faster than bot constructors, so he'll actually be able to get nexus down across the map before Sheep even gets his constructor res that he lost in the bottom left. Randy using his actions per minute there to pretty good effect to keep harassing with that single incisor in the back while defending these other pawns in the north.
Oh my.
And Sheep
just
is calling
resigned.
it. Yep. Guess he doesn't want
Wow.
to fight it out. Feels like he's too far behind. So
Would you expect that? And Randy, in a very fashionable way, just send the GG to the person that didn't want to wish him good luck. There it is. It's a Chad. Wow, Sheep's strategy was very interesting, but I think he overextended a little bit when he tried to keep pushing pawns after the first attack. What are your guys' opinions about that?
Yeah. I think that sounds pretty right. I think if you're going to do an early push like that, you got to be able to also expand. You know, it's the gamble. It's kind of an all-in a lot of ways because you're not even getting a constructor first, right? You're getting only pawns. You're not even getting fleas to scout, you know, or ticks. I mean, I'm sorry, not even getting ticks to scout. So just the pawns. It's that investment of your early energy is really important and how it plays out. So if he didn't quite get the value out of it that he needed to, then it puts him behind in the long term.
Yeah,
I just love the fact he just came out there guns blazing and give it a go, and he looked like he almost had it, almost did it. And if he did, then that would have become an official patented strategy if it worked.
Yeah, and I had a feeling that Sheep's strategy paid off in the very beginning, you know? I had this
Yeah.
feeling that he destroyed 3 mass extractors, left Randy with only 1 energy. It looked like that was the play, you know? But then he kept pushing those pawns again and again and just not expanding while Randy was just marching forward with the commander. He didn't even look back, you know? So,
Yeah, if he had lost much more, I think it might have been a bigger problem. Like if he had lost the constructor that was in his base, then Randy probably would have lost that game. But keep holding on to that constructor was definitely clutch for him. So
yeah.
now we're coming up on Altair, and this is a small map, lots of reclaim.
You're on the
Small map
same.
means
You were on the same lobby, weren't you?
yeah,
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 yeah.
yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
So
Okay.
it's a
So.
best of 3, so
Yeah. Brilliant.
best of 3. So we got
Oh, the game's
Randy
tossing
up
it,
a
right?
game. Yeah.
And this is all or nothing for Sheep. If he loses here, he's out of the tournament as Rennie would have won 2 out of 3 matches, and
No,
that
no,
will
no.
be.
He drops to the losers
Oh yeah, the
bracket.
loser bracket. Yes, sorry, that's.
Oh, we don't
But
talk
he will
about the
have.
losers bracket here.
Yeah, I
No.
say
Now,
that
No.
Sheep will have a moral defeat. You know,
that's right. That's right. It'll be a moral defeat for now.
I want to state again that Randy did send a good luck, have fun once again, and Mighty Sheep no answer.
No answer, huh? Well, he's answering with a few wind and then a lab. So we've got a 2 mech start from Sheep and a 1 mech start from Randy, opting to get his lab down a little bit faster. He's gonna scout with the ticks. And we'll see. I didn't see whether Sheep queued up the Grunt or the Resbot first. But that tick will get really annoying if it gets in. Any of those 3 ticks get in behind.
And Mighty Sheep's base, you mean, right?
Yeah. Get behind Mighty Sheep's wind or mexes. So the winds will block the commander from being able to shoot ticks if they get behind the wind. Sheep's got a radar though, so he sees where they are. He knows.
Yeah.
He knows.
How will they know? Yeah, anyways, the radar here really coming in clutch for Sheep, not allowing those ticks to do some harassment to his base. But then again, this time, no patent strategy to defeat Randy, right?
Mm-hmm.
Just the standard, apparently.
Well, this map is a lot about balancing your ability to make units.
Has he done it?
Oh.
Yep.
done it?
See, there it is. I told you, if he gets back in there, and this is the problem with not building an LLT back there, right? If you always depend on units, then if you don't make it, you can kind of suffer a lot of damage sometimes. But he got it.
Yeah, he got it. Only losing 1 wind turbine. That
Yeah.
should be fine. If we look at the winged OP.
Oh
It's
man, wind on
right.
this map
It's
with a
just
minimum of 12. You can't go
yeah,
wrong. You can't go
you
wrong.
can't go wrong.
It's too good. It's too
Absolutely.
good. Yeah, so where you position your infantry, there's a lot of trying to chase down resbots, trying to chase down other units, trying to sneak units around through 3 different lanes.
Yeah, and it's valid to remember that this time I have a different matchup as Randy is Armada and Sheep is Cortex.
Randy
I'll be honest, I'm surprised I haven't seen either of them walk with their commanders yet. It's such a short distance between the bases that pushing your commander through the center there is a really strong play.
Absolutely, just to control more mass extractors. Also, but they're focusing on the build power. And if you ask me, throughout the matches we've seen so far, leaving the commander in the base has been very helpful. Governor won his match by doing that. I think DuckDuck also did, if I'm not mistaken. So yeah, absolutely. A little fight here in the north coming up. Grunts have the health, have the firepower, but do not have the range.
Grunts do have the range. Peewees are the ones. Peewees.
Yes, sorry,
Sorry,
Pee-wee's
pawns. Pawns.
Pawns,
Grunts.
pawns.
Ah, man. That's probably the hardest one to get over, I think.
Pee-wee's
Peewee
such a
just
cool
rolls
name.
off the tongue so easily, you know.
Yes, you're totally right.
Although you can blame the community because they chose the name.
Yeah. No, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. I know they had to change the names. I
And
mean,
well, Randy starts to pump out some Centurions over here from the lab. Quite interesting strategy over here. Maybe trying to deal with the range, maybe trying to deal with the quantity. Not too sure. But Mighty Ship being able to get in the back of the base will destroy a mass extractor and one wind turbine. But the Pro Randy's commander is just there to save the day. But I don't know, Mighty Ship looking like he has a lot more numbers and map control than Randy. If you ask me, advantage to Sheep right now.
Yeah, it does right now. It kind of looks like the game is going Sheep's way. I think the Centurions are an interesting choice. You would want to push with those with your commander through the center of the map, maybe, I think. But, I mean, Centurions are really good against AKs. Or, I'm sorry, Grunts. They are really good against Grunts. They have enough range and health and DPS. They're basically like walking laser turrets, right? And Grunts aren't very good against laser turrets.
Mighty Sheep commander to the north.
And
Yeah.
Randy's commander to the north too. He finally decides to move him to start the expansion, but he'll have a nasty surprise.
Yeah, these are some interesting choices, I'll be honest. A lot of the times when I either play or see this map played, the center is so important because that rush distance is so short, you know? You can kind of push anything through there, and if there's not enough defenses or something strong to stop it, then it can be really hard to deal with. But these players choosing not to exploit that quite so much. Although, I
Yeah,
mean,
absolutely.
Randy just walked through the center with this army, and he's kind of getting a positional advantage on the base over here.
And let me show you that Sheep does not have any defenses on his base right now. Desperately trying to build LLT, but if Randy just pushed at the right time, and he is pushing right now, he might be able to do some ultra heavy damage here. Construction turret is trying to fix the turret, but not enough, and he'll destroy all the wind turbines, mass extractor, everything, you name it, and Sheep might be in deep trouble right now. But the pawns decide to go forward north, exactly where the grunts lie from Sheep. And
As
the
a
damage could have been bigger, but it wasn't.
Counter-attack on the right.
Yeah, I think Randy was looking somewhere else, and so he had just kept the pawns moving north there, but getting a couple nexes there. Oh, these Centurions on against Mighty Sheep's commander. So it's Centurions just outrange a commander. If the commander can degun them, then that's really nice.
Yeah, but we have to remember Randy being an ex-pro StarCraft player, he has the micro to deal with it, and we can take a look at that. Oh,
that
barely.
Was so close.
That was so close.
Yep.
And now
he's
spamming
pushing
up some maces.
Yeah, some maces here to help push against so mace. Let's see, what are the ranges? So the mace is 380 and the Centurion is 330. So the mace gets you a little bit extra range against the commander and another target that kind of has to be focused down for the D-gun. And the Centurions provide a screen that the grunts can't really push into. So, and he's bringing his commander over. Sheep's starting to get quite a few LLTs over there, though.
Oh, it's the PD wars again.
Yep.
Yeah,
so it looks like.
Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
Oh, it looks like Randy's deciding then to take that army and push through the center, where that rush distance is short.
And again, a Mighty Sheep does not have what it takes to stop the whole arm. If he pushes right now, he might be in trouble, Sheep. But meanwhile, Sheep does have the north. That gives him some mass advantage. And let's see how the fight in the middle pays off.
Yeah.
Centurions are already heavily damaged, so this might not be a good choice right now. And Randy decides to fall back. Of course, he doesn't want to leave the metal just hanging there for Sheep. It would be a mistake.
Yeah, this pawn army is quite a bit bigger than the grunts. They can still kite. The grunts in lower numbers could still kill those peewees with good micro. But yeah, Sheep had a construction turret and a couple laser towers there in the center too to help against that push. So I think Randy saw that and didn't want to get himself in a bunch of trouble.
Sorry for that.
So if you're new to Bar, then if you see these little halos above the units, that mean those units have been resurrected.
Mm-hmm. It's free metal.
Yeah, just picking them back up and throwing them back into the fight again.
It's hard to get Peewees if you're playing Cortex any other way. Or sorry, it's hard to get Pawns if you're playing Cortex any other way.
Someone in the chat is talking about Master Bell against Duck. Trying to find what's going on here.
Don't forget that there's a 2-minute delay in the stream, so
yeah, we could maybe we'll catch that match after. So okay, so Randy calling the GG.
conceded.
Yep. Kind of lost out on map control. Sheep had that resurrected army, and Randy just kind of ran out of steam.
So it's 1 apiece.
1-1, go into third game.
Wow, I just want to mention that we had Master Bell against DuckDuck. First game with PtaQ, and DuckDuck won. DuckDuck won. Apparently, it was a great 21-minute game, and we didn't see, sadly. We prioritized Mighty Sheep's game against Pro Randy, and well, it happens very unfortunately. We can't watch all of the games at the same time.
No, there's just too many games going on. There's just no way you'd be able to watch them all. Certainly stream them all. It's just not practical. But thankfully, our servers actually keep replays of all the matches, so you can always go back and watch.
Yeah, absolutely. And we're starting here for the final game of Mighty Sheep against Pro Randy. Who will take this match and decide the whole bracket? We'll find out right now. Pro Randy against Mighty Sheep. Fight for one more spot at the next level of the bracket. We'll see who will win now in the next episode of Dragon Ball. No, just kidding.
You mean Dragon Teeth?
Dragon Teeth, yes.
Yeah, the walls.
See, if I see some I want you to ping Dragon Teeth if you see Dragon Teeth in these games, because I think that would be an interesting play.
Oh yeah, that would be. I've seen them used in slightly longer matches if you need to cut off a particular attack route.
Great divide. So this is a very defense-centered map in the center. It can kind of go one of two ways.
Dragon Teeth.
Yeah. It can kind of go one of two ways. Either somebody breaks the center pretty fast and invades the other side, or both sides kind of build up defenses and have a lot of back and forth. We'll see what happens. Lots of reclaim to get started on this map.
Mighty Sheep's declaring he hasn't practiced this map perhaps as much as he should have.
Yeah.
Maybe he was a little bit confident that he would win both the first match. I mean, he did have the anti-Randy strategy, but it didn't pay off as we saw before. But he won the second match, and he has a new opportunity to make a difference. And how both of these players will play this map will be, I mean, I'm eager to see. A map of a tight choke point in the middle. Could be a long game, or it could be a fast one. It'd be one of those two.
Both going bots.
Yeah, both players choosing Cortex bots. Honestly, I kind of like Sheep's starting position a little bit better. It's only 2 mexes, but it's more forward, and getting to the center, controlling the center is critically important, so starting closer to the center just seems like a good idea.
Yeah, I accidentally...
Sheep a little worried about a vehicle start from Randy. Not a bad concern. Cortex bots are probably the weakest against vehicles. Pawns at least have the DPS to help overcome those light tanks, but grunts are just kind of
There we go.
Kind of weak. Staring at each other across the line there. Couple shots fired. Sheep gonna try to run off and scout while
I love how
Randy's
Sheep is just
trying
talking
pull
to
back.
us throughout the game.
Yeah.
It's got spare micro.
Randy picking
Wow.
up some extra metal early here. He's gonna try and get his Resbot into the other side and take some of Sheep's metal, but I don't think it's gonna happen.
Oh,
He's got the
almost
numbers.
taking that.
Oh wow, look at that. There we go. It's a little bit better micro from Randy.
Well, Sheep might
Oh,
be
he might be able to
closer.
get.
He doesn't
He
necessarily.
might be able to get the metal there. Has more units, it is a possibility, but Mighty Sheep already countering that by pushing more units off his own. And look at that, the bot did manage to get some of the stones over here, now falling back but dying on the way back, not able to do anything about it.
Yeah, so those rocks are only worth about 10 metal each. I'm not sure it's that worth trying to fight over them. Losing
the
a
Rex are
Resbot's
worth
not
more.
great. Yeah, the Rex are definitely worth more now.
Yeah, and the problem here is that with this attempt of himself, right in the middle, there's 126 metal just laying there in reclaim. So this might be useful for Mighty Sheep. And because of 10 metal rocks, he delivered 100 metal for Sheep, which decides to res, not reclaim. And yeah, well, the tide choke point already being used right there. You see, none of the players can actually push through that. It's just a massacre in the middle. They're trying to fight each other, trying to see who can get the advantage early, but apparently no one. They exchange some shots and then fall back. Of course, no one wants to leave that massive reclaim for the opponent, which right now, if you ask me, it's in 340 metal.
The question is, how long is it going to be before aircraft get involved?
Oh, it'll probably be a little bit.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm dying to see aircraft. Unexpected air raids, Typhon, that's for you.
Yeah. But I wouldn't be surprised. That is actually, so on a map like this, once the center kind of calms down a little bit, I mean, you can go one of two ways. You could either try and get vehicles and use artillery to help break the center, or you can go air and then just bomb your opponent's base. Like Sheep is bringing a constructor forward, probably
You
to
can
help.
also, I'm sorry
Go
for that.
It's all right.
Oh, yeah, you can also use spiders to go through the mountains.
Yeah, that's T2 though, so
Yeah.
kind of a much longer term option there. Mighty Sheep resing that other Resbot is a good call. Resbots are expensive and very useful, so
Oh, you're right.
he's being careful. He is choosing what he reclaims and what he resurrects. Finally, he's walking with his commander towards the center. Randy's kind of already halfway there. Stopped to build a mechs along the way.
And the raider too.
Yeah.
This raider will get like Mighty Sheep's whole base actually.
So this is where we see him start trying to kind of put statics up in the middle. You get enough LLTs and there's really no point in trying to run infantry through it. So Randy is already bringing thugs up to the fight. He knows where this is going. I would have expected to see aggravators more, to be honest, but Thug's not a bad choice for this purpose either.
And Randy Commander just pushing middle. He doesn't want to wait any longer. Already standing his ground and building his LLT. And our Sheep pushing right now with the grunts of his own. And again, exchanging some shots and just separating the fight again. But Randy does have the reclaim in the middle right now. He did get some of the mass back. That's great for him. Still 120 left.
Sheep opting to go for the HLT here. Not a bad choice against Thugs. They take a long time to build, but they really have the range to help. And this is going to be all about the micro. Sheep losing an LLT.
But the heavy boy, the heavy LLT is already coming up.
Yeah.
He might be able to reclaim those LLTs back, perhaps. There goes. That's the LLT.
Okay.
It's missing a couple shots somehow.
Well, because he only gets the range on radar, right? So if he doesn't have line of sight, then the radar wobble from the thing makes your...
I would love to see Sheep building a perimeter
Yes.
camera. I found out recently that they're very useful in getting the vision.
Yeah, they're pretty nice. They do have a cloak cost for energy, and Sheep doesn't really have that much wind yet.
Yeah, you're right. Right, and
They
Randy,
spent a lot of energy on those grunt armies they've got sitting around doing nothing now.
yeah, and Randy has 21 thugs.
Yeah, he's really...
3 now.
I think he feels pretty intent on trying to break this position. So I think the Dragon's Maw there is going to kind of prevent Randy from being able to do much.
Unless he pushes before it's done, which is doing right now, trying to
Yeah.
face off the heavy laser tower, but I don't know if he has enough thugs to actually push all of that through, destroying a lot of the grunts here on the left side, and it's already done. The moss is up, but they take extra damage when they're up, and Randy decides to fall back. He doesn't want to leave all of that metal to Mighty Sheep, and I think it's the correct decision right there. It would be very hard to break through the Dragon's Maw. And as we were talking before, I guess it will all be up to Air now, or T2.
Yeah, I think this is... I'm surprised to see... Okay, so Randy has stopped making thugs or any units for the moment. Sheep is still making thugs and maybe wants to try to push Randy. Randy's getting a T2 lab right there in the front.
Yeah,
I
I was gonna point that out.
You got a T2 coming up as well for both of them. It's awesome. It's awesome. They've got the same
At
idea.
the same time.
It
Wow.
says something that the timing is so similar, and I'm surprised to see this from both of these players at this point in the game. I'm very surprised.
I mean, they faced an impenetrable wall in the middle. They know both of them will have big defenses, and it will be very hard to actually push through. Both of them have the same idea at the same time. I'm gonna get some mortars, gonna get some spiders, and make a difference.
Sheep. Yeah, you can't calm bomb in 1v1 though, right? So
Unless you draw the game.
there's no draws. I thought you knew that, Gustavo.
Whoa. Someone told me
Whoever
there is
can-
a possibility.
No, there is no draw in this game. Whoever's commander blows up first loses.
Oh, look at that. Someone told me wrong then.
Except for the D-gun rule. Okay, so here's Randy's secret. He wants a Morty. So he bought a whole T2 lab to build himself a Morty. I'm curious
about
if
a ring?
Sheep is trying to do the same thing. I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah, Randy's
what
He
Yeah,
has
he's
queued
got.
up the multi.
I think Randy's anticipating an air attack from Mighty Sheep there. Building
Well,
his
and Mighty Sheep's
missiles.
anticipating the air attack from Randy with the turrets behind the mountain there.
There we
These
go.
guys- I was gonna do that. Yeah.
How does he know we're talking about that?
Well, he might be listening to the stream. Who knows?
I think it's because isn't the Morty opening fire now, and he can tell by the shots that that's a Morty saying, "Hey, that's what I'm gonna do."
He does. He knows what's shooting at him right now. So he's pushing out a spy bot, and I think the idea there is if Randy pushes his Mortys too far forward, he'll be able to stun them with the spy bot and then kill them with the grunts.
Wow, that would be a hell of a pretty strategy, if you ask me. But spy bots cost a lot of energy.
They sure
I don't
do.
think Sheep has what it takes to do
Now
that. And-
he's realized it.
wow. So
But
when he said that he was gonna do that, but T2 seemed better, he thought these was artillery. You know?
Yeah, I think he thought it was vehicle artillery. So he's
Oh.
got enough res bots to keep repairing stuff up there for a while. And Mortys don't do a lot of DPS. He's got a jammer. I think the jammer's got range to keep Randy from shooting at the kind of specific stuff he wants to. So jammers make it so your radars can't see any of the dots anymore inside the radius, right? You know how that works.
Yeah, absolutely.
And so it makes it hard for Randy to decide on a target, or unless he knows exactly where the target is, like that HLT, then unless he can see it. Okay.
We just
Now,
got
Sheep
information
is-
from. Yeah, sorry,
Go
my
ahead.
bad. Go ahead.
No, you go
No,
ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, we just got some information from LSR that PtaQ will be playing Cartouche, and he asked us to take a look at that match afterwards because it's going to be a very interesting one.
Oh, excellent.
Sounds good.
We certainly will.
All right. So, Sheep already has one T2 metal extractor, getting a second. Randy is working on his first T2 metal extractor still. Sheep is ahead in energy, which is good if they're trying to go T2. At least it's good for Sheep. I think those Mortys are going to be shooting across the aisle at each other for a little while. See if there's...
and just enough DPS to maybe defeat the heavy LLC. Oh, not quite. They retreat right on time.
Yeah, I think that's why Sheep started pushing forward with the thugs, is to try to draw the Morty fire off of the HLT.
That was a close call. And neither of the players opting for air. A little bit sad, upsetting.
No, I was
but
hoping for an air raid. Well,
Yeah.
I mean, if Randy gets a few more Mortys, it's going to be really hard for Sheep to hold that army at bay much longer. He's got the spy bot there so that he's got an emergency EMP if he needs it, but
He's probably wanting that for the visibility to get more accurate shots at the moment.
yeah. So he's getting the vision with it for now, but if he needs to EMP, he could. He's losing a lot of thugs here, though. That's kind of the front line defense.
A lot of
the
more.
can. I didn't see the can mixed in. Or sorry, it's not a can. It's a sumo. Did not see the sumo mixed in with that army at first. That's actually a really nice addition. Used to be called a can. That's right. I think that was the original Total Annihilation name.
And the heavy laser turret is gone, and the wreckage gone too because he ground targeted.
Yeah.
So, yeah, absolutely.
But Sheep is going to pick up a lot of that metal reclaim. He's managed to push Randy back, kill a bunch of Randy's thugs.
And let me tell you, 1,200 mass in the middle.
Yeah. Oh, Randy's going to lose his commander. It's almost over.
Oh,
There it is.
whoa! What the hell happened there?
That was Sheep, I think, either
God.
focused it down. He had vision with the spy bot, and Randy's commander just in the wrong place there.
And now that Sheep won, he sends the PG.
Sheep
that's
is
not the
moving
right
on to
one.
the next round.
Sure.
Absolutely interesting match.
So we've got LSR urging us on to PtaQ, was that right?
Yes,
And
PtaQ against Mr. Touche. Just gotta find that somewhere.
Cartouche. So where could it be?
Could be anywhere, honestly. Just look for big ass rooms. Probably a lot of people spectating, maybe, I don't know.
And Duck wouldn't be a bad one to catch.
I mean, Duck did one Master Bell. Would you expect that?
Maybe actually. I might have expected that. Master Bell's a good player, but DuckDuck has apparently been training too, so I haven't seen
look
it,
at
but it's I was told it was happening, so.
Found it. We're already in the second map.
Which
So
Fuck!
it-
Sorry.
oh.
I forgot to take a look at the number of the room.
No, you don't remember what the room was called. It was a purple room, was it?
No, I don't think it was.
Ah.
Give me 15 seconds.
Aha, EU13 looks like.
EU13.
That's right. And they are on the second map. Do we know who won the first game?
I don't know. Yes, U13, that's the one. I mean, PtaQ is part of the casting crew. If he loses, he could get an interview here.
Right, we're just
I'm
loading
just
up the next match now.
Yeah, I'm
It's-
catching up.
So it sounds like Cartouche won the first game pretty decisively. And you guys are still loading in. I'll catch you up on what I see happening. Cartouche opened Armada bots. PtaQ opened Cortex bots. And
Already, it looks like... Sorry. Already looks like Cartouche has the map control here in the middle. With more units taking control of both of the upper hill parts of the map with the mass extractors. That's quite an advantage. And currently, PtaQ with 6 grunts against how many PoEs?
about 15.
15, yes.
So, and some ticks.
Certainly doesn't look very promising for PtaQ right now.
No, not really. He did get an early raid in, but it looks like Cartouche still has more wins than PtaQ does. He's gonna res or reclaim. He's just reclaiming. Seems wise. He's gonna lose a lone constructor in the bottom there.
Oh, that's sad. This mass
Yeah,
extractors that will be delayed by a lot.
That kind of hurts a lot. I mean, losing the constructor hurts a lot too.
He
And
realizes
here
he's got to prioritize the laser turret.
He's gonna lose all this wind, bunch of it. Yeah. Half his wind is gone there.
Commander
And
with
he
a
has-
bit of attack.
And this,
Yeah, and it's curious to notice that Cartouche, with the same strategy from the first game, keeping his commander inside the base for a long time. Already 5 minutes and 45 seconds, and he's building LLTs in the main base.
Mm-hmm.
And
So-
right now, just as we talked about it, he pushes his commander north.
Yeah. Well, he's got 2 construction turrets now. I mean, PtaQ has construction turrets too, but he's frankly behind in both energy and metal. So I think we can expect that his army wouldn't be as big.
So let me check out over here in the chat if someone said something. Well, apparently, Randy said he was taking a look at PtaQ bot's descriptions and he got sniped off because of that. So there it goes, folks.
Well, tell Randy he's got to read up on the units before the tournament starts next time. Okay?
It was the name
I'm sorry.
change. It was the name change that confused him. Evidently, it's like that's. I don't
Okay.
recognize what that is. What is that? Oh, it's that. Boom.
Tell him
And
he
Mighty
should have gone air.
Mighty Ship also mentioning the new innovation made by the tech people over here, the instant replay, and he found it was very nice to have an instant replay.
Oh, thank you very much for the positive feedback on that front.
Meanwhile, Cartouche over here with a bigger army in the south, but PtaQ being able to fend them off with his own grunts over here with the range advantage, just kiting off correctly. And Cartouche already reclaiming some of the enemies he killed in the battle here in the middle. And slowly PtaQ advancing in the south, just like Governor is advancing in the middle. And apparently he's going to make some sort of push because he has 12 maces in the middle.
Yeah.
Maybe try to pick PtaQ off as he's all alone in that little island over there in the north. He has no units to support it, but as I talk about that, PtaQ in the right corner bring his units to support quite fewer units, if you ask me. If we take a look, there's 13 grunts and 2 thugs against precisely 15 maces and 15 pawns.
Yeah, this is a pretty sizable army from Governor here, and he's cutting PtaQ off on the hills, so that commander can't do much to help with this. It's just a lot more firepower here, and You know, a lot of the times with grunts or with pawns, you can kind of surround mace or thug armies and get the flanking damage, and you can avoid the plasma shots. But Gunner's just got way too many pawns to allow that to happen here.
Yeah, and if you ask me, PtaQ's in a pretty dire situation. There's no troops left, only 3 thugs. 4 now against all of those troops from Governor. This is looking like the end right there, folks.
Say PtaQ so run his commander left. The last thing that Katyush would expect, right? Unfortunately, he's been
is
spotted by a.
It looks like PtaQ's just kind of give up the ghost here, and
he's gonna get
no,
blown
he's
up.
walking back. He's walking away.
Oh, but the maces will do the damage necessary. A little bit closer, dodging like Matrix, and he blows up.
A valiant attempt.
All right.
Cartouche still proving to be one of the best players around, defeating PtaQ in a big fashion again. Only a 9-minute game.
Yep. You saw it right here.
Yeah.
Hey, so we're gonna go into the 4th round pretty soon. I'll tell you what. I need to make a quick stop in the boys' room, and I'll be right back. All right.
Yeah, and I'll just fix my headphone. Give me 30 seconds.
Replay of the last moments of PtaQ there in the last game. He put up his valiant attempt to try and out-micro the incoming enemy fire.
There we go.
But to no avail, I'm afraid.
Sorry?
So just going over a replay of the last few moments of PtaQ there.
Absolutely. Well, let me check if there's any matches coming up over here. We have Beherith and Gotti, but they lost the game, so I don't know what's this about. Oh, the loser bracket. Forgot about that. We're having Beherith against Gotti. Let me check. Do you want to check this match, or do you want to check someone else?
Well, we've just got a result coming. Oh yeah, sorry, no, that was the match that we just saw there. The results being entered. Oh, sorry, misbehaving interface there. Yeah, we could take a look at something in the losers bracket, perhaps, if there's any potentially interesting matchups there.
Right, let me tell you.
Although if I don't know if any of the ones
you
for
know,
winners
maybe
round 4 are actually going to go ahead, and therefore you may want to.
let's drop into Teddy versus DuckDuck. They've got a 19-minute game on Red Comet right now, so they're at the still the first game of
The second phase.
yeah, of the 3rd round, right?
The 3rd round, yes, sorry, my bad.
So they're in the first game of the 3rd round right now, and we're going to be waiting on them to see who's going to play against Sheep.
Okay.
We just watched Cart, so if we miss Cart versus Raghna, maybe we watch whoever the winner is versus Sheep.
So you're saying we're going to watch Teddy versus ZuckDuck?
I think that would be...
I would love to see that, since ZuckDuck actually defeated Raghna. I want to see how he does against Teddy.
And we haven't seen Teddy yet. Teddy's a really strong player. He's so far, you know, crunched Chomp and Zach Sabotage, so...
Absolutely.
Nice.
But this is what we want in a tournament, you know, back-to-back matches, one after another.
We need to keep the action going, right?
We do.
Yeah, absolutely.
Just loading up the next match now for your viewing
You're
pleasure.
loading Teddy and Alright, so I'm going to give you guys the information over here. Meanwhile, Gotti against Beherith. The match looks pretty tight so far. Beherith has the left side of the map. Gotti has the right side of the map. A lot of units from both players, and it's still not clear who's going to win this one. just some information here.
Which game was that again?
This is Beherith against God. It's happening right now.
Oh, that must be in the lower bracket. Okay.
It is, it is. So just as you guys loading, I'm giving you some information.
Gotcha. Well, this is apparently a 20-minute game in progress on Red Comet between Teddy and DuckDuck right now, so catching up will take a minute.
Absolutely. I'm not daring to try and follow the action. It's going too fast, and I'm sure the audience will not appreciate the the results and impact
Yeah.
of that. So we're going
yeah.
to admire it from 100 feet view.
Yeah, you can see the movement of the troops around.
What is the name of the room, by the way, from Teddy?
So it's
Teddy.
a passworded lobby, yeah, with Teddy's name.
Okay, got it. You can cast it like those people that sell stuff. I forgot the name in English. Is
Salesman?
no, not a salesman. Like gets the first one.
An auctioneer?
$130 over there. 100.
Oh, yeah, yeah,
Oh,
that's
yeah. Oh,
$140 over there. You know.
an auctioneer. An auctioneer.
Yes, an auctioneer. Yeah, cast it like an auctioneer. Right over there, Teddy put it guaranteed and coming up to the next side and tuck.
There was the, I don't know if either of you have ever seen these commercials from a long time ago, but you remember the micro machines? They're these little cars, like tiny cars,
Oh,
like
yeah.
miniature Hot Wheels. And they used to have a guy who would talk super fast selling them on the TV commercials.
Well, yeah, I'm from Brazil. I mean,
Well, so you probably didn't see it, but that's why I'm telling you
had
about
Hot
it.
Wheels.
You had Hot Wheels. They kind of micro machines. They were popular when I was a kid. I might be older than you. I'm not sure. Probably.
How old are you? If you're okay to say.
Because a lady's not supposed to say her age, right?
All right. Yeah. Sorry, I should have been a gentleman, but I was.
No.
It'll be recorded
I'm-
forever on Twitch. Yeah, if you say it out here.
Incriminating evidence.
I'm sorry,
Let's
everyone.
just
This is still trying to catch up at the moment.
Oh yeah, yeah.
I'm afraid that by the time we catch up, the game's gonna be like,
Oh, yeah.
gone.
It might be. It might be. You never know. But I have a feeling I'm at about 2/3 right now, and it still looks like a really kind of even back and forth game. I see a lot of metal reclaim in the middle right now, and
I see that Teddy went vehicle. I'm still like halfway through the catch up. It's quite taking.
DuckDuck's
some-
commander was been fighting for his life here. At one point, got down to about 300 HP.
Wow, that was a
Yeah.
close call.
That was a close call.
No wonder people wanted to see DuckDuck against Master Bell because this guy is playing really well. Just to hold his own against Teddy, it's already an impressive feat, if you ask me.
It definitely is. See, I'm about 1/8 left to catch up. I'm at 20 minutes.
Just reached 17.
Wow.
minutes.
Teddy spent a lot of money on those turrets in the top corner over there, and yeah, I just see Zaidka almost getting beaten.
And they're both going for lots of res bots. Still haven't seen a single advanced solar on the map, which is interesting.
Any signs of teaching?
You mean teching?
Yes.
Not yet.
Wow. One person, a game which I'll not mention, said pros would go teach you at 8 minutes. I did say that in 1v1s it's kind of hard to do that.
Yeah, whether you tech, when you tech, how you tech is all map dependent, strategy dependent. You know, we saw on Great Divide, both Randy and Sheep tech pretty fast.
Yeah.
But remember, there are alternatives to that. Like I said, with getting artillery for vehicles or getting bombers with an air raid or something like that, you know. And here, you guys should be almost caught up, right?
Yeah, I'm
just
like
crossed 22 minutes.
Okay.
Yeah, me too.
Got about 10%. So probably another couple of minutes need to be.
This
also
might as well
on.
be the last game I'll be casting here.
The
No.
last game or the last series? You're gonna stick around for the other 2 games in this series, right?
I don't know if I can.
Well, I guess we'll see.
I might be able to get the beginning of the second match, but
So,
tough.
you should see Tarnished Knight by now. I think a big tank battle taking place in the south, right?
Yes.
Yeah, they're moving very fast still, but yes, it's a lovely big tank battle.
It looks like ZuckDuck has a huge advantage. If he pushes, he might win the game right now. But deciding against it, don't really know why.
This is the fear of overcommitment, isn't it? 'Cause you're not entirely sure what you're
It
pushing
is.
into.
Yep.
He could have won the game. He could have destroyed Teddy's entire economy, and Teddy went air, going gunships for some reason, and we might have just caught up to the end of the match.
Yeah. So these tanks are pushing the north side of Teddy's base, and Teddy's bringing his commander up there to try to see what he can get degunned, I think. But that's usually a bad sign at this point.
This is a game.
DuckDuck's being careful, though. He knows that Teddy's commander control is nothing to be scoffed at, so he's opting to bring his tanks around the backside and just deal a lot more damage, taking out
That's
Teddy's
GG.
production. Teddy calls GG, and
We literally
that
caught up
game.
to the end of the game.
Yep. Well, it was worth it.
Got to see the
That was a
last-
hard-fought game.
The last few.
Everyone got to see like in fast camera, you know?
Yeah. So that's an example, though, where you see DuckDuck. I mean, he definitely could use the metal. He could have gone T2, perhaps, but opted to stick with the T1 and just kind of build the army that rolls, you know?
That's
Not
probably
that Teddy went
guess-
T2, but...
That's probably why the match went on quite long as well.
Mm-hmm.
Moments of
What happened here?
Teddy valiant stand.
Right, so we're gonna have Zekros against Pro Randy in the loser bracket. Zaidka defeated Master Bell completely. Apparently, Mighty Sheep said that in the chat. So
Wow.
Master Bell out of the competition.
Wow, that's a surprise, actually.
Interesting to mention that Zaidka actually won by default against Chad because Mr. Chad didn't show up. What a true Chad, giving the match away for free.
Yeah, no kidding.
But still, you'd rather play the match.
So definitely we see in the losers bracket, Randy's still in this. Decorous, PtaQ, Goopy and Sabotai are fighting it out right now, I guess. All right, and we are loading in here to Altair with DuckDuck versus Teddy.
All right, we're in the game. Wow, I'm very impressed with Zuck, if you ask me. You know.
Yeah, he
Not
played
expecting.
really well. He played really well on Comet. Teddy is a tough cookie and managed to take him out in the first game. So,
And out of nowhere, I haven't seen Zuck playing anywhere.
yeah.
You know.
He's been around for a while. He's definitely been playing bar a lot longer than me. Haven't seen him. I haven't seen him much lately, but who knows how time zones affect stuff.
Oh yeah, you're totally right. And it's interesting to mention that I think Zuck TS was way lower before he started winning his match. I don't know if I'm right, but I think I am.
TS was lower?
Yeah, because he won Teddy, he won Master Bell.
Right. So one thing to keep in mind, Master Bell, he's in Australia, so the time of day for him right now is not really ideal to be playing. I wonder if that had anything to contribute to his loss against Zaidka. But
yeah, you're
knows?
right. Or maybe he was just a little bit sad for his loss against ZuckZuck. For what I've seen in the chat after the match ended, he felt like he was a little bit upset about his defeat, saying that he didn't put much dedication into the game and he could have done better. So who
Wow.
knows?
So what do you think of this? As Teddy's chosen to go with Marder and DuckDuck's decided to go Cortex in this match.
Yeah, I mean, Altair it's definitely a bot starting map, no matter how you dice it. Pretty early res bot is very useful with all the metal and energy reclaim here. Seems like Teddy's playing pretty conservatively to start in terms of, he's not making a whole lot of ticks. He's just kind of scouting. He's not trying to harass. I mean, I think he saw these grunts roaming around over there and knows his ticks just don't stand a chance against those grunts. But
The little grunt over there is in patrol, just like walking around.
Teddy's already getting a construction turret to boost with his commander, and I'm pretty sure DuckDuck's doing the same thing right now. Also getting one, yeah.
Construction turret.
Yeah, he's not boosting it with his commander, but he's getting the construction turret. So that construction turret will allow him to walk his commander away from the base, because now with that 240 build power?
It just says 200 here.
200, just 200 build power. That's 2/3 the build power of a commander. You add a constructor into that, and you've pretty much got the build power of a commander in your base with one constructor and a construction turret. So that allows you to walk your commander away, and go off to greater and better things. Teddy's expanding to the north already, you see, and getting a second. Is he getting a second construction turret already? He's already got a second construction turret. Wow, that's fast. So fast.
Yeah, absolutely. Teddy, and he has all the mass in the world. If you ask me, I don't know how to answer how, but he does. 1,000 mass in the bank.
He picked up a lot of reclaim with his resbot already. Like down in the bottom right, that resbot. That's what the fleas were there to help. So he knows where the grunts are, and then he can run his resbot away if he thinks it's in trouble. So he's just been picking up metal all over the map already. And DuckDuck got his resbots out a little bit later. Now,
yeah, and he's stalling mass heavily right there.
Yeah, hardly anything left for him. But DuckDuck does have these 3 aggravators and a thug, and here he comes with his commander too. So this is.
But Teddy has 2 Centurions.
Yeah. Yep. Don't underestimate that commander. But he might have pushed these aggravators too far forward, unprotected. That's gonna hurt a lot. He needed those. He really needed those to put on this pressure. He's gonna have a hard time pushing with his commander now.
It's just like the way that Teddy's in DuckDuck's side of the map, reclaiming everything. he's going
claiming the whole map is his already, right?
He's going for the long game. It'll be like, oh, you've run out of resources. Well, I've still got all mine. Where's yours?
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Well, you can see right now, this is where that second construction turret is starting to really pay off for Teddy, because he's just got more reinforcements here in the center faster, even without his commander.
Oh yeah, absolutely. It's a lot
pushing
of
the Centurions and the pawns forward.
Oh.
DuckDuck manages to. This guy D-gun the second Centurion is the.
Oh
is that
my
last,
god, 3% health.
Yeah.
One missed out. The Centurion, no, we didn't target ZuckZuck.
Can he even eat? I don't even know if he can eat another rocket from one of those Centurions. It looks like 157 burst. He could eat one rocket and still survive, but.
That was so close.
He's really in a world of trouble right now. He's got no expansions. He's pushed all the way back into his base. His commander's at low health. I don't know how DuckDuck's going to survive this much longer.
His attempt at a counter push around the back of Teddy's base got shut down pretty quickly.
Kind of a desperation double LLT.
If you ask me, this game is over. I mean, look at that. ZuckZuck feels like he just spawned in the game. and Teddy has the whole north side. I'm planning to go south really soon.
Mm-hmm. Now that he's next to his nano turret, he can get a little bit more HP on his commander, but that nano turret can't be boosting his lab at the same time. So I think Teddy decided, he says, you know, I'm experienced in this game. I know that if I push too far into a base, I could just end up losing everything in feet and metal. So decides to back off here, regroup a little bit, solidify his economic advantage.
So it's been like the Python, where he's just slowly closing in, just tightening the grip.
Yeah.
Bit
Yeah,
by
yeah,
bit.
yeah. Okay.
Ooh, lovely.
Teddy knows that his commander's down there now.
He could push it. He has the units in the top. Oh no, he couldn't. Sorry, mate.
He doesn't have anything in position to push that commander.
Yeah. No, sorry, I got confused with the mountain over there. My mistake.
Yeah. Well, it looks like, I mean, Teddy's got his commander up on the mountain. I think he'll be able to hold off 6 thugs there. The LLTs he's got in place.
Yeah, I just love this map coverage tool. So when you go and place a radar, it actually shows you in the green where the radar's actually going to give you coverage.
Yeah. Yeah, it's super nice.
I think that's improved a lot of people's gameplay just by introducing that. It's like a lot of people didn't actually realise that, you know, walls and, you know, mountains and things actually block radar.
Yeah. Trick for people like me, though, is just remembering to build the radars in the first place.
A lot of people forget about those, and they get heavily attacked because of that.
Yeah, so
I build the radar, I just don't respond.
5 construction turrets now. I think DuckDuck still has... He's got 2. So he's pretty far behind in the metal spending game here.
Yeah, but Teddy, even with 5 construction turrets, he does not have the metal to fund these turrets.
Yeah, I mean, in
Barely
this case,
has.
maybe it's better to stall just a little bit. He definitely has the, you know, because the energy, sometimes your wind can drop or something, and then.
Well, and right now, Teddy over here pushing the top part, trying to take down some of the expansion from DuckDuck. Will he be able to do it? Most likely he has the troops, but right now all of them have been depleted, and these Rocketeers will not be able to stand the Grunt attack because they shoot so slow, or not. Actually, there's some thugs in the mix and a Centurion, so they did manage quite easily right now, and this res bots could res them, and wow, DuckDuck just calling the GG, that's game.
Yeah, he knows.
Feels like every time I get excited about the game, it's GG.
He knows how far behind he was, so he knew it wasn't worth keep trying to play.
He could obviously hear you in the ether. It's like, Gus is getting really excited, and it doesn't look good for me.
Oh my god, yeah. And well, anyways, thank you everyone for the presence. My time has come here. Really need to leave. It was a pleasure casting with you guys. It always will be. I really wish I could stay for longer and cast the rest of the match. The matches, they seem like pretty cool, and I so wanted to see Cartouche at the finals, like with the end game. Maybe, I don't know. He was the legendary play I missed playing. So thank you so much, everyone. Now I gotta leave. And
right
that's
on.
it.
Well, thank you very much for being part of the excitement, and yeah, we'll see you again in the future.
Thank you. Just a quick question. If I'm not mistaken, the semifinals and the finals, it won't be all at the same time. They'll be like casted separately, like, or not.
I think that. We have to check with Jazz Cash about that. But I think he's intending to spread it out so they get casted semifinals and finals. A certain number of them have to follow through in suit anyway because of the way the losers bracket and the winners bracket interact with each other. So we're going to get a lot of games anyway, even if they just said we'll just play them as soon as you can. This is
Well,
gonna
who
be
knows? Maybe half the games take 45 minutes to end like DSD, and then I'll be here to cast another match. You'll never know. Well, thank you so much, everyone, and people who are watching. Enjoy the tournament. It's been great. It is great right now. You're gonna watch right now Teddy against Suck for the match, for the bracket win, and who's going to lose the brackets? Well, it will be decided right now. Thank you so much, and I see you guys later.
all right.
Thanks for
Bye.
joining us,
Thanks,
Gustavo.
guys.
It's been a pleasure. We'll see you around.
Bye. Thanks.
And we're in the next match.
You are loaded in as far as I can tell. And LSR is going to join us here shortly, I think. So,
Yeah.
Here, guys.
oh, here he is.
Hey.
Here he is.
It's the best time to join,
Okay.
really, at the early stages of the next match when not a huge amount is happening.
I had a good conversation with the boys over at the tournament lobby. I spoke with the Raghna. We had our shares about this last game you casted. Was a good game.
Brilliant.
Yeah. You mean the Teddy and DuckDuck on Altair?
Oh yeah,
Oh,
Red
yeah,
Comet
yeah.
was also amazing.
A lot of
Mm-hmm.
good games today. A lot of good games.
Yeah.
It's been quite the privilege.
Right, so what's the treat? I think the Raghna is going to play versus the cart. I think that's probably one of the most top ranked matches we could get.
Do we know if they are going to wait for us to get there or if they already started?
I don't know. I think Raghna is waiting for card. That's the last update. So Teddy and DuckDuck has one more game since the DuckDuck win the Red Comet, right?
Yeah. So let's see if I can find their lobby, pop in and ask them if they will wait until after this match to start so that we can get their whole series.
That would
Let's
be
see if
really
I-
good
Well,
because I think that's
Just
gonna
let me
be a
know
really
where
good
I'm
game.
going.
No, you stay here. You stay here, and we're gonna watch this match. I'm gonna try to find them and let them and ask them to wait for us to show. I'll just ping them on Discord. Here we go.
So slightly different playbook this time. So DuckDuck's actually chosen to go forward, take the forward position with only 2 metal points in this map, and Teddy's decided to take the back rear position with the 3 metal points on there. So we'll see how that plans out for their relative strategies as they currently micro their scouts to get a read on their opponent's locations.
Just to confirm, PtaQ and Raghna has started to play on a Baron. I think we could catch up for the game too, regardless of the result.
Okay. Sounds good.
So the plan
What's
is
the
with
last map? I couldn't join yet. I couldn't.
Okay, so we're on Great Divide, and it's a passworded
I-
lobby with Teddy's name. You got it. Okay. So when we casted Sheep versus Randy on this map, they both decided to go T2. What do you think our chances of seeing T2 on this map with DuckDuck and Teddy are, LSR?
Close to 0. I mean, given the Randy, everybody was having a jolly good time about the Randy dying. That was in the plebs lobby. Alright, I'm catching into the game. DuckDuck's getting pretty fast to the middle. Love it so far.
Yeah, for sure. You know, I think getting control of that center is crucial. That was another thing I thought was a little strange with the Sheep and Randy game is they both had giant infantry armies controlling the center. Neither of them brought their commanders forward very quickly at all.
I think one wrong move with the commanders at the front if they're in
You
the
can
front
say
line.
that getting to the center is the middle, but there's plenty of player styles, right? So Teddy is more of an economical focused player, and given that he started with 3 mechs, added 2 mechs, and then added 1 mechs more, how much do you think the advantage actually holding middle gives?
Well, I think we're gonna see because look at
it will-
DuckDuck's got a Resbot following his commander. He just lost his Centurion against the D gun, but that looked like a pretty difficult push.
Oh, Teddy's
I'm
already
not
cooked
sure if that's an
GG.
offensive GG or if that's.
He didn't say good game. He said
It's
get
good
going. Like go away.
The commander is safe and
Oh.
sound for the people in the stream watching. The Teddy's commander is safe and sound. It's just a misspell. Just randomly pressed GG on that.
Yeah.
Must
Do you
have
think
been
he-
retreat binds on his key finding setting.
Trying to
Right.
lure DuckDuck
I think
into
the
a false
DuckDuck should
sense.
definitely expand because Teddy's pretty gathering the metal up. Teddy has the economical advantage for sure, although he's pressured in and doesn't have the best position, and warriors are pretty tough to deal with. I think Teddy will win the longer. The longer this battle goes, the more I think that Teddy has the advantage here.
Yeah, definitely. You see DuckDuck already starting to walk away, giving up the position there. How's he gonna keep from getting pushed too far back? You know, he doesn't have
Well,
a constructor for it. He doesn't have any mexes on the right side. You know, what's the game
as I said,
plan here?
It's that energy
controlling the center
converter.
isn't that
gonna
important
scare
if the enemy could just get more metal, get more eco, and then just push through with a dedicated breakthrough. The controlling center is good when you're also able to expand to the sides. Given that the Teddy has at least 11 thuds pushing for DuckDuck, I'm gonna kill those Centurions. Centurions can't do much about the thuds, especially against the micro that Teddy has.
Yeah, no kidding. The 50
Teddy
extra
already
range.
has
Yeah.
Teddy also has a construction turret in his base. He's making energy storage. The wind has gone really low, so there's no way DuckDuck could even degun if the enemy went for them. I don't know if Centurions required the energy to be firing them, but I think not.
They do. No, they don't. Do they? No, they don't.
Rezo, can I
They do
hand
not.
control over to you for a second?
Yeah, sure, no problem.
three,
So let's
two-
just
You ready?
keep an eye on. Yeah, I'm ready.
There you
I'm ready. We'll keep an eye on DuckDuck getting pushed back into his base here. Feels pretty desperate if you're repairing your commander with 2 constructors in your base. Not much going on elsewhere.
Teddy
Managed to get a Pee-wee with that D-gun.
No real thuds have been lost. A couple only. of them.
200 and DuckDuck is
That's
done.
GG.
Yeah. Yep. All right. Quick game there on Great Divide.
This is where I come back and say, what did I miss?
Just the end of the game, that's all.
It's the end of the game. I was just about to go,
Right,
and then I
Tarnished
saw
Knight.
what was about to happen. And, oh no, I can't go, hang on.
Take us to the Raghna cartouche game. I'll try to find it.
Yeah,
It
tell me where it
was
is.
on the map. Skirmish lobbies. I can't see in a private battle.
It'd be nice. Aha. EU 101. EU 1-01. EU dash
Right on
1.
Baron, right?
base 01. Yep. Yeah, they're on Baron. So is this the first? This is the first game of that series.
So is that
Right,
private room?
It's not. I think it might be locked, but
Locked.
so it would be red.
Oh, is it the EU
I'm gonna get
101? No, it can't be that one.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Yep.
Alright, Tarnished Knight, let me know when you're in, so we can go
So
fast.
now,
Just to set ahead, Raghna, just say that this is one of his worst maps. So that's already the excuse we gave him. Like, I
Right.
asked him about the plans, like what he planned to do versus here, and he said, I don't know. He expects to perform better on the other maps.
oh, sorry, it was the title that threw me off. It was a battle against Barb AI. What?
Yeah.
That
yeah.
can't be what we're looking for.
knows? Old lobby title. So, you know, an interesting thing about Ravage, the wind isn't that great on this map, right? So,
You mean
to me,
Baron, right?
it makes it a little bit more difficult because you want to build wind, but you need to build enough wind. I mean, 19 looks good, but I feel like whenever I play this map, at least, it always drops to nothing.
Yeah, just loading up. But yeah, so it's been some absolute corkers of matches we've had recently, and you know, Teddy saying GG there for one moment, and then actually turned it around like something.
Ooh, what a moment.
Right.
I hope you get to catch this.
Yeah,
I hope
yeah,
you
no
get to catch
kidding.
this.
Yeah, oh, yeah.
Insane. I hope the Tarnished Knight
Oh,
connected.
it is catching up.
That was that was probably one of the best things I've seen. Raghna pushed to the wall, fighting for his life, and then just killing Cartouche.
Yeah, wow.
I have to try and watch this as closely as I can, despite it being in the catch up.
Right on. So what's the second map? The second map is
So this looks like a
Back.
Benny Hill show.
That's right, everything rushing around all over the place. I mean, like that game, Cartouche did not have to push that far into Raghna's base, right? That was certainly a choice. Nothing locked him
that's a
into doing
classic.
that, but
I would say that's the part of what makes Cart so good is his ability to be really aggressive with the commander while snowballing and getting eco in the back. Uh, the man doesn't really build LLTs. Do you know how many LLTs Ragnar builds? Right, about 50 per game. I would say the average is. So if he gets good luck on the game, I think that's a good clash of the styles. It's interesting
maybe,
how we didn't protect his commander. I think that was his downfall, not
yeah.
protecting the commander, right? Because he had army, he had everything. He could rally more army.
So maybe Death Valley will be a little bit more up Raghna's style here because
Sure.
you
I
got
also said
the center is so kind of blocked off, and so seems like building LLT is actually not the worst idea there.
right on. Also, I think the Cartouche, given his experience, and also maybe Ragnar as well, but I think Death Valley is the map they haven't played all that
Mhm.
much, right? So I would assume since it's Johannes, aka Medved map, they wouldn't be experienced. Uh,
All right. I'm just going to hand control to
I
you,
would
Resopmok.
assume the
There you go, you got control, Resi.
All right. So they asking a question right now. It looks like so it sounds like Cartouche didn't have his set target set correctly, and I am trying to find where that setting is to change right click to set target, and I forget. I
I
just had to do
think
this
it's
myself the other day.
in a game. In a game, there's a set target at default.
Yeah, it's got a different name. Ah, there it is. Set target is default. So game set target is default.
Interesting. Ragnar hasn't locked in, but has opted to go for the 4-mix start, while the governor being aggressive, and I think probably the best spot is to go for the 3 spot in the middle, if you can protect the back 4. It looks like the governor will going be for the arm commander, at least for the now. Ragnar opting for Cortex.
Yeah, I'll be honest, I'm kind of surprised by this too, especially since I've heard Raghna lecture me about how much better it is to start forward and try to make sure you control the center of the map. It
Yeah.
seems like
While starting in the
Governor's.
back.
Yeah, why would you start in the back then?
Actually
Maybe he
locked in.
wants to play greedy and get all 4 of
There,
those mexes.
There is 4 mixes. The only thing stopping you here is the Mitwit's design of the wind. Both the wind and the solar is pretty balanced in a sense, which would come off slightly better, but in general, solars are not a bad idea, especially if you see early. The titles aren't really an option given the 10 income.
Be a governor pretending to follow some Ragna advice and not fight in the center. I think yeah, it is true. Like because you can walk through the water to get to the center from Ragna's position, maybe it's not as bad. If you had to
Ragnar
go
going for the
around that.
3 mix before solar. Governor still deciding on 2 mix. Might make an energy. Although with this level of wind, they should realize that going for 3 mix, maybe even before, would be a
Right.
good idea.
Got control again.
All
Right,
right.
and squished in some wind before the match.
Yeah.
Governor going to be for the solar build. 3 mix into solar, so he's going to be a little bit more metal efficient.
Wind is looking pretty decent right now for the beginning of the games.
Right,
Can't
right.
blame Raghna for doing that.
Right. The governor earns a little bit more metal and goes for the vehicles, while Raghna is choosing to make his energy through the windmills, meaning he'll have more metal to spare. Let's see what he picks after he finishes building all the windmills.
Also vehicles.
Right on. So we have a core versus core vehicle match.
Now it's interesting to me because keep in mind that see these two big kind of peninsulas that separate the east and west side of the maps. So here, vehicles can't go up this ramp, and vehicles can't go up the
Yeah.
ramp in the south there either, right there.
Yeah, this
And
bit.
so that means that, you know, like you kind of are limited in your expansion. Maybe you can take your commander through the water that way or this way. Maybe later he switches to bots to get over that hill. Maybe he gets air constructors. I don't know. I don't know. I think
I
in the
think we're gonna
meantime,
see a lot of scout skirmishes first, then there's gonna be more about the incisors. I'd be surprised if we see any creative strategies using girl pikes or, I don't know, maybe moving through the water with a constructor. I don't think the players will do that.
yeah, probably
Ragnar's
not.
coming in with the middle constructors, definitely going to go in the back and probably threaten the BA governor's expansion, although I think he will respond pretty good.
Yeah. Yeah, I thought maybe he'd get one scout with his commander there, but not quite.
That is so clutch. Just on the edge of the rangering.
Looks like
Governor making solars is slightly a bit ahead of the um, energy production, but Ragnar's wind is gonna kick in, and I would assume that Ragnar has like an extra spare, like 200 metal, so that means more than two tanks more later in the game.
so governor should be able to kill. Yeah, he's got the one scout. If he can chase down the second one, doesn't really want to lose a mechs here, but might not be the
He
worst.
missed the scout. He didn't build
Yep.
no radar, so he missed the scout.
Yep.
Is he gonna get it? Yeah, he got it. Oh, he's gonna get another one. Is he?
I'm gonna lose a
He's gonna
second,
lose the
second
second
max.
mechs. Yeah.
That's not good. That was one thing going for the governor right now. I think Ragnar is going to catch up in the energy slowly but surely. And also Ragnar has finally made it to the expansion with his commander. And the commander builds mexes way faster than any constructor does.
Yeah. So that'll give him even more of a metal lead. Plus, he's gonna get some of the reclaim from these scouts.
Ragnar
Not much, but
has
you know.
made a slight mistake. His lab is not working. I don't think it's for the reason. All right.
There he goes.
We'll continue into making more scouts and incisors.
Maybe we see a construction turret out of Raghna yet soon.
I think he needs a little bit more energy for that.
Okay.
If he wants to be up in the army, he needs at least 200 to 300 energy income. In
Yeah.
order to
So
be able to afford that.
wind's a little low.
I just love how he's building eco as he goes.
Cartouche still really sticking to the solar plan here.
I mean, solar ain't bad, especially if it drops. It could maybe not change the game entirely, but I don't think Ragnar is known for making energy storages of that sort. And the wind is quite, I wouldn't say way too unpredictable, but when it's high, it's not really giving you the benefit. While solar is pretty constant, it's easy to plan around making solar.
Hart's gonna
And if
try
you
to
can
sneak
plan it-
these scouts in. Let's see what happens here. Skirmish taking place there right in front of Ragnar's commander. And Cart's gonna come ahead in that scout war. Depends on where he goes. He might be able to do some damage here. Get a couple. Now that LT is gonna protect over there. Right. Alright.
Cart is going, also making the strategy of making the lab in the middle. I would like to point attention to that and reclaiming his old lab. That means he will have a more stronger mid position. That's one of the things what Cart does usually. He, especially in team games or not in team games, he would make the
Ooh, nice.
starting base.
It's a nice self-D by Raghna on the mechs there, making sure he gets the kill on the scout since he was going to lose that mechs anyway.
How much scouts? Like the guild 2 or 3, right?
He
Those
got two.
Yeah.
Two got a bit too close.
Right.
So Kart's starting to push out the incisors with his commander, and kind of quickly already outnumbering Raghna. Raghna gets all the reclaim from those scouts, but
It's 16 metal, nothing really game changing.
not
Even
that
if you
much.
reclaim.
Yeah.
Sometimes you could add one more tank to your army. Right, and here's the snowball strategy.
Rascals on the left, but they can't go down the hill.
Raghna can't spend the energy, sadly, making a second nano turret versus Kart who likes to snowball. So
Yeah.
Raghna's idea is to maybe go in with the scouts and try to distract and pull army a bit away. I think he will succeed into delaying the most of the army where he gets his 2 construction turrets up, so he could put in more army, while his commander will move to secure some mixes. I don't know. It looks a little bit scary for the Raghna. Not gonna lie.
Yeah. Just getting surrounded there, losing all those incisors. I mean, that's 7 incisors from Cartouche, kind of getting to come in here and go wherever they want. So we'll see where he takes them. Looks like he's going to target the top left side there, 3 unprotected mexes, and should be able to, if he wants to take those down and get out of there before too much of Raghna's reinforcements arrive, probably be a good idea. Turning around now after 2.
Is it
Can get a
possible?
constructor on his way out.
It's possible Cartouche didn't realise that the rascals couldn't go down the hill.
Oh, it's fully possible he didn't realize that.
Because he's given them a move order and they're going all the way around the long way around.
I don't know. Oh, sorry. This looks like maybe too many incisors at this point.
Right on. Yeah, I think that was a clash of the styles where, sadly, being a more snowbally player with the mid control gives you bigger army boost at this point. Remember, when the fights occur, the numbers are really important on the fights. So, guys, watching, please never forget to stop making army in the 1v1s.
Never
Because
stop.
cutting army means.
And I like Raghna trying to build his bots on the right there.
I mean, this group of incisors on the right, Raghna can kill those. The ones on the left are just going to kill everything on the left. And I don't know how that bot lab is going to help him much.
Well, the bots can at least walk down the hill on the right side.
He could
Another
do some
attack
raids,
factor.
right? But what will those raids accomplish?
Yeah,
if
it's going to be
incisors
by the
are
time
still
that
alive?
yeah, by the time they arrive, it's going to be over at his main base already. So. I mean, quick look at the stats, and Raghna's definitely ahead in energy, but way behind in metal. He's about almost a solid
Also,
1k behind in metal.
the one issue is that the card is collecting all the metal of the field, so even if the Raghna miraculously sets targets and kills most of the incisors, the metal is not going to be there, at least when we fought for.
Yep. Well, and that's one of the, it's interesting, vehicles take less energy to produce, so the fact that Kart is ahead in metal and behind in energy actually makes his vehicles builds
With the
more
bot lab,
efficient.
there is one way he could win. He could always snipe the commander, since the commander is boosting lab in the middle, and
That's
as you
true.
can see now, I mean, governor is pushing out the bot, but you see the situation, right? I don't think the governor knows what is going on.
Does he have a radar in the center there? Does he have a radar in the center? No.
There is.
I think Raghna might skip. If he might see.
Governor's got a radar.
He sees the
So
governor. Governor might be dead.
Yep, he might be dead.
That's good. So
See how the D guns go.
There's also incisors coming in. There's about. I think the governor will lose to 4 AKs. That's unlucky for the governor. He played so well with aggressive style, but aggressive style comes with great risks, right? So, as you can see, he snowballed his army really good. He was outnumbered with Raghna, and even the advantage the Raghna sacrificed by making 2 turrets didn't help me because it was army, but you know, when you're ahead, maybe get your commander to the safer spot. That's the idea.
Yeah, we'll just see that again. The last fighting moments of Cartouche there in that match as he got surrounded. A slight
2-0.
miscalculation, despite being supposedly in the lead there.
All right, where are we at here?
Teddy and Sheep, how's it looking?
Yeah, so
It's a best of 3.
Raghna,
so we
yeah,
could upgrade
Raghna
the
and
score.
Raghna and Cart.
Is finished, so
Yeah.
2-0 for them. Maybe we could
wins
get
that.
into the Teddy. Let me check the losers bracket. So it's Goopy beats Sabotage.
Randy beat Zekris.
So is Teddy and Mighty Sheep in battle now?
What
There's
game are
maybe-
they?
DuckDuck Midwit might be interesting. Maybe not.
There's
Jazz
a-
Cash. The losers are playing best of 3s. So
Okay, so Teddy and Mighty Sheep have not started round 4 yet. Looks like maybe Teddy is taking a short break at the moment.
So PtaQ and Jazz Cash, and then DuckDuck and Johannes H. Seem to be the
PtaQ
active
Jazz Cash
matches.
is playing for the 5 minutes.
So Teddy
pretty
and Sheep haven't started yet. It looks like they're both about ready. So unless we want to catch something in the losers bracket, I suggest
I
we
think
go
Teddy and
for
Sheep
that.
would be good. Yeah, I'll wait.
Okay. Yeah.
So the question is, are they ready? What's the? Oh, okay, yep. Asking the question, good. Looks like they might be ready to begin.
Looks like they are ready to get going. So
So this will be the
We shall
winners
be there,
round.
man.
we
So-
don't need a break.
No, we're casters. We just go on and on and on indefinitely. So, winners round 4: Teddy and Mighty Sheep. So, in these kind of tournaments, the winner bracket has the advantage of whoever manages to make it to the grand final over their opponent, because their opponent will have to actually defeat them twice in 2 sets of best of 5, where they only have to defeat their opponent once in a best of 5. Because it's a double elimination tournament.
Yeah, so that'll be Raghna, and whoever wins this will go to the semi-final there, right? And then maybe we'll. So after this game, after this series, we could drop down to the lower bracket and find out what's going on there.
Yes, because it's double elimination, it tends to add extra rounds on the losers brackets to play out. But excellent. Yeah, I think we're just waiting for the players to be ready to go, and we can bring you another exciting match of Beyond All Reason. Some very, very capable players here. Absolutely brilliant what they do. Some very interesting plays here today. So, out of Mighty Sheep and Teddy, what do you two? You know, which way do you reckon this would go?
Honestly, I put my faith in Teddy. I think Teddy's probably just overall the more solid player, but Sheep has been performing pretty well today. We'll see. I think the decision making here is really going to be the factor that kind of brings out one of the two players. I think Teddy's decision making is better. I think he reads games better and decides what to do. But we'll see. It's going to be tough for Teddy to
Game
bring that
starting?
win out. And yeah, game starting. And I don't know. What do you think, LSR?
Well, I like sheep. Well, sheep's an interesting character, but oh, they didn't fix the boxes. We could see Teddy Cheese maybe here. No, Teddy Cheese. There's a Teddy Cheese I learned from him on this map. When the boxes are like this, you start another side and get some plasma bots and move down.
Yeah, walk up the
But,
hill.
Walk up the hill, yeah. Enemy don't suspect and expand. It's
My prediction is we're going to be in for a damn good game.
Definitely,
Starting
either
now.
no matter what happens, it looks like they're both opting for the traditional start position on this map. And what do you think, LSR? I mean, like you start off, you've got a 1.8 and a 1.0. Do you just take the two 1.8s first?
yeah. Yep,
Yeah.
yep. Maybe eat a tree on the way. I like eating the tree on the way
Mm-hmm.
because you start in a good position and then.
So
I
Teddy in the
doubt
top
anyone
left with Armada and Sheep in the bottom right with Cortex. Bots are usually the way that we go on this map.
I think Teddy should. Yeah, Teddy plays arm as I expected. I think Teddy will open up the fleas, transferring into the pawns, while Sheep's going to play.
Will be
his
the ticks in
defensive
this
core
case.
style.
Yep.
God, those name
I mean, the
changes.
sheep.
I know.
Yeah.
I know. I have a hard
Ticks,
time
yeah.
with it.
Yep, we are looking
Interesting
at
lab position for the Teddy.
Yeah.
He's immediately
That's one of
changed
the
it.
weirdest labs I've seen.
Sheep
That would
decided
indicate that he's gonna
to
go
change
for
his
the
lab position at the last second there.
Teddy going for one tick, still deciding on what he wants. Maybe he will put on repeat 2 constructors.
Oh, no, lots
No,
of ticks.
6 ticks. I called.
He's
No,
changed
he's
it.
changed again. He's so undecisive. So we've gone 1 tick, 1 constructor, 20 ticks.
Yeah.
That's his
All right,
strategy.
I need some consistency.
I
What's
think
Mighty
I
Sheep
think this
doing?
game is going to be good because we have the grunts, right? And grunts are really effective to be defending versus the scouts. They
Yeah.
do not have much offensive capabilities early, but Sheep should be good enough to be able to defend his home turf without any issues.
Now he's sending his first grunt off. He's walking it. It doesn't seem like the best choice, but we'll see what he does with the second one. What else has he got in the
He
queue
needs to
there?
scout. Gotta know where the enemy lives, right?
Wow, that's
Maybe
true
he is
still.
on the cheese spot, right?
Yeah, that could be.
The boxes and-
But now
He
he's
might
moving
lose mechs
away.
for
He's
this.
not
Yeah, he
gonna look
might
over
pay
there.
with the mechs with this. Nah.
Maybe not. Teddy's not paying attention there. Loses his first tick. Gets basically no information. He knows that Sheep's got bots and Cortex.
Yeah, and he's got a
That's a
grunt
good
down
strategy. He immediately should change into constructors, which he does. So he's pushing 2 or 3 constructors because if the AKs, grunts, sorry, could not reach for the base, so then you can pretty much expand without any opposition really early on. It gives, although this map isn't big, it still gives good idea.
Yeah,
Sheep
so
Sheep's
only
Sheep's
getting
got
1
the
constructor, right? Well, Teddy
getting a
has 3
second one now.
constructors.
Second one now.
there. Oops, some early aggression.
Yeah. AK walking in there. Teddy with a
grunt.
repair almost had it. But... Goes to show you how hard the pawn versus grunt matchup can be for the Armada player. I mean, Sheep's already got 2 mexes and hasn't lost either of his grunts yet. Both of them are super low health.
Of course,
Probably
if
doesn't want
Teddy
to
not
keep trying to
producing.
you
push
weren't
back in.
microing those grunts, then you wouldn't get the value out of them that Mighty Sheep's managed to do.
Yeah. And this is where you can get that map control with Cortex. This is what I was trying to argue with Raghna about, but he didn't want to listen to me. I mean, I don't know. I think it can go either way, but you know,
I
with
think this
Cortex,
is a little bit more sketchy in this sense because, for example, for the Horus, it's the metal is abundant. Here you lose
that's true.
early. Here you lose early, like 2, 3 PVs. What's the income? 7 metal per second. I mean, that's the starting metal of the Horus, right? So
Yeah, that's true.
winning
two
early
mexes
fights
in
is really,
Horus.
really important here. I mean, I can't lie. It's looking good for the sheep. Sheep's ahead in the
Yeah.
middle. He has grunts versus pawns.
He's got
He
an
killed the
aggressive position.
constructor. He just killed the constructor as well.
Mhm.
He's expanding to double expanding, actually. No, triple expanding. He has 2 constructors and calm in the middle. Let's see if the sheep will not overextend. I think Teddy will look for some raids because that's the only way. I think he's aware of his position and he will try to set up some plays in order to win. And if sheep doesn't react correctly, he might lose his mixes, he might lose his wind, and the game should change.
The micro from Teddy is interesting. You know, he's pulling back the injured pawn there, and
Right on. The UIKs allow you to bind some
yeah.
units in order to be able
Yeah.
to select 20, let's say under 20%, so you could pull. Seen Teddy do that.
Mm-hmm.
Everyone
single
who's
hop
watching the stream, you should also set that up. We're playing on tourney mode.
Very
we're
pro.
not,
Very
actually.
pro. Yeah.
Teddy is gonna go for the calm kill. If he manages to degun the first turret, maybe the second, it's gonna be.
So Teddy's losing a
Doesn't
bunch of
look
wind,
good.
but yeah, let's see
One.
what happens here.
He can't.
He's gonna have a hard time
Okay.
catching the.
You
comp
can't
there.
push com versus com quite yet though, because even with that amount of
He's still
PU,
far,
he's just
Sheep's
but
being good on relax, making AKs. He's on
but hey,
13.
well, check. We gotta see. Is he gonna? No energy for the D gun, but.
He did it.
Close, and Teddy
So
does.
close.
Teddy recognized
close.
he's in a bad situation and went for the completely ignoring his base. That's the mark of a good player. Instead of panicking and trying to save you, just realize you lost this way. And since Bar has multiple win, there's one win condition, but if you kill the calm, your base, your eco doesn't matter because you don't need to kill any more of the structures. You need to kill the commander. Very well played by Teddy. Very well played by getting the early advantage, managing to distract Teddy and throw him off and take advantage of the AKs. That was really close and really unlucky. I think that shifts the game a little bit because knowing the sheep, he said also what it might affect their
Well,
attitude and the focus.
he was confused why he couldn't D-gun. So
Oh,
that's why he said what.
Oh, because he didn't have the energy and didn't realize.
Yeah.
Just having a look, see if we had any more updates on results. Not yet. In the losers
So
brackets.
it was good. I mean, the game looked really good for Sheep at the start there, where he's a lot of harassment on Teddy's base, good map control. Maybe he didn't need to push with his commander as far out and kind of, you know.
Well, most I think aggressive players usually use their commander in order to establish their map control using pawns or grunts, and then move on slowly. You just pump a lot of infantry and send one construction bots and skip any LTTs. But that was that. I think we move on to the next map, and the next map is.
What was this
Death
the case?
Valley, right?
That
Death Valley,
he,
yep.
he needs to use his commander
Yeah.
to establish his expanding eco. Alright, we're nearly in the next match. So, second round between these fine combatants.
Okay,
Are you in
so
the game? Oh, you're not. Right. No, you're
just
not.
loaded in. Game is starting.
Now we're
I
in.
think I love Teddy's position the most. Teddy starting on front. He's gonna probably open bots, I would assume, to take over the hill and
Yep.
walk to the
Yep.
4 mixes. I think that's the Teddy's skill set here. He's gonna pick the best positions. He's gonna pick the best strategies, right? Sheep starting with the 4 mix,
Hmm.
also 4, so he will probably go vehicles. So I think we will see.
So we'll see a core vehicles versus.
I would say Toddy,
bot.
because why would you pick this spot if you're going vehicles? Maybe you could argue that it's more defensible because you have a rock in the back. So if you expect to go vehicles, then it would be.
Yeah, I
Teddy
mean,
goes bot, so-
and you could still get an amphibious constructor if you want to expand over that hill. It's not beyond the scope, but he's got a
Going
frame
bots.
for a bot
Teddy's going
there, and
bots,
Sheep is expected building the vehicle lab.
That's not a good matchup for Teddy. Let's see how he expands and basically takes towards this win. I think
Yeah,
for
the
vehicles
AK
performed
the
really
AK
well.
The AK versus incisor dynamic is really difficult for grunts. Is really difficult for the grunt player. I mean, just the HP of the incisor over the grunt makes it so difficult to get any real value out of your grunts.
Whether he's banking on perhaps having the increased mobility, being able to use the hills at the side where the vehicles come
Yeah.
on.
Well done, yeah. There's 6 mixes easy for the taking, maybe 7 if you send one constructor. Sheep's being ahead a little bit on the energy, not anything major. We'll boost some initial scouts in order to see what he can do with the Teddy. Teddy
Yeah.
should be able to protect himself with the grunts.
I think that difference is Teddy just opened with wind and Sheep opened with a solar, so the wind has been pretty low so far this game. So Teddy got himself a solar, but I think he's still probably just a touch behind. Got
Another
2
thing we
solars now.
might see is that Teddy will push with the bots to the center while his commander goes to put 6 mixes as well down. That's also an option.
Could be. I would have
Because,
thought you'd do the opposite. I thought you'd push Commander to the center, but
well, the commander has really high build power, so you actually want to be building. Like, walking
yeah,
to the middle doesn't make sense as an economical player, right? Because uh,
that's true.
you're gonna put some LTTs. You could put all the eggs in one basket and just push all of your army there, right? And move the commander on the side. But he still needs to have an advantage, and the core vehicles isn't the best pick for him, so he might approach this differently than I think.
So Sheep knows what Teddy's up to more or less now, bringing some rascals in. Teddy's got pretty good coverage with the grunts around his base. I don't think that the rascals can accomplish much.
I like what Teddy is doing now. It's just
Oh,
pure economical stuff, right?
Yep.
So he's let's see how he defends. I think this style is one of the hardest to master. I've been trying Fitful a lot, and it doesn't work out versus aggressive players because you have to be really on the point. You have to move every single in a correct way. He has
Yeah.
radar, so that helps a lot. Don't forget radar generally.
Yeah. It's kind of a map hack in this game. It's really nice.
So triple expansion from Teddy. He will make one more constructor. I think he will make a construction turret, then push his comm off to the side while
Now,
doing AKs only.
what do you think he's gonna just keep building AKs? Because could be hard to
Yep.
stop
Yeah,
these
he's really good with
incisors.
AKs. Yeah, I would agree. But what else do you build? Thuds? You
No.
don't have metal for it. You need to surround the. You need to be really, really sure that you're ahead of the enemy, and he is, right? There's no way if he triple expands, he's taking a gamble also, you have to think about it. He's taking a gamble. If he gets ahead and survives next 3-4 minutes, it's gonna stack up.
Right.
So he's gonna expand with the bot and actually use his commander as a good old construction turret right there.
So Sheep got these incisors past the grunts, but I'm sure he's he's pulling them back. I think he knows there's a few too many inside there, so Teddy
Well,
just pushed out the Resbot to come get all the reclaim.
Yeah,
Or is
he
he
could
gonna
push them
res it?
deep, but as you said, with the best bot, it like you push them deep, you're gonna give
It's
at
just
least
gonna
100
be.
metal to an enemy. Yeah.
Yep. I think Teddy looks like he's gonna resurrect units here instead of just take the reclaim.
Has the meta established, you know, at what point is actually better to resurrect rather than reclaim?
I mean, I think generally speaking, resurrecting is better if you have the time to do it. So if you've got control over the rec field and you've got the time to resurrect, then you should, because that gets you the most efficient use of the metal, right, from that rec. Because the rec itself is what I think 60 some odd percent of the metal cost of the unit. So when you resurrect it, you get 30% metal of the unit cost for free, right? You just create 30 metal out of nowhere when you resurrect.
Yeah, and you pay with just an energy.
Yep. So it's better than than a metal maker for that. And then also you have a bigger army, you know, and but of course if you're contesting a rec field and it's going back and forth, you want to try and get in there and reclaim as much metal as possible to make sure that your opponent doesn't get it. And reclaiming is faster, so you can take it and you can run away.
And you
know,
can
and
also
then
do
you've got the
partial
metal.
reclaim as well. So as you're reclaiming it, that's taking at least something your opponent can't get
Right.
now. So,
So sheep metal wise has 2 times as big as an army in the metal. I think there's about 25 AKs versus about 12 tanks on the front field. I don't know how grunts do well versus incisors, like in a 2-to-1 ratio and the bigger numbers, but Teddy's being really, since this map is pretty, I would say, poor in the metal, and there's not a lot of energy. Once you get like a big AK ball, you essentially pay less, so you have spare metal. We could see that in metal bank right now. So
now Sheep's got a couple riot tanks on the way to the front right now, so that's gonna make it a lot more difficult for Teddy to stop any pushes.
It takes time, as we said. Like Teddy needs time. He has 2 nanos. The sheep has 1 nano. And also Teddy's whole goal with the AKs is just to distract the enemy. He's expanding 4 ways, while sheep is expanding 2 or 3 ways. And he's gonna put a raid in, so those levelers, pounders will get distracted, right? They won't get to where they matter, like on attack.
One is already dedicated to defending on the left. Teddy split up his raid. So that north raid is just going to die fast. Gets the LLT in the radar and a mech.
So not bad.
But yeah, that third leveler or that third pounder is kind of out of position now, and it's going to take a lot longer for them to get to the front where they can actually help sheep push forward. Teddy producing some thugs now. That'll help him pressure against the incisors and maybe the LLTs, but there's a lot of LLTs up there now. So sheep now just getting a second construction turret. Teddy already has 2. Sheep trying to expand south with that amphibious constructor.
Though, is the grunt going to spot that? Oh no, he's going to walk away. Come to reinforce his mates.
Front lines. He'll see it on his way, but I don't know if he'll stop and turn it around. Looks like they're probably focused on the center fight. A little bit of back and forth there with the thugs versus the incisors. Those riot tanks are really gonna keep him from making much progress. Now, it surprises me here. I would think Sheep would want to keep his commander up there to repair his army, right? Maybe he just feels like he has enough LLTs. He's just not worried about it. But he's locking out the center.
I suppose with commanders always a calculated risk, isn't it? Because one bad engagement and then you find your commander's not got any support and surrounded by enemy units, and that's kind of like game over at that because the command.
Yeah, that already happened to him last game, right? So
Yeah,
yeah,
so-
Sheep is trying to get us surround here with his incisors and get those riot
I
tanks
think
into
it's
kind of
not looking good for the Teddy's adding the thugs to the mix, and thugs do pretty well. They're pretty cost efficient against the pounders. It wouldn't think
Yeah.
that way, but they are really pretty good. And if the AK count is good, then the surround is there. You might vehicles gonna perform well, especially with the Resbots healing up.
Yeah,
So that's why Sheep is actually switching into the artillery units, which are streaming from the base.
yeah,
That makes
the
a lot of
brutes and
sense.
the missile trucks there. That way the missile trucks can kind of deal the DPS while they stay out of range, and everything else tanks for the thugs. But I mean, Teddy's got 5 Resbots up on the front line there. That's just such good healing
I don't know, Costa,
repair
where you
power.
are, but if you see at the Teddy's base or look at the minimap, there's bombers incoming. Teddy's
Oh,
already
yeah.
investing in the bombers, so this will come a little bit later. While Sheep is going into the drones, he's starting to add the drones. I don't think, I think they're both thinking they're really smart by taking it into air. But we reached the 11-minute mark, so that means the second lab needs to be placed in order to make the whole army more combined force in order to be able
Yeah,
to...
Teddy is
position.
so much farther ahead in energy production right now, though. I feel like his air switch, because air is
I wouldn't
so...
say so. I wouldn't say
No?
so. He's only up ahead 10,000 because Teddy has made a lot more energy, but he has accessed also a lot of energy. So it's always, so they're kind of even. Teddy's slightly ahead.
I was
If
just
you can go
thinking
to statistics and see that.
for right now, for the making of the air units, it takes a lot of energy income. And especially now that the wind's dropping, you see
Oh, yeah, you're right
Sheep
about
is
that.
just
Definitely.
falling behind. So, you know, Teddy's going to have... Well, he's already got, what, 10 bombers? And Sheep will have a
Exactly,
handful
yeah.
of drones, but I don't, you know, like... The drones are going to let him push the center. But can he push far enough before he loses everything in his base in order
He
to...
rebuild his drones. That's really interesting. Teddy switching into the fighters.
Yeah,
Fighters will perform well.
now that he
Although
sees
Teddy
the...
will lose the center position, but he
He's
will go
got-
for the bombing run.
Yeah, he's got a fallback position. He goes for the bombing run. I don't think... Does Sheep even have any AA in his base?
I think he should produce the fighters. He should reset the queue to the fighters and make 1 or 2 AA. Got 2 fighters out.
Yeah,
I
Teddy...
think Teddy expects a big wind blobs, but actually that's also the Sheep's thing. He doesn't have all that much energy production, so he will bomb the nanos, and sadly
Oh,
those
yeah.
nanos will all go down, and that should be really putting up the Teddy ahead.
Yeah.
Uh,
Losing those nanos is really hard for Sheep.
Second run on the bombers. I mean the windmills.
Bombers might continue to take a couple wins.
In the middle,
not a whole
Teddy
lot.
has pushed with the tanks, so he's
that-
the
yeah.
in the middle.
Yeah, but on the bottom right, there's a raid of tanks going through to... Well, they were doing stuff, not so much anymore. He's got amphibious tanks coming too.
This little bunch attracted attention for the... If the attention was to surprise the enemy with the amphibious tanks, then this small little party actually put more reinforcements there, and Teddy's just gonna go for the counterattack.
Yep, yeah.
If we look at the comms, the Teddy's comm is chilling in his base, and the Sheep is already making a backup lab on the top, because he expects that strategies might need to be changed.
Yeah, so these amphibious tanks gonna get stopped by the drones, yeah. And then... But Teddy's tanks are just gonna run over what's left of this wind, and should probably take... That's a double LLT there. It's dead now.
Sheep's pretty rich in the metal, isn't too far behind, but if the Teddy is completely spent his metal advantage, it means that Teddy's pretty much ahead, and he's. I think we should actually see him transitioning into tier 2 soon. Maybe he wouldn't. Yeah, he's broken.
He doesn't have any. I think I don't know. For me, if transition into T2, you want to have some metal saved up first. So he'd probably end up reclaiming a lab or something before he does that. I think he's gonna probably try to make sure he retains control over the right side and then solidify his lead. It's kind of what we saw happen.
Position to transition into tier 2.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, so we were watching Teddy on Altair, I think it was, and instead of pushing in to kill his opponent, even though he had like a really nice fast push through the center, kind of backed off to make sure that he solidifies his position and doesn't lose. So that kind of sounds more like a Teddy move to me rather than always going straight for the throat when you smell weakness.
Well, unlike Raghna, he loves metal makers, it seems.
Well, he knows the metal makers aren't the bane of existence, right?
Garpag's actually getting ahead with the rush. Will kill a couple of at least 5-4 mixes total. 4 mixes.
Yeah, Teddy kind of has to be careful. If those Garpikes come into his base, there's actually no LLTs. Only as his commander is on that right side over there.
He's still rallying his army to the front.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think 3 Garpikes could kill a commander. I think Garpikes might be a little bit slower.
But they could kill a lot of that wind.
Oh, that's true. Well, Teddy has spread his wind really well.
Teddy's opting to try to reclaim them with an air constructor.
Ooh, Garpike's killing the air constructor.
So we're watching the tanks here push up into the northwest corner. I think Teddy's goal here is just to make sure that Sheep is so weak on all fronts that he can't really even fight back anymore.
Excellent plan.
Yeah, seems like a good plan.
He's still got the vehicle plant in the air base up here.
And Teddy's still making tanks. It doesn't look like he's showing signs of slowing down the tanks anytime soon. Maybe a couple fighters here and there just to make sure the drones don't hurt him too much, but
Teddy's gonna make more tanks. Scout with his. He made some air scouts, so he's aware of what's happening. He's gonna check out. He's also gonna make some AA defenses in his base. He wants to really lock up his win, so we're not gonna see any tier 2 transitions for more. He's in a position to do so, but he just wants to lock this match up and do everything in his position.
yeah.
Sheep's
trying to gather a force in the center with some pounders and missile trucks, but that's going to be too slow to really accomplish much of anything, even if it does manage to overpower all those brutes. Sheep with kind of a desperation wall of LLTs there.
Kind of slowly being surrounded and penned in.
Yeah. Probably next Teddy will refocus on the center, make sure that he's got solid control there.
Well, if we look at the situation, like, well, Teddy also has 2 bases, one in the center and one in the base, but Sheep has 2 bases, right, versus technically 1. Although Teddy has transitioned back to the bots in order to maybe make more reclaim bots.
Yeah, I think that's...
The counters are getting to the back of the battle, and the I don't think the Teddy for the brutes has way too much anti-air attached, so all of those tanks could potentially die.
Well, if he had anything to actually... Well, so the pounders are coming, but... I mean, Teddy's got fighters too, and he can always make more. So he's going to try one more time. I don't think that's going to be enough drones to really... Once Teddy's fighters show up, right?
There's 3 anti-airs, and Sheep also has fighters, so I think he could defend. The Teddy doesn't have air supremacy, he only has superiority, essentially, and he's rallying the fighters from his base, which is too far.
Yep.
I think Sheep could defend definitely defend his airspace. The question is, there's way so many tanks, but if the tank count dwindles, then it's a little bit different. Although most of the drones are dead now.
Yep. I mean, the tanks actually do shoot at the drones too, and the drones have such low HP that like the low anti-air damage of the tanks.
Alright, sheep going for the D-gun. Gets 3 on the first hit. 2 more. His commander will survive this encounter, but there's 9 more tanks coming in.
Yeah.
From the west. So. And sheep really has no prospects long term. He could continue to make the drones, but that he could pump out the fighters, the resbots, and the tanks with all of his energy. I think maybe if the Garpikes actually went for the raid and got something done,
Yeah.
I wouldn't say there would be much chance, but I think that sheep would perform a little bit better because those Garpikes are still sitting there.
Yeah, they haven't moved for quite a long time now.
I would assume they're not in another group, right? So it's not like you have a regular tank which is
Sure.
into the group. So
The wreck's really piling up over here in the top left.
Now,
Well,
if
I
only
think
Mighty
the-
Sheep can reach him.
Yeah. This is the challenge of fighting uphill with tanks, right? Yeah.
Teddy's doing it.
Oh yeah, Teddy's definitely doing it. It's like he put out a little bit more infantry in the middle of the map, probably to just try to clean up some expansions there. And it looks like he's headed to the right side. Not sure why with those infantry, but still just chipping away at Mighty Sheep's top left base here.
Teddy's just trying to make sure that Mighty Sheep doesn't have a way of coming back into the game.
Yeah.
He's echoing behind all of this, that while it looks like he's having a desperate fight, he's slowly trying to rebuild himself back into this fight.
I mean, he never actually fully lost his initial base, right? So
Yeah. Yeah. He lost some wind. The bombing run took. I mean, the real loss was those construction turrets. There's the
right,
resign.
that's GG.
He just bowed out there rather than being blown up.
Yeah, but I think he recognized that it was really not going to happen. So, GG.
So I'll just show that amazing bombing run.
Yeah, yeah. Let's get that replay. That'd be nice.
Yeah.
Takes
so-
out the construction turrets.
Yeah, and then comes back and destroys a whole load more eco. Fantastic. So another fantastic match there.
All right, so
DuckDuck playing Randy in order to fight with Koosh later in the losers round. I don't know about the Jazz Cash and Goopy. I'm checking on the losers round right now. Goopy also in the game. They're playing the.
So I think Teddy is, going to take a little break so that we can catch the semifinal with Raghna when we're ready. And so let's find, what do we got?
Randy versus Duck would be good, I think.
Yeah, I think that I agree. Let's see if we can find them. And they're a best of one, right? Still, no, that's a best of three. Okay, so Randy and DuckDuck, where are they? Their Pro Randy has and they are on Zaidka right now, which means they're still in the first round.
Sounds Sounds good.
That's good.
Which is it? A
There's
passworded?
6 minutes in.
Is it a passworded lobby?
It's a passworded lobby. Pro Randy is the name of the lobby. They're 6 minutes into the game, so there
Right.
should be still plenty of game to see. I'm gonna rejoin. I'm just gonna take a quick 2-minute refresher
Which lobby
here.
they're in? Oh, they're in the main.
So I'll be back in just about 2 minutes. All right.
Yeah, sure. We got it, Resi. Pro Randy and DuckDuck. Oh, we've just got a result from Jezcash and Goopy. Goopy wins.
Oh,
2-0.
the host. Host is off. Doesn't let me join, sadly. Let me restart.
Let's be in the match. Okay, so we're just catching up. Regiment vehicles. Cortex. DuckDuck. Marder. And going bots.
Oh, that's interesting. That's interesting. Decision making from Duck.
This is quite an open map. Just kind of rather curious as to why suddenly you would prefer bots in a match like this.
The bots give you the ability to maybe snipe a commander rarely, because this map requires commander to be moved. As you can see, the maxes are quite spread apart. So depending on the map size, you could apply the pressure, and also there's big value in sending out initial scout units, because the wind is pretty good on this map, which means if you get early wind, that you can
Yes.
get good results with it. And the bots are cheap, they work on energy, right? So if the energy is really good on the map, you basically get the bots for free, which means you have fast moving units that are good on the open map. For example, in a map like Comet, where there's low energy, it doesn't make sense to make bots, because all you get is metal and you have to invest metal into more energy. But this is one of the I would say weirder maps in that sense. It kind of feels open. It would feel like that, and the vehicles are better, for sure.
Yeah. The vehicles are definitely stronger, and with the flat terrain, like it makes the micro, a little bit easier with the right kind of predictions, right? But yeah, you're definitely
Bots are
right that
cheap.
the wind is kind of a big key here. Now, I'm guessing that given the amount of solars that Randy's built already, that the wind hasn't been treating them that well this game.
Yeah.
So that can definitely be, like a piece of the luck puzzle if you decide to open bots on a map like this. So now you see it's really all the way up to 22. So
And interesting with winds, like once you reach 25, the wind generators aren't giving you any more value. So if it goes, some maps goes up to 28, but the wind generators can't generate 28 in energy per tick.
no,
That's
that's true.
It still contributes to the average wind.
Yeah,
which
it
is
overall
nice,
makes
but
the average wind still higher, but yeah, you can't produce more than 25 with a single windmill. That's true. True facts. So I think the low wind, DuckDuck was kind of floating some metal. He's now invested a bunch of that metal into a vehicle lab, and I'm guessing, okay, so he's going to start with Flash. He reclaimed his bot lab.
I think Randy has out-expanded DuckDuck in this game. I think DuckDuck went for... I didn't see the catch-up all that... well, I think DuckDuck went for the play. I don't see any raid damage.
Yeah, no real evidence that he got damage done early with Pee-wees.
There just wasn't the lack
Couple
of momentum
this
due
is a-
to the switch,
Yeah.
perhaps.
I mean, now he's approaching from the side. I think he could get all 4, at least 2 more, I think.
Yeah, so this is where, you know, you get a little bit of that
Positive,
flanking damage, right? And can help.
Oh yes, another one of those
Randy
lovely
microed a little bit.
mechanics in bar.
Yeah.
So if you can surround a unit and attack it from all ends, you'll actually do more damage because a unit is stronger against attacks from one direction than it
I
is
wouldn't
from
say
all
it's even that.
directions.
Flanking includes more things. If you line up your tanks and you get approached from the side, it's not about the flanking damage getting extra damage. It's about that their units can only fire at once. Well, all of your units fire at the one unit.
Yeah.
So the angle of approach is even different.
Oh, yeah,
Flanking
that's-
damage is just a cherry on the top, but the
Yeah.
whole bar dynamics is a little bit more in depth than that.
Sure.
I would say.
My simple brain just
Yeah, at the top
wants
here we've
simplicity.
got some flash versus incisors, and you can just kind of see how incisors.
Flash getting
I
a
mean,
raid in.
Yeah.
Flash
he's
is gonna kill up to maybe 4 to 5 mixes, depend on his rally points.
sorry, blitzes.
Doesn't
They're
look
called
too good.
blitz. They're called blitz
Blitzes,
now.
They are indeed.
But Randy's already got a bunch of in the center. He's got a bunch of, what are they called again? Brutes.
Brutes and pounders, yeah. Pounders
Yeah.
coming in for the defensive strategy.
He's got a bunch
I
of
like
brutes.
he has some nice Fort Pro Randy down in the bottom as well, where the commanders actually met up.
Oh
If
yeah.
you look at the distance, the armies are fighting completely on the north, while the commanders are down at the bottom, just chilling. That means there's opportunity for the snipes, and we couldn't tell this game even if the Randy goes and kills the Duck's base. Well, maybe with the army it's not. I think DuckDuck's in the trouble, especially with those brutes centered in the middle. Generally, you want to position your army between yourself and enemy base. You definitely do not want to position your commander between enemy commander and enemy
Army.
that's the worst position to position your commander in.
So he's anticipating that the brutes are gonna run
He could cloak.
through.
He could cloak. He could cloak. He could cloak. He could cloak.
He's trying
I
to.
don't think he knows. I don't think he knows. He could cloak actually. Oh my god.
He's got the radar now. He knows. Now he knows.
He's locked in.
Can Brandy get the snipe here? I mean,
DuckDuck has unlimited
pretty
beacons,
hard.
right?
Yeah, it's gonna be pretty hard. But
Micro.
you get the. I mean, you
Well,
get the range advantage, but it's so hard to get
Misses
enough
one.
shots off, right?
I
That-
mean,
oh,
what
he
Randy has
missed.
did is gonna distract the. And that's a little bit of a position.
And there's a small skirmish going on in the middle that neither of them are paying attention to either. It looks like.
I think
Duck's
DuckDuck
got
should
medium
just send
pace
all his
going on.
army. Oh, he's coming in.
Nope, he's not. There's no
400,
way. There's no
300.
way.
300, 30 HP. Good
Ah.
shots. Oh,
GG, well
he-
played.
Yep.
Yeah, guys, don't forget your radars. He could, if he saw the radar, then you could go in the corner and close.
Here
Yep.
goes the moral of the story.
Build radar.
And use them. Pay attention. I build my radars and then I forget to look at the mini map to find out that I'm actually about to be attacked. But it's a skill that takes time to develop. Keep looking at the mini map.
Oh yeah.
Well, radar shows the blips on the map. You don't need actually minimap. It's a free cheat actually.
So last moments of DuckDuck there being played. Back some absolute stonking degunning going on there, but just wasn't quite enough. One tank too many.
Yeah. All right. Randy needs a quick breather. Got to download the next map.
So
It's not a good sign for him if he has to download the map.
I would say pick between the sheep and the Goopy, given what you've seen. We haven't seen Goopy, I think, too much.
Yeah, we haven't seen Goopy, but I think Sheep's been playing
He's
really
still in.
well.
Still in. We're approaching slowly. We're climbing to the finals, and
Yeah.
Goopy's still in.
Yeah, I
Goopy, Cart,
haven't seen what Goopy's been doing today, but I know Sheep has been playing really well. I mean, those games versus Teddy were even, 2 losses, but at the same time, he played really well, and it wasn't. especially I think the first game, you know, it was just kind of a small oversight with his commander, and you know, he had a really nice lead on Baron going into the beginning of that game. I mean, I think he got kind of outplayed in the long run on Death Valley, but again, it still looks like a pretty strong performance. I mean, Goopy is kind of an aggressive player, but so is Sheep. So I think that, you know, kind of the early game will be a lot of action between the two of them. No, but who's gonna win? Hard to say.
Yeah, in
Crystal Mountain circle.
that last match, I've got to just check the comments. Like, people say, look south, look south, look south. It's like trying to watch so much action going on in so many places. And, yeah, unfortunately, because of the 2-minute delay, the comments come in 2 minutes later. So apologies for that, but we did catch the final moments of that match at least. Didn't miss the comm explosion, which is the important thing, really. If I'd missed that, then yes, I'd be in even more trouble there.
Well, I'm trying to watch your camera while I watch the mini map, so I'm hoping that at least if I yell loud enough to another part of the map, if I think we need to see it, hopefully that'll help. But all right, looks like we're loading in with Randy and Duck again. This time on Zed. Now, I don't think we've seen now. Okay, so first off, this map was recently remade for this tournament, I think, so that they could play it during this tournament. And some special note on this map is the Crystal Reclaim, right? So you start off, you get a 3-mech start with some nice high-value mexes. You get Crystal Reclaim, and I think that kind of it creates a really high-octane early game, you know? So you get 2 res bots early, you start sucking down the crystals, you just pump out army with your commander, skirmishes all over the place. Kind of like a small version of Horus in that sense, right? But maybe even faster. But we'll see what these guys do. What do you think, LSI?
The metal's pretty high. I think they're definitely gonna go boss. I don't think the crystals are nice, but they're not really that decisive. It's like 2 3s and 25 metal rocks. So if you look at it, it's do you collect reclaim on the quicksilver? Not really around your base. Obviously, it all adds up, and they do look really tasty. They're really visible.
Wow, there's a lot of energy on those.
Bots is a good way to go on this map. Tarnished Knight, if you just zoom out a little bit, you know, some features of this map that people who haven't played it before often miss, right? So there's a path for bots to go through here and here, right? Which makes for, you know, like you can come through the center and cut this way. You could fake you're going to go this way, and then you can kind of come around here and go up into that way if you want, you know.
Can vehicles go down the extreme sides? They don't look like they can. They can they, vehicles?
Vehicles can't go over these ramps. I think maybe some amphibious vehicles could, but usually amphibious vehicles aren't good enough at fighting to be worth it for something like that on a map like this.
Don't have vehicles, but I think those ramps definitely look steep for me.
Yeah. So
pretty rough around the edges.
Both these players are opening bots. Both opening Cortex bots, and both getting a res bot after their first grunt. So it's looking pretty mirrored. And Randy opting all for wind while DuckDuck's got a solar. DuckDuck might be just a touch behind.
Had some energy, maybe he wanted to boost his first wind out and did not get lucky with the wind.
Yeah.
Especially now, Randy will pull ahead, but he will waste some, so...
especially
now when... If he doesn't want to waste, he needs to put the nano.
Practically mirror builds, both of them getting 2 constructors right now.
I think it depends. Randy decided to leave the base while Duck is still in the base and getting a second res bot. Given the metal count, I think DuckDuck, will go for the nano. I saw the turret going up, and that's only one explanation why you want the turret, is to put down the nano. So I think DuckDuck will, well,
Randy also getting a nano, you know,
yeah.
and
His commander isn't boosting it, so, but his commander will make 2 mix faster a little bit.
yeah, so the nano might be a touch slower, but he's getting an expansion with his commander. DuckDuck gonna go the other way, so Randy will get a little bit more metal this early. He's gonna be further ahead in energy too, I think.
He's wasting some energy. Actually, if you look at the energy, the DuckDuck has more effective energy, right?
Sure.
Because it's 22 versus 23-ish. So DuckDuck is actually head on actual energy used, because that's
Mhm.
what matters. Not the getting energy is nice, but you know.
Duck is going for the second nano.
Also Randy, that's a good
Both
choice. Once you
both
have 2 nanos, you're pretty much set for the rest of the battle for a while
full
now.
grunts from both sides, moving out to the middle. God, this is such a mirror build.
Yeah, it's kind of uncanny in
Poor
some
guys
ways.
there. As you can see, the line movement, Duck, having spread his units, loses an AK for free.
Mm-hmm.
The Resbots should also come in, and the one thing about the Resbots is that if you revive the grunt, then you took 1 grunt off the enemy and add 1 to your. So it's a bigger difference.
Yeah. Yep.
Very nice and sneaky down the flank.
Now, Randy chose to put his commander on that side of the map. Now he's just using his commander to reclaim Crystal. I'm kind of surprised. I think from that point you would want to push more towards the center on this map. Seems like, I mean, there's so much Crystal. There's 4 mexes in the center. It seems like controlling the center of this map is really important. So it kind of surprises me to see him retire his commander to collecting Crystal. Meanwhile, Duck is still kind of pushing forward with his commander, taking the other 2 mexes on the left side.
Yeah, DuckDuck's mustering an army now, will support it with the commander. I think Duck will have a stronger mid push due to his commander presence there, while Randy is gonna enjoy some crystals down up in the north. Duck also converting to the thuds, which means the grunts will get zoned out eventually. If the Duck makes sure to protect his base, he will be in a good position, because as you draw the first time, those ramps could be an issue if Randy decides to maybe give up the middle but go for the base in order to distract the Duck.
Yeah.
I think Duck will only push with the thuds, maybe cause a reaction.
I think Randy doesn't realize that there's paths on the left and the right side. I think if he knew about the path on the right side, he might have already sent half of his grunts over there to try to harass
The
those
grunts are
expansions.
coming to him. There's 1 grunt right now next to his commander as well on the top.
Yeah. Now I think he's kind of, oh, I can go down here, but is
Yeah,
it,
he
is it a
immediately
little bit
goes.
too late? No, and DuckDuck says, hey, wait a second, I can just defend against that set of grunts. I'm going to push my advantage in the center.
That eco's gonna be.
We'll see if he can. That's enough to take down 2 LLTs and the constructor and everything there.
DuckDuck coming in with the 9 thuds. Randy
Yeah.
has so far 7. I think, DuckDuck retreats and doesn't overextend. So he realizes that the Randy has evened out the army count and has the defender's advantage. So DuckDuck is going to secure the middle.
Shouldn't be able to do anything with the rest of that raid. He's got a double LT and 2 LTs on the right side of that base. That should be fine. Now we got some thug on
Should
thug
queue up
action.
some reserves. Should queue up some reserves and go resurrect that field. Randy isn't, and he's distracted enough. Could destroy the Rex, right? You can also deny enemy Rex if you really like, but that takes way too much attention.
Yeah. No kidding, no kidding. For now, they're going to skirmish in the center.
Yeah.
I think DuckDuck bringing his commander up to the center skirmish should help him out a fair amount, as long as it doesn't put it in danger. DuckDuck's also got the advantage of more res bots on that center position for repairing the thugs as the skirmish continues. Like, Duck has definitely got an HP advantage on his thugs in that center skirmish right now, even though I think Randy might be outnumbering him. And we got about 15 versus 10 in the center. Yeah?
Sneaky push on the side.
Okay, yeah, just a
Gonna do
little investigative raid. Let's see what's going on over here. Nope, doesn't look too soft. Okay, so now that DuckDuck has the center, if he sits on that metal advantage for long enough, could really pay off for him, I think, you know, and
He's gonna go try to
Resurrect,
resurrect his base. Yeah, that's one of the first goals. He immediately got in the resurrect after he made the defenses. That's really smart play. That shows you why DuckDuck is so good here.
Not sure he's paying attention to the center right now. There we go.
And Randy's setting up a raid in the north as well. That raid is going to do some damage. It has about 12 runs heading down to raid the sides.
Yep. No, I think there's only one LLT over there too, so it's going to be pretty hard to stop that.
I
So,
mean,
DuckDuck's
DuckDuck
made the
has
switch
planned
to-
ahead. He's already on ahead. He's made a pounder and is already positioning there. I think
Yep.
one pounder won't hold, but that just shows you the pre-planning the bar has. You have to plan for a lot of things up ahead.
Yep.
I think he spotted the raid coming in by the radar positioning. As always, radar's too good in this game to be passing it up.
Yeah, he's kind of struggling in the middle right now, but as soon as his tanks arrive, then he should be okay. We'll see, though. I mean, Randy could really use more res bots in the center to resurrect all those thugs and just, you know, get the snowball
I know.
push.
Ooh, Duck might need to give up his construction turret. He has LLTs, yeah, that's a little bit painful. He did a tech switch and is now behind on the army.
Yeah, well, and DuckDuck is also really behind on energy right now, so I think Randy's Geo is almost done.
Yeah,
If it's not already done. And he's just been
Randy-
scaling wind.
It's really interesting about the metal makers. I mean, the metal makers haven't made much money, but it's currently making 2 metal income. And if the Geo finishes, it's about the 7, right?
So this rack field's going to become super important. Randy's just adding on build power for his vehicle lab. I think if he can do that and get most of that metal reclaim, he should be able to push Duck back out of the center.
Yeah. Well, he doesn't have a bigger army, and the res bots are still coming, and he will res. Alright, so currently the Randy off from the metal makers was earning about the same amount of the center mixes, so he's in far behind in the metal. Although he's actually ahead in the metal due to maybe the early raid there.
Yeah. DuckDuck definitely has more res bots in the center right now, and he is trying to snowball that wreck field. It's going to be tough now that there's at least 2 pounders in the mix there. Might be enough thugs. Might be enough extra DPS from those thugs. He's got to be those. Some of those res bots are kind of low.
The pounders could get easily picked off by a focus
Randy
of
just
thugs.
lost.
You don't need that much.
2 more res bots, so that's no reclaim right here. Okay, he's got a nano in the front. That'll help repair. That'll help him on the front line. I don't know if it's enough. He's getting a second nano. Randy finally bringing his command into the center. This is a little too late. Second nano.
As always,
up.
DuckDuck is ahead on damage efficiency. So well, Randy actually managed to get an eco lead with the metal makers and early raid, and the DuckDuck is still winning the fight and has not lost much of the initial claim. Exposing his red dots a little bit,
Yeah.
trying to get a medal. Let's see if Randy's focusing. Randy's focusing down with the micro. Red dot specifically. You should always do that. Because playing versus both the zombie armies and Resbots, it's pretty hard.
Okay, so this HLT going up. I think if he gets that HLT, it would help him a lot. It'll give him a lot of breathing room here. Might even be able to just take over that whole wreck field with the HLT.
Has more tanks as well now.
Yeah. Bringing the cons forward to reclaim as quickly as he can. Reclaiming with the commander. Still no other raids or
medal makers are kicking
in.
in. Currently, due to the high wind, which was 16, Randy's making about 15 medal was making per second. Given that that's about, that's a lot of medal, given
like
map size. And
Duck seemed to stop scaling wind a while ago. And, okay, T2 coming out of Randy. This should be interesting. Is he just going to eat the rest of that wreck field? Well, I know, yeah. It seems
really risky.
He's going to eat the rest of the wreck field. He's got good energy income. But, yeah, T2 kind of want to see closer to 2,000 than 1,000. But
he's going to stop the army production. I wouldn't say, like, T2 is fine if you can afford it, right? But he's not going to reinforce this army. He's going to go for Banisher immediately. That's going to cost him 1,000 metal. That's insane. That's insane to go for the Banisher, although it's game winning if the Duck decides to retreat, and I don't think Duck, given the Randy's positioning with 2 construction turrets and heavy turrets, like, he couldn't go for the raid. I think the Banisher strategy will work. It's really, really risky. I see really risky going for
second unit will be a constructor, yeah. Of course, I should hope so. If you're gonna go T2, you really do want that constructor. Sooner than
Duck
later.
is settling up for the second lab will be air. Hasn't
first shot from the Banisher doesn't really hit anything.
And that only gives the sound away.
Yep. Now DuckDuck knows the Banisher is there. Randy trying to hurry and build some more energy right now. I think he's probably... He's not actually stalling, though. He's got the storage, and... Is he building T2 mexes back there? He should be.
So Randy can actually see where the tanks are. Thanks to... They haven't left the range of his radar.
Yep.
So he knows he can secure all these wrecks.
Yeah, he is. He's gonna gobble them up as quick as he can. Yeah, I mean, the Banisher is just sort of serving as a warning more than actually killing a whole lot of stuff, but...
It's implying there's more danger than there really is.
Second, he's got a second T2 constructor out. And
Duck has decided to engage.
Yeah.
He will snipe. I think he will snipe the Banisher. He will snipe the Banisher
definitely.
in the Banisher leaves the wreckage now, but... Ooh, DuckDuck has a good surround and a lot of stompies are pushing in.
There's a lot left over here.
And actually, Randy's commander...
Randy's got a second Banisher, but I don't think it's going to be enough. Randy's walking his commander back. He knows the trouble's on the way.
Out of energy. The wind is on the 3.
Yeah. What a time. Yeah.
Sure.
I mean, he's probably, thanking the Lord for a Geo, but at the same time, he needs a lot of energy right now.
Oh, Lord.
Okay. DuckDuck keeps those pounders clumped up like that. They're going to be easy D-gun fodder, but...
Ooh. To kill Tiger.
Yeah, almost. Almost. Okay, so...
DuckDuck decided to go for the Rex. He needs that 3,000 metal in the middle. He's going to go for the drones and then try to stun the enemy while producing more tanks.
He knows he's behind. He knows
he doesn't
he's behind.
Have
He's not even trying for T2. This is kind of his his last gasp here. I think.
So what he's gonna do? He's gonna eat the Rex. I don't think he needs to eat the Rex. I think he needs to cloak, and maybe with the drones he could take. But how do you kill the commander?
Yeah, that's a really good question.
How do you kill the commander here?
I think soon there's going to be just too many tigers. Because especially with Randy's commander there, Randy, as soon as he sees a drone, he can just build an AA turret and it's all over, you know? 14 drones stacked up now. But he's not gonna. He's got 2 pounders left, 2 pounders, 3 AKs, and a brute, right? So he's already got the 2 AA turrets. There's nothing these drones are gonna do. I think this is GG for Duck.
Oh, both of the turrets are stunned right now. But the
Commander's-
commander is really
yep.
doing really well with the drones, and that's the biggest issue.
Pounders are dead. Duck's commander is all alone against 7 or 8 tigers and a banisher.
Going
He's
for the
definitely-
bombing
yeah.
raid.
Yeah, but that only helps if you still have a commander. There it is.
GG,
That's
well played.
game.
So there we have it. Nice game on the recently remade Zed. First time, well, actually, second time I've seen T2 in this tournament.
Our audience wants to see more. I've seen comments about it. Not seen enough T2. To have the final stand. Left up there in that match.
So maybe, oh, I see. So Cart and Duck need to play. I don't know if we want to try to watch semis before the losers round 7, or if we go back and get semis and then we watch the last game in the losers bracket. What do you think? Let's find them. Where is Teddy?
I think our audience just want matches. They want explosions. They want
They
carnage.
they want more chaos. They want more robots, tanks, lasers.
And who doesn't? Okay, so Mighty
Doesn't?
Sheep's
That's a
going
good
to be
question.
waiting for. Okay,
I
so
don't see Teddy and Raghna in the player.
He's
lobby.
Ragna's away for 1 minute.
Okay.
In the client. I'm watching from the stage.
So Teddy and Raghna.
So would he try to catch Cart and DuckDuck or not? That's the question.
I think no games are played right now, so that's if it's Cart and Duck and Teddy and Ragna. Sheep's waiting for the winner of the Cart and Duck.
Yep.
And Teddy and Ragna's not playing. So
Well, let me check the time here. 11:41. I wonder, are we allowed to take a 15-minute break so I can make my lunch and then I can eat while we're casting the next? Or am I allowed to take a 15-minute break to make my lunch? What do you think?
Certainly
Oh wait,
can.
I found EU101 has Cart in there. Raghna's there as well. All right, I'll tell you what. While the players figure out who's playing and when, because it looks like Teddy's not here right now, and Cartouche is in this lobby, but he's spec'd, so
So we get to the point in the tournament where there's only a handful of matches to be played and players.
sure. I'll tell you what. I'm gonna at least go put some water on to boil for my pasta, and then I'll come back and see if any progress. All right.
It's been made. Right, well, we'll keep an eye on things here.
All right. Sounds good.
Back. So,
Be back in a minute.
was the natural positions on the window sort of gone. Great. So yeah, what did you think of that nice matchup? So,
I think it proves that Randy, despite not playing Wildwood's well, played really well and was able to defeat the Duck with his strategy. I don't know, with the last match it was really interesting with regards to the metal makers and the position he took and the tier 2 gamble. It seemed all the weird decisions, but it paid off for the Randy. And the game before that, it also paid off for him, more or less, with the commander positioning.
yeah,
I think I'm looking forward to both of the games next coming up. I think Teddy Raghna will be really good.
yeah, we're getting to now everyone at this stage in the tournament are going to be absolutely amazing, breathtaking to watch in action here. And that last set, Teddy making those decisions about, in bar, it's always a thing, isn't it? About at what time do you go T2? Because pick the wrong time to do T2, you can effectively throw the match. Looked at that and it's like, Teddy, have you thrown it away? It almost looks so his entire front line had collapsed and was about to be rolled over, but somehow still managed to hold it together. Was that perhaps because DuckDuck went air, or was that the DuckDuck had to go air in order to still have any chance whatsoever?
I think DuckDuck sacrificed a lot of economy in order to be able to do the center and secure the center and be able to push, and he did not make energy, did not make metal makers. So what looked like a good initial decision of moving his commander to the middle, being able to support his army. Randy, with his commander, ate some crystals, made some metal makers, pulled the middle, and went ahead in economy, finished his geo, and was able to transition. And when the wind gets low, the DuckDuck runs out of energy, doesn't produce units, gets a little bit bogged down. Randy barely survives, doesn't get raided, and that raided, not getting raided paid off for the Randy. He was able to go for a riskier strat like going tier 2 and banish her. So yeah, it was a weird game definitely for me to analyze, but that's how it went. I said the beauty of a bar, right? There is no preset build, so you can look at one build up and then realize, oh, he's going for this, which means this is going to match up with this, and we're going to see how micro works.
Absolutely, yeah. So many of these matches, it's like can't exactly predict which way it's going to go or what strategies they're going to bring out. And seen some quite delightful surprises in some of these matches.
That map also, you have to think, since it's formed in a Z shape, right? So the DuckDuck got the center, so he has the map control, but in order to gain that map control, he went for the vehicles. And due to the terrain, he can't exploit, because from the middle with the vehicles you can only go straight up. So if he would get an advantage while still having the bot lab, he would be able to maybe raid the sides and kill those wind and metal makers that the Randy made up with his commander at the north position. So once you decide to switch out the techs, then it changes also with the terrain.
absolutely. No, it's a very good point. But with the advantage of vehicles, the efficiency and value of them in battle, but taking that middle didn't exactly allow him to utilise the field control that in that game that the middle gives. He would have to also have bots on the side. So it's yeah, I love the complexity of the map and how you have to balance the various needs in order to prevail.
So on the winners final, if we get the 1-1 between Teddy and the Raghna, we might see a naval map. That's the first time I see naval map posted. It's the Paradise Lost map, and it has huge. There's no way you could do bots. So if it goes 1-1, which we should always hope as as the casters, then it should go to the naval map. On the losers bracket, there's a Mithril Mountain, which is a desert with a big hill in it. There's Centralena, which we saw, and there's the Comet, which we probably saw in the winners round not too long ago.
Some pretty interesting maps to see, and so as we go through these rounds, the map lists change, which is quite. Keeps things fresh and interesting, and forces the players as they go further and further into this competition to be showing how flexible and adaptable they are in so many different situations. It was quite interesting there that that we had. So we went into that last map, and it was like the comment coming out was like, I actually downloaded this map. So,
we have a request from a host and the main patron to join the
right.
join the Randy's lobby.
Okay, we're going to Randy's lobby. All right, there we go. Brilliant. So this will be Cartouche Pro Randy in round
They start
6.
Immediately.
Yep, as soon as I've arrived. Excellent.
Are you loading in?
Yep, I'm loading in.
I'm gonna take a quick breather. A minute. Grab some water.
Oh,
Be right back.
I'm
You open
loading
the
on.
players.
Have a quick replay while I'm loading that at the end of the last match. DuckDuck valiantly. So you guys don't see the screens. Most exciting screens to be watching. But however, this is far more interesting. Here we are. So, my word. See you. Just you in.
I'm in. I'm here.
So, brilliant. And quite an interesting.
Reza
map
also
we
joining,
do.
right?
Yes, I think Rezo's just joining as well. Very interesting map here. With a very interesting feature in the middle. I have to ask the cursory question of: are the ramps, like the northeast and southwest, are they traversable by vehicles?
Nobody really goes up. I don't think so. I mean, they look smooth enough to be, to me, by the eye, but the fight generally revolves around the big spots, because if you look at the middle, it's only like 1.5 metal, and the 2.1s are on the sides. I think Governor picked a really interesting position. I watched Randy and Raghna play on this map, and Raghna loved to open on the 4 mech spot, while Randy loved the 3 mech spot. So there's some variety on like where can you start and how much greedy you want, like how much mexes you want to start it open. Governor is gonna go for the 3 mechs into the solar build, I would assume. Although the wind is high, Randy is opting for the finish the solar and opting for the wind build. Governor went for the wind.
God,
Interesting,
it's
didn't
very
choke at all. Well, there's a risk with the when you open 3 mechs and then goes into the wind. I guess there was a little bit of walking distance there. Still vehicles versus the bots. I expect the Cartouche or Governor to go for the police to do the initial scout. They both will. Since this map is open, the scouts are really, really good.
So there's a good chance that these two are going to be able to predict whereabouts the others deployed, or is this going to be a complete guess?
Well, no,
that we're going
this
to
is a
expect
complete.
scouts to go everywhere?
They need to scout because he could Governor could be completely in the south in the 4 mech spot, right? Well, and he's actually in the top. I'm really, really curious on how did they pick that spot. I think his goal was to be actually offensive. I think that positioning is offensive. Because when you first open the map, you see the 4 mech spot, and you think, oh, that's a good spot, right? But he started to contest the enemy's best spot, right? So I think that's interesting. That it already indicates to me that he's going to play an aggressive game.
Dick's chasing off a rascal there. They found each other pretty quickly.
Yeah, well, on the open maps, you want to open a couple of scouts and see what's what, especially if you do not have the fixed start positions.
No, absolutely.
Already not constructing anything. That's not too good. All right, resumed his queue with the 5 more please. Governor using the pressure in order to get his eco. I would assume he would go up to 4 constructors and then move his commander out. Question is maybe where?
It's the rascal hiding
Maybe he will
behind the mountain.
boost. Oh yeah. Then 5 constructors building 3 more. That's insane. His whole army is going to be constructors. Building 1 more LTT. It's really interesting from Governor. He has identified that it's good enough to build 5 leads, harass your opponent, put your opponent in the fear mode, and then make 7 constructors.
7 constructors. That's so many.
That's his army, 7 constructors. Alright. Pawn's coming out.
Yeah, there was 2 ticks in the south growling at his base.
The rascal finally it's my time now. I can do.
6 rascals finally pluck up the courage. The rascal tried to come out in the back at the same time.
Yeah.
But meta pawn.
There's a lot of mech spots on this map. So I think he's thinking ahead about expanding and having enough build power to get ahead. And a lot of great games today, though. It's hard to believe that Cartouche versus Randy is in the losers bracket right here.
Yeah, I think that just goes to show just how much over the year or so that bar players have grown. Because I'm pretty sure the game's played out quite differently as well. There's different strategies being used, and all things have evolved and people have put in the time and learnt the meta, and I think it's really showing that we've got a lot more very capable competitive players.
So he's just trying to push those rascals a little farther back, protect his expanding constructors.
Oh, I love that. They just
Meanwhile,
slip round.
yeah, they just sneak past. They're like, ah, we know we're fast. They can get these 2 constructors if they catch them out.
They
Now, is
can
that
get
a-
LTT and get the constructors after. I think the goal is maybe to even kill the LTT, but
He's just gonna go for the safe bet, right?
Little does he know, there's another 5.
Got to shoot through the wreck before you can kill the second constructor, though.
Oh, of course, you don't want your opponents to claim the wreck.
Randy's comm feels kind of exposed. You definitely need some more LLTs out there. Surprised nobody's trying to exploit that big gap in the north side of the map.
in Raghna versus Randy, they try to block that north gap really fast, actually. I don't think they can get connection. Maybe it's expected.
They've
It
got a
seems
lot.
that Cartouche, I think, hasn't played this map all that much.
They've got quite a bit of radar coverage for the north, so it'd be difficult to slip by.
And really, the more you expand on this map, the more it kind of taxes your multitasking, because you have more fronts to watch, a wider area of the map to watch, more places that units can slip through, so you have to like be able to split your groups apart in order to deal with that. These big maps are actually really difficult.
It's a good idea. Missile attacks. Tearing apart frontline defences.
The strategy
Yeah, it's
here is
the-
that Cartouche is delaying. Not getting ahead. He's getting all the sweet middle spots, the middle. Oh, well, the middle actually not, but only one spot. Catches off. These
Yeah, and they're not
incisors.
going up. They're not going up that hill either, as much as they want to.
Run for cover.
And immediately resurrecting, that's gonna
Yeah.
add up decent for me. That's the snowball for you guys.
I mean, I still don't see his full plan for dealing with all these tanks and missile trucks. I mean, Randy's kind of creeping forward, yeah, but
Yeah, base isn't that far. I agree. But he's gonna counter raid, I think. That means he will put the pressure for the Randy in order, like Randy will get raided and he has to maybe go for the all-in, right? Because it's not like Cartouche's army at the base isn't growing as well. Yeah, maybe Randy is in a better spot. I think. Okay, so setting up 3-4 LTs.
I mean, that's not going to do much.
The wind is really bad. Okay.
Yeah, no kidding. It's a
Look at
Midget
that
map,
massive
right?
wind farm.
I wanted to say before that Cartouche was really lucky because when he needed to revive the Gators, I mean the incisors, then the wind was 17, but when he has to defend his base, then what to do?
I don't see any storage either.
Okay, so thanks with the first tank. Well,
Yeah.
tanks the damage with the first tanks, but decided to fall back. Just he's buying time, as you can see clearly from the playstyle. He's trying to set it any something up.
So I guess we have your
I still
answer there,
think-
Reds. With
yeah.
his answer was to tech into tanks too.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's like, can he get enough stout in time to stop this push? I mean, Randy's bringing his commander up here. This could be, yeah, he's got a kite back. Can the peas or the
scary,
pawns get
actually.
the surround? It looks like, I think that's bad news. Yeah, that's bad news.
That's scary.
Yep.
Holy. That's that was unexpected. I think there was a lot of misconceptions about this game in general because I think Cart thought he was ahead while he was not ahead while Randy was creeping because by the looks of the playstyle he was ahead. And then like so the commander next to his base and oh, okay, we could do that.
Play of the final moments of Randy was forced back by overwhelming forces.
I mean, it's hard to that many peewees spread that well. You know, like it's really difficult to micro in any way against that. I mean, maybe if you had the pounders in just like a perfect position, maybe if you had 3 or 4 more LLTs, but that's a tough one.
You can also block the damage sometimes with tanks as well. If you group them around enough and
Just loading into the next map.
instantly. That's good. They're not keeping us waiting.
I'm thinking Cart probably hasn't played this map before, and he's looking around right now.
It's really hard to find the best spot on this map. It's really tricky to think about, like, okay, if I pick this position, see, it's really interesting. I think Raghna talked about this position as well. The idea is, to the casual eye, might seem that 4 is better, but that position which Cart picked is better because you can expand faster. There's an issue that because you can reach the next spots a little bit faster. I think it was with the Master Belt. This it would really kind of crushed my approach into how I think, because walking there is faster, and then you get like 1, 2, 1, 2 after that. While on the bottom you can start with the initial 4, but then you get nothing, and if the opponent makes army to get you off that nothing, then you don't have a chance. So I think Cards really has recognized his map design.
Now, what about taking a 1 mech start, like say here? I think that was just outside the box, right? Or here is the mirror
Then you
one.
need to deal damage. There's no ways around it, because effectively it's like having, I won't say like in StarCraft, but it's like having 2 bases or 2 expansions versus 1 expansion. That's 50 times more income.
Right.
You need to deal damage. There's no way around it. It's not even like 3 mechs versus 2 mechs. It's twice as much income for the opponent.
They both go bots, and we've got Governor playing Armada with Randy playing Cortex.
Tick's doing some pretty deep scouting here.
Yeah, I mean, any efficiency at all in the early game, I feel like on a low metal map like this is really, important. So he's gonna lose that tick. The other tick not gonna get anywhere. Randy, he's even trying to protect the mechs there.
I think the cartouche will swap to the mass constructor army and expand, but I think it's a little bit harder to expand on this map.
He's getting a tick in behind. Is he gonna get? Yeah, he's got it behind. He's got it behind.
Little trick of hiding behind the mechs.
Yeah.
So close, so close.
Right, up to 5 constructors for the cartouche. Realizing his enemy plays the slow grunts, meaning he won't not get punished with expanding. Alright, so let's see. The Cartouche's plan is to go to the middle, then try to lock. I'm interested in which position, like, will he go north and contest, or will he go south?
You know, it's
After he
interesting
secures the
too,
middle.
this difference in start positions. Being next to that hill right there, you see Cart can build one LLT and cover his whole base. And, you know, like, he doesn't even have to... build 4 peewees.
That hill is both a blessing and a curse, because if you actually need to fight in your base, you need to go around the hill. If you identify to.
Nice take out the radar.
Nice bit of micro there from Randy, not taking any damage.
Yeah, this is. I think this is pretty tight. The way they read the map, I really like the expansion. Randy only has one way to expand, so Governor has identified it. I think he's gonna take the center and maybe hold, because if you see with the constructor up in the north, he builds an LLT first, and then he's gonna go for the mexes. So that's really for planning strategy, right? It's kind of set in stone. You might look at the game, but it's kind of solved to one sense. Because all the governor needs to do is just cut off, and then he could expand down to the south, right? So that's the beauty of a bar. Have to kind of predict.
Now these grunts could get some stuff done here. I mean,
Randy
if it
being-
goes around the north side,
Ooh,
maybe
yeah.
man, he's just gonna pull back.
He. I think he either rallied back or just really can't degun. Ooh. Be careful not to step in the degun.
Ah,
As
yeah.
I don't know if all stream watchers know, but if you degun the enemy commander, you lose in 1v1s and
Yep.
FFAs or team games if you're both the last commander.
Both commanders pretty low right now. Randy's got to be careful walking by that LLT.
This is gonna maybe. Oh no, I thought maybe he will go for going for that max would be pretty greedy. Why card is making a solar with 22 wind on the line? Did he lose some energy?
Maybe just habit. You never know. Maybe it feels kind of like Comet to him because of the flat terrain, so he just builds a solar.
Randy going for some aggravators. Ooh. Gets one.
Ooh, this
That's
is gonna
might
be
be
close.
risky. Doesn't
Yeah.
have money.
Yep.
Doesn't have anything.
No.
From the
Yep.
vegan. Oh, that's unlucky.
That's how the P shines. Or the pawn, sorry. Yeesh.
And they were going to say everyone using them. It's just going to be.
Yeah, game's full of con snipes, but if you don't push your cam out, then it's also not great. All right.
Hey, where are we off to next? Do we let
we have
Cart
Teddy
and Sheep play, and do we watch Teddy Raghna? Are they around and ready? What do you think? Find them.
I mean, they're both one step away.
Well, Teddy and Raghna had a little bit more of a rest now, haven't they? So
Yeah,
Cartouche has just come out of a match.
and I'm almost done with my lunch, so and I'll turn my camera back on for y'all.
So if we can find Teddy and Raghna.
Teddy's not away, so he's not in the lobby either. And Ragna's probably watching the stream, so he's gonna catch up the game. Oh no, he's also away for 8 minutes.
How about we ping him on Discord?
So back in the casting booth. Yep, just looking for another match to which to entertain our fellow viewers. Hoping it will be Teddy and Raghna next, which is the winners finals.
The semifinals, right?
Is it semi-finals? Well, so because you've got the winners bracket and the losers bracket, I think it's like so once the two, so Teddy and Raghna are the two undefeated players so far. So there's like a final for the winners, and whoever wins that goes into the grand finals, and then whoever loses that goes into the losers bracket to fight whoever wins the upcoming game in the losers bracket. To effectively fight for the right to go into the grand finals and have one more go at trying to claim that first place. So in terms of the winnings and that, it gets distributed so that first place gets 60%, second place gets 30%, and third place gets 10%. So out of $356, by my rudimentary math skills, that means that first place would get $213.60. Second place gets $106.80, and third place claims, not to be sniffed out, completely $35.60. So probably secure you quite a few cups of coffee or whatever. Keep you going as you keep building up your skills as you ready yourself for the next tournament to take first place rather than third place. But yes, so these tournament payouts were only possible because of the generous donations of Jazzcash, Badosu, PtaQ, Glass, and Elbato. So thank you very much again, all of you, for your generous donations into the prize pool of this tournament. So you're absolutely smashing, people. It's absolutely fantastic. So, have we got any further updates? Players come back.
Yeah, the Jazz Cash has requested that Teddy and Ragna go ahead when they're ready. I see Raghna.
Teddy's got a room, a private battle room. I don't know where Raghna is. I'm
Ragna's
still with.
also got.
Gonna fight. No, my room. No, my room.
They're everybody chilling in the same. Not the same.
I have to say the advancements that we've had with the lobby since certainly when I casted the 2v2 tournament, this is so much better. Either with the private passworded rooms or even just what we have there, it makes things so much easier rather than having poor old Tybian having to sit there and act as gatekeeper on each of the matches to politely get people out that didn't realise that particular room was a tournament lobby. Okay, we established which room it's going to be. I can see Teddy.
Well, Ragna's in his room. Teddy's in his room.
That's true, but we are in Teddy's room, so let's make Raghna come to us.
Oh well, maybe I'll just join Raghna's room then. And then the new battle in the 1v1 tournament begins, where we inadvertently make it a 2v3. We have a bar fight to determine which room we're going to have the next match played in. I'll join Teddy's and hope that just the sheer weight of democracy prevails. So, Rez, are you all finished consuming your food?
Oh yeah, my lunch is over here. I'll turn my camera back on so you can see my
I'm sure our audience would
beautiful visage once more.
love to see you again. And you know, and we're going to upset Floris or Icequick because it now means they have to update the the little cards above our heads.
Sorry for messing all that up for us. Lunch had to happen though, you know.
Wait, I'm going to show this because time and effort has been put into preparing this view of the leaderboard. I hadn't initially looked at it because obviously it wasn't being updated, but now it's had a load of updates in there, and it actually looks absolutely spiffing. But obviously, because the tournament is double elimination and so complicated, you couldn't easily represent it on one screen with these beautiful graphics. So thank you very much for the team in the background for your help making sure these screens are updated and look absolutely awesome, which they do. So I think this shows quite well how matches have been playing out. All right, okay, it's gonna.
Hey, Raghna's here.
Yay!
It's finally been convinced that this is perhaps the place to be if you want to be.
Well, he couldn't get in. Like he had
Yeah,
password. Teddy will lock the front door.
Technical
Oh, I
issues.
see what this is. I'm going to win because my opponent can't get to the match. Replay of those last few moments in that. Is it the last few moments of that match? I think that was the close. It was in the end. Oh no, that was it. Yep.
Right. Teddy and Raghna on Avalanche. Avalanche is a pretty small map. You know, you get 3 lovely geos that it seems like the game's never getting anywhere close to having built. Lots of tree reclaim, not very much metal, and it's just kind of like it's meet and do battle in the very center of the map, right? What am I missing here, Lossar?
Well, you can do vehicle pushes. You can do Rocos. I think most people will push for the middle, like, and then try to maybe get something out down to the bottom. You can't push really through the bottom. I think it's not a good strategy. So the way I see it, players push on the front and they fight for the one soul mix in the middle.
Yeah, I think you're right. The 2 most popular strategies I've seen is like a missile truck mix, just to try to push back all those LLTs in the center, right? And then the Rocketeers or Aggravators to also kill LLTs and push back the center. So.
And thanks to Raghna for being part of this tournament. So, very nice message there. So they both decided to go bots.
Both decided to take different. They're not. There's the classic ARM versus the core. They're not mirrored, so they have different ideas on how to play the map. I think interesting. Teddy going for the AK, so he thinks it's better to defend on this map with the bots.
Yeah. Well, Raghna went for 1 max forward start, so it's definitely kind of depending on having these ticks accomplish something other than seeing where Teddy started, right? I think he already knew that.
So do you see the faction icons nowadays? Because I think I
I
couldn't
think
find
there's
them
a
no more.
setting for that, and I
couldn't find the
reinstalled
setting.
recently, so I didn't turn it back on.
Yeah, me too. Me too. I didn't see it, but I also couldn't find in the faction settings. So I was just wondering whether you can see that your opponent went core or not.
Raghna's really trying. He's trying to sneak past on the left. I think Teddy's like, no, I don't think so. Didn't quite kill the tick, but
That he has 1000% damage efficiency now, though.
yeah. Raghna still on 1 mechs, just was that 6 more pawns in the center of the map right now. This tick could kill that mechs, maybe. Maybe it gets the back mechs.
I think
Teddy's gonna
its
get on the
goal
other
is to
side.
distract maybe
Yeah.
the
Yep.
opponent. You make sure, and this is. That he has
This
not
is
built a radar, as
this
always.
is gonna hurt.
Most
This
of
is
my
gonna
talk
hurt.
is gonna be on radar. I don't build radar myself. I know how it feels.
I mean, that's probably GG. I don't think
The
there's much you
ticks
can do to recover from that.
the ticks were just a distraction.
Yep. Is Teddy 28-second delay?
Oh,
Ooh, didn't see that. Yeah.
that is a good point. Yeah, he's got 20.
At what point?
That's 28
That's really unlucky.
seconds. That's practically
I
unplayable.
bet Ragnar's feeling like the champion, and
Meanwhile, Teddy's
he's like,
simply.
"Oh my, I'm doing it! I'm doing it! Come
It
on,
looks
my
like the
Rush, you're doing
last.
so well."
Yeah, it looks like the last bit of micro was this grunt following the flea back into the corner, and then we didn't see Teddy's commander really moving for a while. Yeah. I mean, the 28 seconds is a long time.
Might want to.
That's a sixth of the game already, right?
Is Cash aware of this?
Yeah. I mean, I'm assuming so.
It's not like there's any reason why his machine should have lagged like that. It's a network.
So did they? Oh, Jazz Cash stopped the game. Yeah, it's kind of Raghna makes a point, like, hey, this is the strat I was planning to use on this map.
Well, I hope we get to see Teddy again. I hope
I
nothing
know.
has happened to him, and his internet works.
Just in talks
Oh.
at the moment.
Assuming we can get Teddy back in here, it looks like Jazzcast is ruling for a remake. Raghna seems to be okay with that. So I guess when Teddy comes back, we'll have a new game.
Absolutely. Do we know what the cause? It was just a connection problem.
Like that, yeah. I'm watching the stream right now. So
Yeah.
he started to
It's entirely
I
possible.
was figuring I would tell everybody as soon as it happens,
Yes.
2:30.
We'll jump back into the casting booth then.
I feel sad for both. Like, I feel sad for the Raghna. Not gonna lie.
Yeah.
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 Because that attack wouldn't be
If Teddy knows that it's coming, then and it's probably it might even be something that Raghna prepared. You know what I mean?
Hmm. That is a shame. Well, depending on when he dropped out, I suppose it depends how much of the strat he actually knows.
All right.
It's very noble of him to.
Well, what else should we talk about?
Oh, Teddy's rejoined the lobby.
Oh, good. Save me the embarrassment of talking about something else.
Yeah, if it was going to be longer, there probably is this stuff that we can do, interviews and stuff like that. But the problem is, it's like just waiting for someone to reconnect. It's just a matter of a few.
I'll be honest with you. I do hope that this series goes to 3 games. Paradise Lost, I think, is the only C map in the list, right?
Oh, we've got to see that.
I want to see a C game this tournament.
Me too. Yeah, I think that's a good point.
I think a lot of people know that I'm a fan of C games, even though everybody else hates them.
Is that because you keep winning them?
Nobody hates. Nobody knows how to play, right? So
Wow. That's why. All I know is whenever I try to switch to a C map, everybody's like, no, we can't play a C map.
I think that's just a common thing through RTS games.
Indication of a ton of new players as well, right? I was always scared of C.
I know.
I can't think of a single RTS game that isn't completely dedicated to C, where the players would rather not play C, or at least a portion of the player base.
In Wargame Red Dragon, C was hated when they released. Everybody was so hyped, and then said, "No, we're not gonna play this." Same with most games, I think.
Yeah, as the irony with Ashes of the Singularity, everyone keeps asking for naval units, but I know full well that if they put them in, no one's actually going to play the sea battles. But we are now in the match. Just transition for you and bring you. Tiddy claims he didn't see the strat in game.
Yeah. So I guess actually that's true. Teddy never saw the follow-up with the pawns. Yeah, so if Raghna can manage to get the ticks in as the distraction again, maybe he can make that work again. Who knows?
Oh, okay. Went to the stream.
That's really, really risky, right? Because first he hey, you didn't see what I did, yeah? You all asking opponent. Because Teddy maybe expected that nothing happened, but he returned to the game ended.
But then again, Teddy also admitted to having tuned into the stream to see what was going on. So, maybe he did see
going
it.
for the double max. No, geez.
So it looks like the same opening from Teddy, and Raghna is doing something different.
That would be quite interesting if Teddy decided, I'll be honourable and I'll do exactly what I did before.
I mean, to him, it didn't matter. I doubt.
Yeah, he saw the strat and went, I don't care.
Now, LSR noticed in the first game that nobody built a res bot, but it seems like there's so many trees here to reclaim. Why wouldn't that be a good idea?
I don't know. I never feel like, that I need energy in this map. I think wind is pretty generous. It's not that great, but...
It's an average of 11, which is higher than some maps.
Teddy trying to just close off the gaps there for any ticks that would come in. And then he walks forward to the center mechs, right? Okay.
No changes in strategy.
Well, Raghna did do a 2 mech start this time instead of a 1 mech start. And it looks like he's getting a constructor where I think he didn't get a constructor before.
Oh, so you gotta go for double constructor into light
Yeah.
infantry.
Yep. And he's gonna walk the center, which he didn't do before either. I saw Teddy's commander standing there for a second. I was worried he disconnected again. Teddy, it's not like you to have an idle commander.
As long
I
as he
think the
doesn't.
map's so small, he usually makes really long queues, but
Fun thing
yeah.
about this map, if you zoom in on Teddy's commander, you'll see the penguin there.
Oh yes, the
Yes.
penguins that used to have laser eyes and could attack.
Oh, that's a dead grunt.
Yeah, I don't see it. Don't see Teddy microing his way out of that one.
No, it was too late by the time he was able.
Shows you have to
I mean, he's
really
got a
be
grunt.
paying
He's got a.
attention.
Yeah, he's got a grunt in the south to kind of come around and look for the mexes that aren't there yet. But meanwhile, Raghna's gonna send that 6 pawns up through the north side, and Teddy's getting an LLT on the east side of his base over there, but he could easily lose those forward 2 mexes in front of his base. So
Then he's pretty shocked to see that there's no mixes taken, but he might get one now, and he's gonna transition into the thuds for the middle push.
yep, they're already walking up there. Hit the solar, that's nice. Yeah.
Gets the PV.
Peewee's
his
really
opponent gets the
struggling
mix.
there.
Second Pee-wee too, I bet, but he's gotta watch this top engagement now. No more microing a single Pee-wee.
Matching it now.
Okay, so
It'll be pretty risky. The couple of pawns will get behind the wings.
yeah,
See
that's
if
pretty
the
good
shooting-
damage. That's pretty
There's
good
more
damage.
coming. Constructors on their attack. That reduces the build power if he survives. And judging by the explosions, the Raghna's army doesn't, well, still active and doesn't leave much wrecks behind. Will get cleaned up.
Oof. That was close. Though.
Ooh. Yeah, I was close on that thug.
They're retreating from the center in order to rebuild the mixes caused by raiding. By the damage efficiency, the Teddy is still up in a little bit with metal. Could be from reclaiming.
It's abandoned building the LLT on the side there.
So he's still, I mean, the nice thing here, Teddy's still got 3 thugs. Now he's got a res bot. He's getting a second res bot.
Redbot isn't working.
Raghna's gonna just try to walk into the back of the base. This is pretty sneaky. So when
Nice.
Teddy's
Maybe
commander walked back,
Ragnar thought that he's behind now. He saw the thugs. He saw that. I mean, he killed the wind. Like, is he all inning? Is he going for the deep?
I think he's.
LTT maybe. Like, does he want to go for the lab? Is that his goal? He wants to raid, but
I think he's just. Yeah, I think he's gonna degun the lab and everything back there.
that's
I mean, he's got mace. Like 4 or 5 mace should be there by the time that Teddy reaches his base. So Teddy's gonna have a hard time
And
pushing against
trilogy
his base.
went
There's the
good.
yep.
ooh, that's a game-winning move. Kind
Yeah.
of risky.
That's
That's
it.
a really smart idea. to
It's
do
just
that. So now he can gamble and defend because Teddy needs to all in and
and Teddy's only got a couple thugs left. Take a look at the front. You know, he's got 2 thugs, some repairing and a dream, and Raghna's got 5 mace. I mean, the only thing
So-
Raghna's missing is a res bot or 2 to help him repair. That could be what puts Teddy over the top here, but it's going to be tough. Teddy doesn't really even have energy to degun. You know, he's got 1 degun right now, but what's he going to do after that? Especially if he misses.
well, And time is not on the side.
No, definitely not.
That's the worrying part. If you could micro maybe forever, maybe Teddy could do it. We don't know, but but the Raghna focusing. I mean,
Got 2 D guns now, but
maybe he could retaliate and dig on the other lab.
I think he wants to, but I don't know if he can dance well enough. There's now 6 mace there. Raghna's the focus fire on the thugs. Okay, so 1.
Oh.
That's it. GG.
But,
Oh. GG, well
very
played.
well played by Raghna. It's hard to tell whether it was orchestrated or it was like, oh, my attack didn't succeed. I guess I need to do something drastic, because it was just like.
Yeah. So I don't. Maybe you remember better than me, but did Teddy have a radar at the front? I don't think he did.
Yeah, he had on the mix. Maybe it was no. It was. I think it was picked off clean by that attack.
Yeah. So so if he picked off the radar, Raghna knows that Teddy won't see his commander movement, right?
I don't know.
And I think he guessed that Teddy went back with his commander because of the raid. And so he took the opportunity. There's that little ramp in between the high ground and the low ground there. So he just walked down the ramp there, and then even if there is radar, he's under the radar coverage from the cliff.
Yeah.
And so he just kind of, surprise, I'm in the back of your base with my commander.
All right.
That was
next match
sneaky,
is up.
sneaky move.
Just loading in now. Yeah.
So Seth's Ravine also remade for this
Quite
tournament.
recently now as well, right?
Yeah. So Jazz Cash wanted this map in the pool, and Ice Quick said, "Okay, I'll remake it for you." And there are some differences from the old Seth's Ravine. So if you remember the old Seth's Ravine, don't choke on your saliva when you see the differences. Okay.
Make sure I've washed it all down with a good drink of water.
Get a swift drink of water. Save yourself the trouble.
Yes. Make sure I've finished drinking before seeing the map, otherwise the laptop might.
Make sure you're sitting down. You don't want to faint.
Absolutely. Okay, and the audience ready for it.
I think so.
Definitely.
Wow.
Looks like Raghna's gonna opt for the 3-mech start versus Teddy's 2. And Teddy's gonna move to the center. I'm really interested about the choices.
So for our
Teddy goes.
So for our viewers, what the player's going to have to think about for this particular map, the approaches, strategies.
The medal has 500 medal. Last I saw some practice matches Raghna versus Randy, and nobody solved the rocks in the middle, so they were ignored. I hope we get a counter sometimes. It has about 500 medal there. That's one of the changes. So we might see bots just to maybe rush, especially maybe from the Raghna, since he did spot those rocks later in the practice game. I'm not sure about the Teddy. What Teddy knows. The wind is quite good, so the energy is good. So you could do both bots and the vehicles. I think it's pretty flexible in that sense. I don't think anything is quite better.
I mean, from what I've seen in some practice games, I don't remember who I saw playing this map, but I feel like I remember like this choke, and this choke are all, I mean, those are like the 3 main paths. And so if you can control this side of your center area, then you should be able to hold all of these mexes pretty securely, including the big one on the
Oh,
so
yeah, but if you get pinned by that border, it's hard. Yeah, it's hard to pin you down there.
And that leaves these 4 on the outer edges, or actually 5, to be contested, right? And I don't know, do you think we'll see a lot of static defenses in the middle? And
I think yeah, I think it makes sense, especially for the choke. If the attack doesn't succeed, you could even see nanos. It really, really, really depends. Randy in this game versus Raghna won here with tier 2, making the tier 2 lab next to the pyramid. So
Mm-hmm.
I'm really not sure what to expect. I think this is a map that could go uh, different ways. I'm also seeing the. So Teddy protecting the rocks with the scout already. Went for the vehicles, especially went for the arm vehicles, which are probably the fastest option you could expand. So as you can see, that Teddy has a really clear plan of trying to escape as quick as possible while still boosting out with his commander. He's gonna make a minimum of 1 construction bots and then play full on flash style and push his comp to the other side. Ooh. But the Raghna coming in with the 5 scouts will scout this strategy. Will be probably shocked when he sees that there's a constructor already down there.
How is it? What? How is that already there?
Indeed.
How is that already there?
Any times the flashed in order to him there. Raghna is gonna do the simple man's expansion pattern. Gonna expand around the base. Take some X's, but
Well, Teddy's got that expansion
Teddy's
happening too.
Teddy's con X. Yeah, oh yeah. But Teddy's con survives, which means that Teddy has locked one of the sides.
Yep.
Now he's gonna get greedy and maybe even secure the middle afterward. Interesting. So no bots. Both decided to go arm vehicles for expansion and scouting. Right? It's only made scouts.
How much build power is Teddy sitting on with his lab right now? Curious.
Not a lot, but queued up the
Just
constructor.
one constructor. Yeah. Raghna's boosting with 2. So this is the downside, is that Teddy hasn't made as much energy in his base. He seems to be doing just fine on energy produced.
He's eating the metal. I mean, worst case. He queued up that energy he cubed up a long while ago as the last thing. But yeah, making a nano with 174. Teddy's being really, really greedy, and Rag's making scouts, but Teddy has the basic defense, and as you said, he's locked down his territory, so... yeah.
So he got that before the self-D. Yeah, he's either got to retreat or find something else to do with those rovers. Okay, so he's gonna expand to the right with his commander as well, it looks like. I saw him queue up those LLTs and radar. You're right, he's fast at putting his build queues together, that's for sure.
It's starting to pay off, like if you look at the metal produced. Teddy got the rock, so it puts him like 1,000 ahead.
Yeah,
and
yeah,
it's
he's...
3,000 versus 4,000, so that's actually a pretty sizable difference.
It is for sure.
But obviously the metal Teddy has 1,000 in the bank, which means that they're probably even right now. But once Teddy gets his hands around spending the money, then he will get ahead. And now the metal, now the wind is really generous for him, so he's gonna make an energy storage and more nanos. So, well, not more nanos, but there is some nanos.
Meanwhile, Raghna not even started the first nano yet.
Oh no. PtaQ pointing out that the constructor has getting stuck. Or the Raghna. That's really, really unlucky.
Was there one getting stuck around here or something?
On the Raghna's base down the ramp, it's set on the order, it's not on the raid command, it's just stuck.
On the right side, yeah.
got
There
free.
it is. He found it, but yeah, it was a little. So it's a long time for constructor to be sitting there when it should have been building all those mexes already.
There's a horrible impassable bit right in the middle there. Possibly.
Yeah.
That might have been what's caused it.
Yeah, here's the dragon teeth.
Dragon
Remember, I
Steve!
said I didn't think we would see dragon teeth in any games, but I guess I was wrong. So all the dragon teeth fan out there can see your urges satisfied for
Like
porking up,
one of
putting
me.
the static defenses in, and hunkering down. Raghna does not want to have to deal with any run-bys coming from that direction.
That's a very sensible approach there. Looks like a nice push.
Well,
Yeah,
Teddy
he's
already
got a couple
nine stuff.
scouts there. I think
I,
that's
um,
gonna
I
be.
would call nine is more than couple.
Yeah.
That's for sure.
So I didn't see them all on the screen before before the
Yeah.
invitation. I saw 2, and then I saw 5, and then I was like,
Just
yeah, okay.
just more and more and more. It's like,
I know. Although it looks, I mean, Raghna's got his army split up though, so if
I
he
want
can
to
get
point out,
these
I just want
6
to
blitzes
point
in
out-
the back, yeah. So okay, so Teddy's gonna chase down the ones that are running by and
Raghna sneaks in
push
lane.
the
I
rest
wanted
of
to
them
point
back
out
from the front.
when Teddy will go for the air, and then I want to check, and Teddy already has an air lab.
Ah,
Air makes a lot of sense.
sure does. I mean, this is kind of a pain to deal with, but it's not the end of the world.
it's got them cornered now.
Yeah,
Construction about heading out from the base. Fight in the middle right now. Ooh,
fight in the
Raghna's
middle,
getting
fight in the middle. So,
Raghna can ambush, but doesn't have the troops.
and now,
Raghna's might get the reclaim. Teddy's commander will contest it.
Teddy is not scared to get his commander out in the front.
Teddy might go for the snipe. He's at least selected target on the commander. At least wants to poke away from the reclaim, I would assume. Which reclaim it is? It is a sizable 1,500 metal there in the middle.
Yeah.
Bombers in the making. 4 bombers ready in the base. Teddy's adding some Januses and as well as their scouts, while Raghna's on that never-ending stout spam.
Yep.
So Raghna's behind a step. So
Push on the front. Let's enjoy the finish.
I mean, Teddy's a full 4K metal ahead right now, even before this reclaim.
right, scouts are coming. They'll probably go for the win. The bombers are chilling in the corner right now, but looks like they're almost ready to go. Scouting first.
Has Raghna seen it? I don't think he. Yeah, he's seen it now. He's queued up the AA turrets.
When they scouted.
Scouts with a minor raid on the left side. They ought to
Yeah,
be
they
able to
just-
get that constructor. But here we go.
He's chosen his target.
Yeah, he's.
Win.
The winds are
The win.
mostly gone. Might be able to get. Oh, yeah. And he can probably get some mexes too.
So it reduced the income quite significantly.
Yeah, that was a lot of
Raghna,
window lose.
60% of it from 900 to 300.
And he's cleaning up the stouts on the left side. He'll surely get that reclaim.
I don't know, the only way for him to win is to maybe look for the commander kill, but I think that he's paying attention. Has about 8 to 9 LTTs around him and Janus army on the bottom.
Yeah.
Plus, there's even more LTTs, so Teddy has played a technically like sound game. I made like porky start and generally being a little bit more greedy, and it has paid off.
Now he can't. Well, I mean, actually, he probably could push directly into Raghna's commander. Raghna's
I mean, he's not going at the slope, so why not
gun.
try?
Yeah.
Januses were a little bit unlucky, but Raghna responds. Bomber still being nuisance in the base.
Yep.
Teddy has a tier 2 lab as well in the base, and I heard a boom. I heard someone self-detonating.
No.
There's something there's a tank going around in the north, taking out Teddy's eco. One lone little hero tank, fighting the good fight.
I mean, again, Teddy's going for kind of the longer game here still. He knows that he's ahead.
Gets reclaimed.
You know, I mean, this right side could be a problem. Teddy put out a bulldog, or a bull. They're not called bulls, yeah. These LLTs are going to slow Raghna down. Did he already get the T2 mexes in his base? Because he's got that constructor coming forward. It seems like a strange place to build.
I think so. Like, I checked his base and he had a tier 2 already there.
He
so
did.
might end it. I don't see any transport, so he didn't like fly it over. Might fly it over to build a Geo on the back. That would be interesting, but I think he realized that he's in a good position.
Okay, so he's just gonna push everything back here to keep his advantage at the front. Guess these right side mexes don't mean a whole lot right now.
Well, he's accessing quite a amount of energy, so he only gets metal from regular mixes, and tier 2 mixes cost him take at least, I think,
Yeah.
it's like 2 minutes at least to pay back. So, I mean, it's not cool losing, but Raghna doesn't have tier 2 mixes and will probably go for the gunship snipe on the commander if he can find it, or at least try to rush it. Teddy's ready with the fighters. He pre-made them when he went for the bomber round. He made a couple of fighters.
Yeah.
So Raghna's deeping himself into a little bit deeper hole now, but he doesn't know. Also, the Bulldogs might finish the game.
Yeah. I was just thinking, I mean, you know, Raghna might try to de-gun him, but there's also the Janus sitting there, and Raghna's commander is got a third health already, so...
I'm gonna go for the little raid, and what he will discover is that Teddy has more Mausers coming in, which means mobile artillery units.
That's done. Yep.
That's that. Well played by Raghna. I think we can all appreciate the Teddy's defensive style.
There's a definite methodical approach there. Doesn't get tempted to try and end it sooner, potentially overextending or anything like that.
So now we get to see it. Oh, sorry, I'm excited.
Yeah, so I got to see Dragon's Teeth, and you get to see the one and only water map.
That's right.
We'll
Gonna have a
only
sea
see
game.
Shark's teeth. We'll see Shark's teeth in this tournament.
Yeah, we could. Well,
Somebody
don't get too
blocking.
excited. So yes, so it's gone one apiece. So we'll have the decider of this round.
Rezo, which faction do you pick if you're Teddy, and which faction do you pick if you're Raghna?
I mean, Paradise is. There's a lot of different ways I think you can open on this map, and I haven't seen much in the way of 1v1s on it.
What's your predictions on which player, like, what
I
will
mean,
Raghna pick? They both go
I-
harm, or
I still, personally, I still like Core better for the C early game.
but the map is quite big. It's like
Yeah. So supporters are a little bit faster than Corvettes. It takes more of them to fight Corvettes, but at least makes it easier to see what's going on across the map, which is important for something as large as Paradise, right?
right.
And also I feel like the frigates and the destroyers are just a little bit better for Cortex, and when that's kind of
True.
the bulk of the fighting that happens in T1, and you stay on T1 and C for ever and ever and ever.
Raghna picked 4 but changed to the arm.
The map's
So
almost
I'd-
loaded, so we'll almost be in the game. Yep, the map has loaded now.
All right, the game is starting.
Rezo, I'm going to give you control,
Sounds
Okay.
good.
since this is your
All
map you always
Raghna's
wanted to see.
doing a hard
So as you can see, Teddy has opened core and he's taken the top left position. Raghna in the center with arm, going to walk over and build some wins. So I'm honestly surprised that he would spend the time walking there. Now I know title at 15 isn't great, but neither is walking with your commander this early in the game. Teddy opting for the titles. Plus, sometimes win just feels like such an unknown with C, because, I mean, with titles, you do get that steady income, which is kind of the nice thing with about solars and advanced solars, but I mean, definitely the wind is pretty reliable on this map too.
Raghna being really lucky with the wind, and
Yeah.
except that little walk from the max, he gets a full advantage. The wind has been 20 for a while.
Yeah.
I'll probably jinx it right now for the Raghna, but it's been doing good.
And yeah, I think constructor first is pretty standard. You
What about
want to
the-
be expanding. You need metal more than anything.
Terry's
Let's
going
see.
for the double supporters.
That's a lot of titles. I mean, it's 15, so you need a couple extra. It's a lot of metal, though, spent on titles already. And Raghna already with a second constructor out, getting a third.
I think Raghna's pretty metal efficient and will just expand and take a big greed ball. I think. Do we know there's a metagame between this? Because it looks like Teddy opened 2 supporters before a constructor in order
Right.
to be able to put a raid in, and we see Raghna doing the 3. So I think there has to be a little bit of metagame there. I don't know how they know, but
Yeah, well, Teddy's, I think, goal is to scout here, because you've got 3 different start positions, right? Where he's headed now with that supporter, the middle, and then the south position are all potential start positions. So Teddy wants to know where Raghna is. I think it's kind of lucky that Raghna's decided to expand so greedily. Now the skater should be able to take out the supporter. I'm not a big fan of skaters, though, I'll be honest. They're more metal than a Corvette, and they're slower. No, they're about the same, aren't they? They're more metal than a Corvette, and you don't really get.
Teddy finds a second constructor as well, and knows that the Raghna's in the middle now.
Yeah.
Teddy himself actually now going on the land trip, seeing the hills, building mixes, while Raghna decided to go deeper to the center and get to the sea.
Right. So Ragna's got a couple Corvettes now. 3 more supporters coming across the top side, probably to try to delay that top expansion more. Teddy himself only expanding with 1 constructor right now still.
Well,
yeah,
and his
Ragna's,
commander is on a hill, like on the land.
yeah. I think I like Ragna's commander expansion direction better.
Do you think middle is important? Would be kind of like one of them. Does it hold any value? Because I think Teddy's more defensible in that sense, right? But and
I mean,
Raghna has more options, so it's about.
I think you can you get radar in the center. You get vision. You know, like
Yeah.
that's actually really important on a big map like this. And then when he sees that there's not much, like he knows that in the south he's basically free to expand however he wants. He's got the skater down here, already went through, hasn't seen anything in the south, right? So he knows there's probably not much in the way of threats coming from the south. He knows his south is going to be pretty safe. He just, you know, and he's even sending his raid off kind of through the middle here. The skaters do have nice vision, right? So they've got a wide
Are they faster?
LOS. They're
Was it?
slower than the supporters. They're,
It's just
let's see.
sort of catch up and kill them, right? You can't use them as a effect. Like you can use them as a scout, but
Right.
they can get chased down.
So, yeah, they're the slowest of the kind of the early game units. Supporters are faster than Corvettes, and Corvettes are faster than skaters.
Raghna put out 2 submarines. And degunned.
Yeah,
One.
he killed I think 2 supporters there. Supporters didn't do much damage. I'm not a big fan of subs in sea. We'll see if they're actually useful.
I think Teddy heard the sub.
Yeah, he heard it. He's not going to be able to. Ragna's not going to chase those down. But I mean, at best with these supporters, you get to kill a constructor. The mexes are underwater, right? There's a fight over here on the left side. It's not quite enough supporters to engage all those dolphins. It's gonna try.
Felt
though.
like Teddy's strategy wasn't as good, and you like Raghna's position better. But if you look at the map, he has locked the top. He pushed up. He has got the middle. He has got his side, both the land, and he's gonna make for the land. So, Raghna right now has a bigger army, but I would say it's close. But Teddy looks like he's keeping up, and especially with the mexes, he looks in a pretty good position.
So Raghna's got 3 frigates, and Teddy is continuing to just push out supporters for now. He's gonna have to find a way to deal with these subs. Torpedo launchers can work in the right places to maybe say protect these mexes back here if he got some. Got a torpedo launcher there, you know, but you need something to kill the subs. Usually a destroyer
What about
works.
other subs?
I mean, a destroyer is
He's going
fast.
for it.
Yeah. He's getting a couple torpedo launchers. This one probably won't finish in time.
Yeah, that's dead.
And so while he's dealing with those subs, maybe is Raghna going to push the north here? Raghna's pulling those units
He will
around.
try, I guess,
back.
but he might get squeezed with.
Yeah, that's
all
a
of
lot of.
really-
He sees. He's just like, maybe I'll turn around here.
Because that definitely would look like a donation.
Yeah. So Teddy just lost that.
Very
mech.
metal.
Sub versus sub. Teddy's sub wins. So the core subs are better too, if I remember right. So core subs are 342 a shot. The arm sub is, that one's 342, but I think it's because it's got, oh, they are the same.
Are they pushing hard north?
So I mean, the question here is who gets to secure these wrecks, right? Winning the fight in some ways is less important, as long as you can get the medal. I think Raghna should be able to get that. Is he making,
Technically, he's there, so.
He doesn't have any build power nearby, though, so that's not gonna work. These two torpedo launchers should at least stop the subs.
And he's gonna secure the 7 mixes on the land. Raghna still doesn't have a plan, but has secured most of them.
Yeah.
In the sea mix. But I'm really like confused on how Teddy just made 4 mixes in the middle uncontested with a single constructor. Now he's making a heavy turret laser one. Coral. That's where. Will it reach? Oh, it will reach the wind. Oh no. So Raghna's gonna lose the about 100 energy, 78 income, just with from some. That's interesting. But yeah, the army of Raghna is doing a raid in his base, and he will get up the wrecks from the battle. That's quite a significant chunk of the.
Yeah, that's a lot of metal to recover over there. He's gonna get this mechs with the destroyer, but I think he's gonna lose. I mean, this army is a donation.
The bottom is. Couple of fights going on. He saves the destroyer, which is the important part. Maybe.
Yeah, so here the subs are gonna help him out against those 2 frigates. He's gonna, yeah, he'll save the frigate. And then, so that destroyer did manage to get away. He only lost the 3 dolphins over there.
Reinforced with the army that helped secure the constructor to eat the wrecks. So
it's gonna push.
Raghna's doing good.
Yeah. This has been pretty back and forth. Raghna's gonna push the south again with 2 more subs. Teddy's been making pretty much just frigates. I mean, that's good in the surface war, but when you've been dealing with subs, you need to have destroyers too. This torpedo launcher should win there. So Teddy is probably going to be able to push Raghna back out of the north. And turn around and...
Periodically adding 2 more subs right now and some frigates and pumping destroyers. So Raghna has more well-rounded army, I would say.
Yeah, he's got he's got a build queue on repeat. So maybe this is the new sea meta, right? 3 frigates, destroyer, 3 dolphins, 2 subs.
Teddy converting to covers.
Looking for some kind of cheeky action there, huh?
He's
Teddy
realizing he's
just destroyed this army in the center, looks like, or in the top. But Raghna's moving in the south with pretty sizable force. He's got 2 subs here, searching for the next targets, and then he's got these. I mean, this is pretty much uncontested. Torpedo launchers aren't going to do much against 4 frigates.
It's hard to rotate the frigates from the north to here as well.
Yep.
So he will lose his wind and his income. Said he got the metal, but what good is the metal if you lose the...
And he's even taking his commander back through the hills there. He's going to lose all that. Now, Teddy, I think, spotted Raghna's commander here in the center, yeah? Raghna's going to walk over the hill. He sees 11 frigates on their way in.
So what do you think? What's the plan with the hovers? The first hovercraft is ready, so
Probably
speedy ones.
he'll try to go through the north or something like that. Maybe you can come through there. There's just fights all over the map right now, you know. You've got these two frigates there. You've got
Middle push. Raghna
push
to
in the
take
middle.
this.
Raghna throwing up a
Raghna's-
question mark. Not
Raghna's
sure.
Raghna's commander, Teddy's commander might be in danger. He's getting fired upon. Is Teddy disconnected? Oh no, not disconnected.
No.
Destroyer is
This
coming,
destroyer, yeah, yeah, there's a destroyer and a sub. I think Teddy's commander is probably toast unless he can do some fancy dancing. Yep.
Oh,
Wow.
yeah.
Wow. Well, so much action all over the map that game, huh? So I guess that's how you play Paradise Lost, is you just overcome chaos.
Okay. Commander gets some subs, some destroyers, and yeah. So 2-1 Raghna. Raghna moves on. Am I correct?
Yes. 2-1 Raghna. Raghna moves on. I think we want to catch Cart and
Douche
Mighty
versus sheep.
And if the scene hasn't switched yet, that's probably because I think Tarnished Knight is AFK still. I haven't heard him back here yet. Oh, there he is.
Yeah, I was watching silently, eating something in the background.
No problem.
I caught I was watching the second half of that match. Absolutely enjoyed it. Fantastic, lovely to see a water map, and in there it just brings so much variety. And caught the last bit there and put that in a replay. So yes, that is pretty awesome stuff. So Raghna taking that one, earning his place in the grand finals.
We need to head into the match already. They have started. I am trying to find.
Okay. Yep. Okay, so they're on Ravaged, which means they're still in their first match. I found their lobby. It's FX Mighty Sheep's lobby. It's a passworded lobby.
All right.
And then you go ahead and they just started, so they're when I joined, they were not even a minute in yet. So we shouldn't miss much here.
Okay, I'll just rejoin at the same time. That was with Mighty Sheep. Okay. So Cartouche versus Mighty Sheep. And so whoever wins this, then whoever has to win this. Oh, joined.
Plays versus Teddy.
Yes, absolutely.
Is Raghna in the finals, right? Or one more go?
Yeah, he's in the finals.
Yep.
So I've got the board up here. So he'll move into the finals.
Congratulations.
And because he hasn't lost, he will have to be defeated by his opponent twice in order for his opponent to take crown, because it's double elimination.
Raghna proved a lot of people wrong when we looked at the predictions. He was the 4th place on most of the predictions.
He's been practicing a lot, you know.
Some cheeky builds, yeah.
He's been. I think he had a couple things kind of prepared, like what we saw in the first Avalanche game against Teddy. You know.
That's interesting. You guys seeing this weird
What's that?
little
The dead tree.
the dead trees? They look like look like some form of origami at the moment. On my view.
Oh,
Is that I know that Beherith made some of those graphics changes lately, so maybe that's
I
one of
see.
these models that just kind of wigs out a little bit.
I see a regular tree. I mean, it's dead, but
That looks like a dead tree to me on my screen. I don't.
All
But
right,
all of them
that
they
looks
claim
a bit better.
all of it's not worth anything. All the trees and the rocks on this map are worthless. And I think Cartouche thinks the wind is worthless too, given how many solars he's built.
well,
Mighty Sheep doesn't seem to be inclined to agree.
He doesn't. He doesn't.
wind is a little bit better. With the 5 to 15, you get pretty consistent wind. Titles are pretty good, I think.
Yeah, the sneaky title on this map, right? So.
I like
seen
the
this-
Nobi's approach. He copied. I copied from Mitvit, and Nobi copied from me. And when he finishes the bottom 3 maxes, he puts a couple of titles there. It's way better metal efficiency, like a slightly
Yes.
better than.
So if people haven't seen this before on this map, sometimes players like to put the titles right in this little hole here. And 21 is such a good title speed.
yeah.
They're really efficient. And you can do this hole on the way up to these 3 mexes if you want. Yeah, and then LSR noted the back here. So if you come back and you get these 3 mexes, you put some titles back here.
Or at the start, I like to do something on the start because it gives you consistent start, so you could pre-plan the start around it. It's not that efficient, but it's definitely better than solar. And if the
Mhm.
wind is low, you get really, really ahead of your opponent, who either goes for solar or the wind. So yeah, always need to check the tidal speed. I mean, 5 to 15, wind is going to be better than tidal in general, but for the edge cases or when you want consistent production in order to be able to perform a tide build, then it may be a good option.
You know, and that's why, I mean, at least, I don't know about you, but when I play, if I see a wind at like 5 to 15, I'll be thinking mostly about trying to get solars, you know, when I hit maybe plus 300 from some wind, or if I've got some energy stored up, or if the wind is high, you know, like it's at 15 right now, drop an solar so that you can dump the energy into it, and then when the wind drops again, you've got something really nice and solid.
You gotta remember that 5 to 15, I think, is lower than DSDR's 1 to 16. So
Yeah.
if you play about DSD, then it's not a lot of wind you get there. It's better than solar, right? But overall,
Wind in the
it's not
game
that
is
great.
is just completely random. Well, between those ranges, it's completely random. So, you know, if it was completely uniform random, it'd probably be something along the lines of a fairly linear
Trust me.
distribution.
It's not
Yeah.
actually random. When you most need the wind, that's when it drops. So it
Yeah,
actually reads the game and it knows when you need wind.
it goes right now. That's the time to cut it off. Yeah. Okay.
Every lobby you scripted wind, all other players know that, like, and it is.
It is. Yeah, it's always scripted. So it's interesting to me. I've seen vehicles a lot on this map, and both players have decided on bots.
I think they were trying to
I think
support
for
each
Sheep
other.
that's nice since he went core. So for Sheep not to have to face core bots on this map, that's nice for him right now.
We've seen a lot of core in this tournament. I don't. Maybe it's just me misremembering things, but I always felt that core was severely underrepresented in tournaments. It was, apart from a few maps, it was everyone went arm.
I mean, it's been a while now, but there was a change to the AK turret turn rate, which allows AKs to aim a lot better. It used to be that they had a lot harder time actually aiming, locking on, and making the shot happen. And so now that they are more like peewees that way, I think it's kind of evened out the bot matchup and maybe even favors the grunt a little bit now versus the way that then peewees were
As you can
favored.
see, Cartouche is overcoming that. He's making a resbot. He keeps his resbot next to the PBs. But don't underestimate the pawns. Once they jump the grunts are usually dead, especially if the pawns even slightly outnumber.
Yeah.
So if you squash into the other line and the opponent doesn't pay attention to the grunts, he will lose.
Yeah, definitely the peewee still has the better DPS. It's got a little bit more health too, so
Right, so denies the forward positions. Sheep's being pretty greedy, expanding quite nakedly, at least with the one constructor. Governor hasn't been able to put that many pressure, but will put a right in the middle, which means the sheep needs to think what he wants to do. What do you do versus in the sheep situation when you see the riders right now? I always
Oh.
get a little bit stunned. I don't know. What do I get? Thuds? Thugs?
I mean, he's got thugs on the way, so that I think that's what he believes the answer to be. Certainly,
noise.
I mean, you know, LLTs are not that bad against Centurions most of the time, but
How about
Cartouche is definitely making him look pretty bad.
How about Centurions being repaired by grave diggers, or I'm trying to remember what the
That
Armada
I don't
version
know.
is.
Call them
That's
Resbots.
nice.
That's what they are.
We call them by their function.
Yeah.
Maybe
So a little bit of a standoff now. I think that now that the thugs are here, it's going to make it a lot harder for Cartouche to push there. I mean, I think we're going to see vehicle
is going
transition
to
from
be done.
somebody soon.
not seen anything yet.
Not yet.
But how do you find the time to transition? Sheep's in a good position to transition. He has 3 construction turrets. Both are actually. Ooh, Governor playing.
Yeah, trying to collapse,
Strategy.
but just doesn't have the power, you know?
And leaves a metal pile.
Yeah,
He
that's
will go for the
really
counter attack. It's not good. He needs to degun.
Wow,
Ooh, gets a
that
nice
was
degun.
yeah.
That was a good digger.
Let's see. So 2 turrets. We'll get
So-
1, we'll get 2, but he will get stopped, I think.
Trying to run the Peas up the left side here to take advantage of Sheep's
One's
continued
turret.
thug production. Looks like that LLT is going to foil the plan, though, at least for now. We'll go this direction instead.
Oh no, there's another LLT.
Trying to buy time, I think, but Sheep realizes that and sends a counter raid to the bottom. Actually leaves his force, like, Sheep's commander is completely alone now in the middle, protected by maybe 2 LLTs in the distance, and the warriors, I mean, Centurions is closing in on him. If
Yeah,
Sheep faces
the Centurions are starting to push Sheep. He's pulling the commander back. But, okay, so he smelled this danger. He doesn't want to have any part of it.
Ooh, what will it be? Well, there's 1 LT on the side left, and the pawns are pushing in, and the commander is still lonely.
Part of what happened there, all those wrecks, Sheep reclaimed all those wrecks. So remember we were talking before about, is it better to res or reclaim? And maybe he felt like he didn't have the time or the energy to resurrect the wrecks, but certainly he would have a larger army right now if he had instead of the metal reclaim.
Like Cart is a little bit, I wouldn't say panicky, but he's definitely looking to do something. He's trying to find something to do.
Yeah.
Because actually they're now evened out in the base expansions, I would say. Okay, counter raid from Sheep while Centurions are going up on the top to clear. Gonna pick off the reinforcements there.
He's gonna lose that right expansion for sure. But he's got all those thugs coming back up through the center, so that's what that pile of thugs is what he spent all the reclaim on. I think
Sheep has no metal, going for the air lab.
Yeah,
well
he's got Cartouche's commander in his sights. If he keeps him balled up like that again, it's a good way to get him degunned.
Ooh, Cart might fight Sheep.
Yeah,
I don't think he sees.
the top right. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
And that's again
Just gets surrounded.
unlucky.
Yeah.
Wow. Wow. Just lose concentration for a moment, and that's it.
Yeah.
Caught out by that. That is brutal.
Didn't he like have a radar on the hill, or did he notice? I
I
didn't
think
see
he
that.
didn't have a radar on the hill, so
You can
and
see
he's
from here if I just-
He
Eh,
built
if you're in a base, right?
he built one on the central hill, but then it got destroyed in one of the pushes.
makes sense. Yeah, and I think he just kind of lost track of that army because that's the army that went and killed the right side expansion, right? So once the expansion's gone, you lose sight of the army. If you don't have the radar, you lose any. You know, it's like it's easy to forget that there's an army over there, and then suddenly that's the one that's where your commander was. That you were trying to retreat your commander away from danger and walk right into it instead.
Okay, so looks like we're about to start, are we?
Yeah, next up is Quicksilver.
Oh yeah, so anyone that's got started on bar will be very familiar with this one. So, just loading up the...
A map that doesn't need much introduction. I think, yeah, we usually see people start in the center positions on this map.
You can do hill as well, but that would that would be what Raghna would not do. So
Yeah. You have to ask yourself, what would Raghna do?
Okay, are we on?
Yeah, I think a real question here is, you know, bots or vehicles, right? Quicksilver's got
vehicles in the 3v3 we saw vehicles go really uh, sketchy to say the least. I think the map size isn't 14 by 14, but it's actually like 12 by 12 maybe.
it's nice and flat, the main fighting area, right? So the kind of the two lanes here, these two chokes, these two big
I
chokes
think
right
if
here.
you start the hill, maybe vehicles is better, but I think you need to be everywhere on this map because the idea is to lock and then secure one side.
Yeah, if you start on the hill, it's really easy to just kind of get locked into the hill and then your opponent just takes the entire rest of the map. That doesn't work out very well.
So Kart is going for the pound-based armies. They'll push a couple of fleas, I would assume. And yeah, they're both going bots. I would be shocked to see vehicles. To be fair, there's
And
not a lot of
so
maneuverability, especially with the ramps in the middle where you want to go around.
Sheep took the 3-mech start, while Cartouche opted for the 2-mech start. Cartouche with a Resbot first, which kind of surprises me with Armada. You would think that you would see that at least a few ticks before Resbot.
I think the idea is maybe to go maybe hard on the PVs, so you want to get the energy fast. There's a chance he might even move out with his commander when the wind picks up. No, goes for the bot instead. At least one bot.
At least one constructor. Does that mean he makes 6 more constructors too, or not?
I think that's a metagame read again. He hasn't seen sheep play arm, so he feels really comfortable. That's the general issue why people don't respect the grunt cell that much. Because if you see that your opponent plays core bots, you can just make constructors. Like now the AK travels, and let's see if he's gonna be ready for it. Has an LTT to retreat. One flea. I mean, this is one of the fastest AKs you've got. Like, sheep doesn't even have a constructor. Yeah, he doesn't. Denies the forest a little bit. I think
It's actually not
still
bad.
reclaimed. Oh, it's still reclaimed. Is it burning?
It is.
It's still reclaimable.
Okay,
Right.
so gets the AK or the grunt without really taking any damage except for the loss of the trees. Other grunt on the right, probably going to sit up there for a while. Maybe he'll come back down looking for an in.
Oh, that's a good vision.
He's going to wait for the one on the left side, try to...
Oh,
Yeah, pull the peewees in the... Yep. And the cart not really over-responding, which is good. Still focusing his attention elsewhere. On the expanding.
Sheep making some rocket bots, some res bots, has 2 constructors. So changing strategy. So Sheep's already plan is to maybe try to go for the breakout already with the rocket bots. I mean, rocket bots this early while having 3 grunts is interesting choice. So he would expect that the cart is gonna try and lock the territory up. So he already wants to have preemptive rocket bots.
Hmm. Now, what's curious to me is that Sheep is kind of headed off to the right a little bit, even though he knows where Cart's commander is. So I would have thought he'd bring those rocket bots up to where...
Really naked and only has rocket bots. This is not looking good. He doesn't even have LTT in his base, and he pushed 1 constructor off.
Yeah.
Who I think might be in trouble. The cart is not yet discovered that, but
Well, he found the constructor now.
keeps
Wonder if he'll find the
also-
resbot too. Cart's gonna find the resbot.
Yep.
Ah, he
But his-
he reclaimed the P.
And I think
Wow,
Uh,
that's some quick. I mean, that's a quick reclaim. That's a hard order to give.
there we go.
It just goes to show you the skill of the players at this level. You know, it's like
Quite interesting to see what else they can reclaim in time. So, new meta, reclaim everything, forget using weapons. Oh, there are nano sprays are far more effective. Just, yeah, making
So
sure.
Sheep is trying to expand to the right here. I guess a little bit at a time. You're right. It's still just. It seems like his grunt count is so low compared to all the peewees that card has.
Allcart has managed to put down 2 construction bots while Sheep only has two regular construction bots, so
Yeah.
it's quite significant advantage.
Plus the win that he
Let's see.
built in the middle, you know, is actually a pretty significant amount of win there.
I wish Sheep would continue with the siege at least pressure. I mean, he would get pushed with the grunts, and then his commander could get flanked. But I don't know,
He's-
because Sheep's camera, he did not maybe he saw that it is wind because he saw on the radar that there's a lot of plots, but didn't actually see what it is. From
think
Sheep's perspective, those windmills might look as units. So
I think he's getting his multitasking taxed pretty hard. He just lost those 4 grunts from not microing them at all. He's
You know,
kind
just
of
making
focused
a
with
valiant
his-
last stand.
Yeah, on the right side, and I think he's just trying to micro the rocket bots against the commander wasn't going to work out for him either. These pawns, yeah, I think they're going to get into his base. He knows.
calling the GG, it's unlucky. The economy was pretty even. Definitely was some fight in there, but the build power difference and the army difference and wasn't really lucky on the damage. It was still the game.
Yep. GG.
Yes, GG. Okay, Wizard, leave us now.
All right, so we're gonna have the final games coming up here. Teddy versus Cartouche. And sorry. Oh, right.
Yeah, Teddy versus Cartouche.
Oh, that's a treat.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, all these last games are going to be a treat.
So both of them have now reached the point where they're actually going to get some of the winnings. This is going to determine third place at least. So the loser will walk away with that 10%, and then the winner gets to try their luck at fighting Raghna for first place.
Right. They might need a little bit of luck against Raghna.
Oh, he's just been on fire today. And that's without pop-up turrets. Is there a lobby open for that?
Well, I'm still in the lobby that Cartouche is in, which is actually Mighty Sheep's private lobby. So maybe we should find
Look for
Teddy.
But-
Teddy's in
in a lobby with
Raghna
Raghna.
room. Yep. Yep.
Hang on a minute. Am I missing something? So what's
do we move to Teddy's lobby?
I kind of jumped into it preemptively, but there's a chance there might not be the right one. Wasn't expecting to see Raghna in this.
Well, Raghna was the last one that Teddy played.
Teddy's away for 13 minutes, according to the status.
Well, we can ring him on Discord, right?
Yes. Okay, so yeah, another set of enjoyable battles there. It was quite nice, in a way, to see how the pros handle Quicksilver. One that many of us lesser players or more beginning players tend to play a lot, but jump us back to the boot. So
All right, so they both responded on Discord, so it's just a matter of who goes to whose lobby.
all right, okay, so they're getting themselves organised for the final of the losers bracket. Sounds so negative, doesn't it? The losers bracket.
The
All
losers.
these guys, the only thing they did wrong to get in there was to lose one matchup, and they've won
I know.
everything else, and it just feels wrong. So
I
we
know it's
call
hard.
them losers. Lobby that I'm in at the moment.
All right, I'm coming to Teddy's lobby for now.
That's good. We're gonna do what we did last time. On the democracy, we vote.
Or Teddy, now Jazz Cash is telling Teddy to go join Cart, so I guess we'll join Cart's lobby. I was just there. It's actually Mighty Sheep's lobby.
Oh, is it? So I'm looking for Mighty Sheep.
It's named Mighty Sheep's lobby.
Oh, FX Mighty Sheep. Let's see.
Needs the password though. Maybe Jazz Cash will just it's because it's there we go.
Brilliant. We're
There we go.
nearly there. So this will be the finals of the losers brackets.
Here we are,
They're
back
gonna-
full circle to the Eye of Horus again, right?
Yeah, that's what I wanted to say. It's the first game is gonna be quick and dirty, and then we're gonna see the Arch Simcats, which I'm excited. And Tangerine's also in there.
Ooh,
Maple.
Tangerine.
I love that.
Yeah.
Love that.
So if I'm not mistaken, that this is still going to be a best of 3. Yep. Okay, so the match is just starting. We're just loading into it now. Give us a moment and we'll have you connected up with the action. So what's your predictions? Who do you reckon's going to walk
Oof.
away victorious
For
in this
first
one?
game, I mean, Raghna beat Kart 2-0, although he didn't do good. Both were snipes. And yeah, but he managed to win it. I think he was behind on both the games, but when he juked and jived and somehow killed while being completely behind in the second game is pretty similar with that. So I think, and we saw the Ragnar Teddy, right? So that also went to the third game.
There's a common theme that both lost to Raghna.
Yeah, I think all three of these players are just they're really good, and I think trying to predict what's going to happen on a map like Horus is just difficult at best. I mean, already you see the wind is just dropping through the floor, and that's going to affect both players for their opening build here.
Well, Teddy's gonna play defensive, so it's about whether the governor will break a bit like initial fleas or how he will set up, how many PBs he will make. Will he go for the back mixes? Will he try to expand? Because to me, it looks like Teddy will definitely play his safe, economical style. He's gonna put some AKs, one scout, will deflect the fleas. While it's up like how governor treats. Will he take advantage and will expand? Will he stay on 2 mixes and make non-stop PBs? Nobody knows. So
I'm enjoying the fact that we're still getting Cortex and Armada matchups.
yeah, it means that the game is diverse. I would favor, I think Arm, but maybe that's Raghna just talking to my ears saying, well, the bots can't do anything, right? So because you could just expand versus them. As you can see, Teddy pushes the first grunt straight to the base, so he will get a scout off. And yeah.
Meanwhile, Cart's tick is just about arrived, and it might be able to get, if it gets back in behind those wins, that could cause Teddy some problems.
Yeah.
Oh boy, he's
gonna get this max.
Could repair.
Or
As a
not.
commander, you can deflect, yeah, and deal. So the cart is going for the expansion, makes a back LLT in his base, and we'll take the second mech. So we're not gonna see any crazy rush for now. In fact, the cartouche has identified that he's indeed playing versus the core and will go up to the 4 to 5 constructors and yeah, play from there. So we're gonna say see a longer game for now.
Teddy though is pumping out a bunch of
Pumping a lot of
AKs.
AKs, yeah.
Yeah.
I would call this a little bit more than a bunch.
Yeah.
But that's actually a trickery, so deflected the fleas. As you can see, he's patrolling with the AK on the other side. Ooh, card might not know or see this because it actually looks like you don't know how much, but I think Card will realize after he sees that the back mix hasn't been taken that something is up. And yeah,
Tick
we'll
is back.
convert to the. Let's see. If the longer it goes, the better it is for Cartouche, obviously, and Cartouche hasn't expanded to the sides, so hasn't locked yet, and doesn't look like he's realized that something is a little bit wrong. And
Well, he built an LLT there awfully quick. Let's see what's going on. I don't think Teddy's backing away. Yeah. Must have repaired
He's
the
gonna go
LLT.
for the run. That's well played. He sniffed out by not seeing the back mixes. He figured he didn't. I don't think he really saw the army moving on, but he realized that the rush is inbound. He's still gonna go for the counter attack, which is pretty interesting. Like, I think in other RTS games where you're getting pressured, it's really hard to go for your base to counter attack, but the units move so fast. He's gonna either cut the reinforcements off. Well, the base would defend.
Yeah, Teddy's
So-
pretty spread out here, so he's got, you know, grunt here, grunt over there.
Teddy's
Kind of
gonna
circling in front of the Cartouche base here.
Ooh,
I think it's
Quite
been
a
cut
few
off
grunts.
reinforcements by the looks of it.
Yeah.
Pawns coming in on Teddy's base. Teddy has no LLTs, but has almost similar. But oh, Teddy dealing damage. on
Yeah,
the top.
Cartouche's base is having some issues here, it looks like.
Depends on the
Yeah,
Resbots.
and
Maybe
if he gets that
a
wind.
lab or lab would be nice.
Yeah.
Doesn't get well, gets something, but not everything.
You got quite a few constructors, it looks like, because I remember
built them.
Cartouche had like 4 or 5
Cartouche is gonna
constructors.
remake the base. I could. Oh yeah, it's already there. I'd say I didn't see it, but he's gonna remake the base immediately. The base has been a pretty risky position, but the cart is coming in from his base and clears up a second raid group. Just the poor raid group just runs in, and it's now a really interesting situation because cart has traded really well for the last.
Does he have any wind left? I think he even
No,
just
he will
reclaimed the lab.
convert to 8 solars, and yeah, he will make
He's just
solars.
reclaimed the lab.
But it's really good actually that he has no wind at this moment because Teddy's relying on a wind, and wind was like 2 or 1 even. So that's just pure luck. Lucky, definitely scripted wind. So
Scripted wind.
So see, he's making solars. He will potentially earn more than Teddy. Like Teddy has plus 66 income, while Cartouche with 3 solars has like 110. How is that not scripted? Look, and it
And
goes
then
back
look
to
at
the
the
one
wind
again.
back to 1.
Oh,
Okay, it's
okay,
going
it's
up
going
fast.
to 15 to 16. Yeah.
Stops at 10. It's still going, still going. Okay, we're headed back to 25. Teddy's wind dance has maybe finally been accepted by the wind gods of Horus.
It's a nice position for the radar.
It's 6 mixes for the Teddy, 3 for Cartouche. Six versus with the plasma bots, and 6 versus 6 pawns versus grunts. So a pretty even army overall. I think Teddy's goal is going to be finish the raid on the top, finish what started while being defensive and making maze bots with with a help of repair his bots.
Yeah. Well, if Teddy can secure expansions on the left and right, and even on just the left or the right, that should help put him a good bit farther ahead in metal.
Kurt
right?
is thinking about it and already has sent a raid, and that base where he just flopped down the wind and the radar is gonna
Yeah.
get denied, but he still got the second base, and he's also setting up his raid on the Cartouche's old base.
That is a
So the
lot of
long-
mace, though, in the center. That is really a lot.
The current count is 9, so Governor made. So it was 6-6. Now it's 13-8 in the counts. Teddy needs to spend his money. That's one issue he's having.
Yeah, still only 1 nano there. And no
Think-
constructor either.
I think he prefer maybe he gives up a little bit of space and maybe just buffer the commander, because right now it's not looking good.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
12-5 now.
It's
Or
down to
1-4,
1 more
yeah,
chug.
Teddy
Gonna be GG, I think. Yeah. Yeah, that was some exceptionally bad win this game, too. I mean, he's not wrong.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was
Not wrong.
definitely quite unfortunate on that front. But the thing is that when wind is good, we don't tend to notice it quite so much.
Right? Take it for granted, and this is how it treats you.
Yeah, that's why it always seems bad. It's a replay of the final moments. But who took the first game? They're ready to start.
Not used to wearing these headphones quite all day.
It's quite something. Yes, Governor Tush Teddy are currently duking out for their position in the grand finals for who is going to face Raghna. If Cartouche takes this next game, he secures his position. Teddy's got everything to fight for now.
I
Right.
think Teddy is a favorite in this next map. Might be all set, but Arch Simcats is a relatively new map, and Teddy has played it a bunch. Maybe Governor has played it sometimes, but maybe on 3v3. But I don't think this map has too many nuances. But it's a big map, and
Yep, just right, okay, beginning
banter in the lobby
to
chat.
start. Okay, just loading
all
up.
right.
Yeah, this is, man, I mean, we played this up to 8v8, so definitely got lots of space, lots of metal. I remember the wind is pretty decent on this map. There is a fair amount of trees to reclaim. Kind of 3 main lanes between north, south, and middle. So I kind of guess that we'll see some sort of middle-ish start. Looks like Teddy's gonna opt for plateau.
Yeah, that's the usual carry spot, especially with the metal behind you.
Yep.
Should be
I don't think there's much metal in anywhere else.
joining very imminently. Just go get through all the pathfinding calculations. That's when someone tells me you need to optimize those. I thought I had. Almost there. Almost in the match. You can get all the
And Cartouche looking at the mirror spot.
Alright, so.
Okay,
Then
guys.
found the
So
plateau.
what are we looking at here in terms of the strategies these guys are going to be bringing to this map?
I
Yeah.
think they're both gonna play more eco-oriented. I think it's gonna be hard to set up a quick rush. So I'd assume for that reason maybe bots first, given the plateau and all, and the need to scout. So I would say like 4 to 5 constructors, then scouts, then bots. Maybe a little
Yeah.
bit slightly order, and then see what's up. Expand to the free sides, some LLTs, radars, and then we'll see first skirmishes. I doubt we see like plasma bots here. I think it's gonna be playing like a comet, but with the bots. I don't think vehicles are that bad here, but yeah,
I mean, I
Teddy's
think.
gonna go vehicles for faster expansion.
Yeah.
That's interesting. Yeah, both
Same
going
with
vehicles.
Cartouche.
So they favor the vehicles for control map. All right.
I wouldn't be surprised to see, maybe not right away, but a relatively early air switch from at least one of them. Seems like, there's plenty of room to fly around and under the radar, literally and figuratively, right? And then, I mean, assuming you know where their base is and you scout a little bit, get a good bombing run in. I think if this map gets to T2, Teddy could probably have a pretty nice advantage. I feel like I know Teddy is a really strong macro player in team games as well, so I don't know how much. It's like I haven't seen Cartouche playing those kind of games much, so I don't know how well he actually understands like the teching up process. I know Teddy gets it though, so.
I think Cart knows, and then he has there's some differences. Maybe he's not used to taking. I don't know. The flow might be a little bit different, or the energy. But I mean, if everything's almost the same, then you get the feel by looking at the stats, and then if something wrong, you can pay attention and correct. So, right. So, 15
Yeah,
rovers going out.
as you predicted, let's see, we each 3 solid cons out.
I would say
Commander's gonna
bots. Like regular players usually would use bots for this situation, but the better you are, you can get away with a lot of scouts.
Yeah.
And that's just a cheaper way of doing the same thing. And you can be more greedy on top of that. So I like in the middle. There's a scout army ready to counterattack the scouts. We'll pick off those one by one. Should at least. Oh, misses one.
the rate of fire on the rovers is so low.
Yeah. Are rascals better? I haven't looked at like to me it's just like a scout is scout.
Yeah, I know. I'm not sure.
I must admit, I don't imagine many battles have hinged on the subtle differences between
Yeah,
the two
the
units.
DPS it fires 3% faster than the other. Definitely. One picks off one more scout.
Hmm.
Alright, so what's going on? 11 mixes for Teddy, 9 for Cartouche, all 10 now.
So
The
the
household
the
one.
rascal and the rover are 1 DPS different, and the rascal is faster. No, the rover is faster.
Cartouche getting quite a healthy. He will go for the attack. He's getting up to 18 scissors. Teddy has about 4 blitz. tanks. So Kartush is definitely looking to get aggressive now.
Yeah, and on a big map like this, you know, where you send them makes a big difference. Because it's not like
Right.
you can just rotate to the other side of the map very easily.
Well, but if the enemy hasn't been making army, then you will get a good raid in.
Well, that's true.
And there's with these kind of players, they have certain kind of intuition that they figure out, like, should they?
Teddy definitely knows that there's a fair number of incisors in the bottom now. He pulled all of his scouts back. See how he reacts to seeing those incisors coming in. Was there 5 of them in the south there? Looks like we just lost LSR. Oh, there he is.
Sorry, I moved a little bit. I don't know what happened.
Wow.
But you're back now. That's the important thing.
Yes, exactly. So 6 incisors. He's pulling the constructor back as fast as he can. Doesn't go any faster than that, though.
Itself's not going down any faster either.
I'm kind of surprised Kurt decided not to push up the hill there. Thought he would.
The way he's trying to just contain him in his starting area.
Yeah, so those incisors from the south are going to meet up with a few more units in the middle. Kind of keep the pressure up. Teddy losing a second constructor there. Or actually, that's the first one, I think. He didn't actually lose the other one. He's having kind of a hard time keeping up with all this harassment. And Cartouche is able to just take mexes on the southwest there for more or less free for now. But he's trying to push back through the center with blitzes too. This is the second set of expansions that he's lost. I mean, I don't think these blitzes are going to get much done.
He's going to try and make his way up the side now. Yep.
Now he sees it's just one LLT, so he's going to come in the back door here. He's at least going to get the 2 more mexes. There's some blitz there waiting for him, but seems like LSR is having some connection problems. Hopefully he'll be back soon. Okay, so Teddy's blitz raid got cleaned up on the left side. And he's still dealing with these incisors. They're all pretty low health though, so it looks like he's going to get those cleaned up. But Teddy has got to be behind. Well, actually, he's still ahead in metal produced. But losing all those mexes does not seem good for his economy.
Yeah, that's less, was that less than half the current income rate?
Yeah.
Definitely not a good position to be in. You can just see it on the map. There's just
Yeah,
so
this
much
is-
more
we've got
blue.
35 versus 16 metal for Cartouche. There's probably enough LLTs. Yeah. So Teddy definitely needs some kind of game plan if he's gonna recover from these early losses.
Well, if you were in Teddy's position, what would you do?
Um, well, I would never end up in Teddy's position to begin with because I'm not good enough to make it this far in the tournament. But
That's a very shrewd answer. Very safe one.
I don't know. I mean, I feel like air seems like kind of a Hail Mary option, but man, Cartouche is just streaming incisors across the map right now. No end in sight. I'm not sure what Teddy can do. Teddy's commander is kind of exposed there in the kind of bottom center of the map. That's... Teddy did get a bot lab, I think for the resers mostly. Okay, so Cartouche has brought the drones in here now, and that's just gonna make all of this way more difficult for Teddy. Honestly,
Okay.
I'm not sure that there's much Teddy can do to stop this.
So Teddy teched into bots and Cartouche teched into air.
Yep. Cartouche has definitely been ahead for long enough now.
Getting work done in the back there, that's not bad. Yeah.
Mass destruction everywhere. Yeah, this drone count is starting to get a little bit ridiculous. I mean, Teddy does have an AA bot, 2 AA bots on the field, so those drones are going to have to retreat now. He's got enough resurrected units here to, I think, push these incisors away. If he can get this army down here resurrected fast enough, he might still have a chance to pull back into an even game. But we have to see what happens in the middle here too. That's still a lot of incisors coming in.
He's changed his focus a bit.
Yeah. Now it's really hard to focus down a commander with incisors. Not impossible by any means. That he's trying to bring this group of blitz and pawns in to cut off more reinforcements.
Seems to have done a good job with that.
Cartouche taking out this expansion again, killing some valuable res bots. He's gonna go back up the hill again.
It does kind of look like they're playing a game of chase at the moment. Practically ignored, but as you say, it can't easily be targeted down by these kind of units.
Yeah, I mean the issue there is just that these vehicles are easier to degun. So they don't turn as well, they don't maneuver as well, they don't juke back and forth, so it's easy to predict their path and therefore easier to hit with the degun. And since the DPS of an incisor especially is kind of low, you gotta take a lot of hits to the commander before it dies, so it's kind of easier to degun everything before your commander dies. Not impossible though.
Teddy's defences seem to be just about holding off.
Yeah, I mean, most of those units are resurrected. So Teddy's Resbots are getting a workout for sure.
God, the metal lead is just phenomenal. Just look
Yeah.
at Cartouche's base.
I mean, Cartouche is working off of 2 labs of vehicle production right now with enough nanos. You know, he's got 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, about a dozen nanos there. Just check. 13 construction turrets.
That's just insane.
He's got mexes all over the southwest side of the map. He's got mexes all over the north side of the map. I mean, Teddy's basically just trying to not die right now.
50 over the 50 incisors as well.
Yeah.
And yeah, Teddy's base looking a little bit more threadbare in comparison, but he's putting up a really good fight though.
Yeah, I mean, this is just goes to show you how powerful Resbots can be, you know. But I don't think he's going to stop this group of incisors from getting up the hill.
I see Cartouche's counter to the Resbots. Reclaim all the dead units.
It's an air constructor to reclaim the unit. Yeah.
Oh, that's nice. Counter push. Teddy.
Yeah, he's going to have to clear out a lot of stuff in order to make it worth it. Cartouche has started building medium tanks now. I think he's pretty sure of his advantage and just wants to try to end the game.
So another, and this time a completely uncontested move from coming in from the north. Teddy's just fighting in so many fronts that just hasn't got the forces for it.
Yeah, and the card is gonna build some drones, and then those tanks, which are actually doing work for the Teddy, will get stopped and neutralized while Teddy's base is getting destroyed.
Teddy's base
now.
is dead. Yeah, the drones are stopping that tank push on the left side. All of Teddy's energy is gone.
And Teddy calls it GG.
Yep, GG. And looks like we'll have Cartouche move on to the final with Raghna. Teddy the big winner of $35.
And the ability to sleep, right?
Yeah, now I can go to bed.
It's like 4 or 5
is
a.m.
that is probably
5 a.m.
worth more to him than the money.
I hope it's worth like $50 for him or whatever the difference for the next.
Yep. So that moment where Cartouche's tanks just absolutely wrecking Teddy's base there. A valiant fight. Well played there. Didn't make it easy. And, I think saw your videos off.
Yeah.
He never does. That's kind of the, I mean, Teddy is a strong player. Maybe he's a little tired now here at the end of the tournament and late in the morning. But definitely still putting up a really solid fight.
So there we go. It will be Raghna versus Cartouche in the grand finals, second Alpha Cup. So there we go. See if Cartouche can exact revenge for his previous defeat at the hands of Raghna, or is Raghna just completely unstoppable, and we'll have to rename him to Ragnarok at the end of this tournament?
Well, that's the name of a map, actually, funnily enough. Map that,
And the map of a unit as well.
yeah. I mean, look, Cartouche has been going game after game after game, and Raghna's had time for a little nap here, right? So he's
Yes.
fresh and ready, right?
The there's the winner's bracket advantage as well. It's you fall into that loser's bracket, it just gets harder to get
Mhm.
back.
So
But
it's-
still,
does that mean that Raghna wins with starts with 1 point, or
I'm not sure what the ruling on that was.
ruling on what? Sorry.
if the guy who advances for losers is he 1 game down, or
Oh,
do they start 0-0, or
Uh,
Raghna gets 1 point?
as far as I was aware, maybe the rules had been changed, but my understanding at the time was that Cartouche would have to beat Ragnar in a best of 5 twice in order to take the title. I don't know if that has been changed, either in light of time or something else. If perhaps people can enlighten me. Um,
Okay, so Jazzcash says that because Ragna is in the winner's bracket, if he wins this series, he wins. And Cartouche actually needs to win this series and one more series in order to beat Ragna. So Ragna's not going to start a game up. So the series will start at 0-0. And if Ragna wins the series, then he wins everything. And if he loses this series, then they play again. I don't know
Yeah.
if they play a best of 5 again or not, but
from the details in, well, there's no additional information in challenge about the details of the additional match, so I'm assuming it's under the same conditions.
yes. So Jazzcash said if Cart wins this best of 5, then they go for another best of 5.
Yeah, that makes sense. Double elimination.
And Cart requested a small break before they start, so we will
I can't blame you.
respect. Yeah, me neither. Me neither.
How long's a short break? Is that like time to use the toilet or?
I hope so, because that's what I'm gonna go do. So I'll do that, and I'll be back shortly. Okay.
So I suppose on the next up, on there, what I might see if I can go through some of the replays that we had in earlier matches. I must say I won't be able to remember every single battle that we had, but I can provide some of the instant replays that we had that were quite entertaining.
It looks like
Have they started? Because everyone abandoned me, so I was just doing replays.
Oh, here we are. Yeah, yeah. They
Issues,
they
yeah.
are. Yeah, we're in game. We're in game. They
Oh
haven't
shoot!
placed yet.
Which
I'm back though.
which lobby?
Still in the Mighty Sheep lobby.
Mighty. Okay, they're in the Mighty Sheep. Okay, I will join. So this is Raghna versus Cartouche. Joining now. So yes, I was just replaying the
They
final
stop.
moments of many a general in our tournament.
Nice.
Yes, replays will come in handy.
Okay, so here we are on Comet, and I guess Tarnished, you're still loading in.
Yeah, they're nearly there.
Now, one thing to notice is that usually on this map, the start positions for 1v1 are the top left and the bottom right corners. But for this tournament, they decided to go with start boxes. And so they have the whole either left side or right side that they can choose from to place.
Okay, so we're all in, and is Raghna doing his lovely little heart motif there. He hasn't queued up which factory he's going to go with yet.
So LSR is still gone, is that right?
I was here, but my internet's, I don't know what.
Okay, okay.
It sounds like he's still here. Otherwise, we've got an incredible AI that's just joined us. Sounds
So it
just
looks like
him.
Raghna and Cartouche have decided on the mirrored start positions towards the center of the map. Both opening with core vehicles. Both having 2 solars before their lab. Both with an LLT between their 2 mexes in the back. So very symmetric build so far. Their labs even finish up within just a couple seconds of each other. They're 2 starting with 2 constructors, and Raghna gonna push some scouts out first. Boosting the scouts out even.
Definitely makes you think that Raghna has a very confident game plan for this one.
Yeah, I mean, Comet Catcher is a pretty well played map throughout Balanced Annihilation, and though I guess in BA it was oriented 90 degrees differently than it is now. So I think these players are pretty well aware of what is possible and probable on this map. Raghna closing up a couple solars is nice. Gonna get the mechs? No. Gets another scout. Closes up solar again. I mean, importantly though, he's keeping those 2 constructors from finishing that other solar there. And Governor walks back to boost his lab. I think he's gonna. No, he gets solar or radar first. So Governor walks back to boost his lab and then sends the constructors off to expand. Meanwhile, Raghna is expanding with his commander. And
Which is clear that's what Cartouche wanted to do, but due to the early attack,
Well, so I think actually that was part of the build by Cartouche is he walks down, takes the 2 mexes, builds an LLT, and then walks back up in order to boost the lab. That way he can use his constructors to expand. So you need a little bit more metal income on this map since you have to build solars. Wind is not an option on Comet.
It's a classical. I mean, I think it's a classic from Bia. That's a classic light tank rush on these kind of maps.
Yeah,
Where
yeah.
you just
It's
walk a little bit and then return to boost and see if you get an advantage. Let's see
yeah.
how.
And we've seen those kind of builds on Red Comet too. So on Red Comet, when you start in the corners with a 3 mech start, and then you've got those other 3 mexes close by, you walk over there with your commander, take the 3 mexes and walk back and just boost out light tanks from your lab. So it's kind of reminds me of that a little bit.
Yeah.
This repair was pretty important actually, and those few extra laser shots from the comm. Still loses an incisor versus not.
To say that well-placed laser turrets do make a huge difference, as we've seen in so many games. That
Well, it's really good if they are there where you take a fight. If the enemy commits to the fight where you have LLT, then it's really good. LT by itself isn't that good, except from denying scouts and maybe some raider infantry. So
Yeah, so Cartouche is definitely committing pretty hard to this light tank spam. Raghna's trying to get a couple more constructors out and kind of continue the macro side of things.
does it look 16 versus 4 tanks?
Yeah, pretty big difference.
Rascals planning on going in behind the scenes at the edge of the map. That's nice. While Cartouche is pushing the flanks, he's just looking for potential expansions. Oh no, he's actually going to go behind the base.
Yeah, he's, I think, kind of guessing how far Raghna's expanded in that direction. So must not be much over there. I mean, you have to kind of expect you're going to lose a constructor that's all by itself on the far side of the map. So here we go. We'll see how hard he commits to this, but that's a fair number of incisors to push in from the side of the base over here. It looks like Raghna's matching the numbers at least. So Cartouche is going to back away for now.
And the attack at the back of the base didn't get a huge amount done, but that's potentially a few mexes that have gone. As a result,
Yeah,
have to
I think
be
he took
replaced.
those 2 mexes out.
So not bad, some damage there.
Governor's working on his second nano right now.
So the attack on the back getting a little bit more heated.
Yeah, 2 more mexes back there that Raghna loses unprotected. E income is pretty similar.
Raghna a bit behind on the metal.
It looks like the cart is gonna secure the top metal bricks as well, while Raghna kind of won the fight. The good news for Raghna is that he's almost completed the locking process across the map with LDLTs and might be able to expand on the bottom, but that needs time. His base
Yeah.
is under threat, and when he switches to the Stumpy and he doesn't have metal in order to put units out, so that raid is gonna do not. Oh, oh,
Oh,
he's weird.
oh, yeah, he gets. That's good that he got that construction turret.
Hmm.
I mean, it's good for Kart anyway that he got the construction turret. Not so great for Raghna. Meanwhile, Governor himself is on 4
Raghna's
construction.
a little bit
turrets.
under the threat. Will
He's-
not commit. Cart will not commit. Just wants to pick off the army.
That's quite the wall of LLTs, I'll be honest.
I got excited
Even
there. I
for
thought he was going to
Raghna.
use Dragon Teeth, but it's like, no, those are LLTs.
Only on Seth's.
Raghna running out of army at the front. Has some levelers, but I have one. Yeah, Raghna has looks like run out of army. Well,
Artisha's just been kept spamming light tanks. He's still building light tanks. I mean, that's a lot of incisors in the bottom. Those 4 mexes are gone. I wouldn't be surprised if he gets the the double mex and LLT behind Raghna's base as well. And at the same time, there's even more incisors just to the north of that, ready to raid. And Raghna's trying for some counterplay with his medium tanks up in the north. Take down a couple exploiter mexes.
Cart wasn't producing from his lab, now switching to the brutes.
Raghna just losing more and more mexes here. I don't know how he's gonna overcome this income difference. I mean, maybe if he stopped building solars. But
He's been pretty good with solar making it. He has an excess, so pretty balanced. The issue is that Katusha is even getting the mexes on the bottom, surrounding Raghna with mexes.
yeah.
Got that going on. There's a saw the construction bots meeting in the middle. Construction.
Yeah, that's quite the.
Production.
Yeah, is that about 5 seconds per tank or something?
In here. Oh, at the same time, we've got.
So basically, Cartouche here, he can just keep pushing forward with the tanks, killing, reclaiming, make more tanks.
He's gonna add in some air and more basic solars. These constructors are putting down the armed metal extractors in order to deny them.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, Raghna's having a hard time pushing constructors away from being close to his base. Back to the middle, I think Raghna's commander is going to be under threat here pretty soon.
Definitely a pushing opportunity here.
I mean, I think this,
Jones joining the fray.
yeah, this should be able to kill Raghna, and
But Dragon's gonna finish the Dragon Teats down at the bottom. That's
It's a moral victory.
Dragon Tooth Wall.
so no tanks and I
Okay.
mean no pesky
Dragon Teeth.
constructors gonna steal the bottom mixes, right? So
No more incisor run-bys coming back through there.
okay, card play pretty well. I think he got his opponents off with sudden army increase and always snowballs off that, and that seems to be a big kryptonite for players.
Yeah, I mean, we saw when Cartouche was just spamming incisors, Raghna was also trying to get more constructors and expand, and just wasn't able to keep up with production and kind of the attacks from all the different angles. Saw Cartouche come through the south, come through the middle south, come through the north. I think he's just trying to make sure he doesn't end up getting his entire army of tanks degunned. But this is definitely...
I mean, even if he deguns all the tanks, it's not like the mixes don't run out in this game. So
yeah, yep.
the economical pressure, like, you stay all the time. Need to be able to counter raid as well. And that time sadly has passed.
Yeah. Raghna's commander down to about 10%. And he calls the GG.
All right.
I can't say I'm too surprised that Cartouche would win this map. Pretty well-known map.
Oh, right, yeah.
Next up is Talus. Now, there's a map we don't even play very often in team games.
Hells. Oh. Oh, yeah, I figured. Who's the reworked version? I think it's a decent 1v1 map. I think people don't like this map in team games as it's a little bit, it says in description 4v4 map, so.
Yeah.
I think it's like the twin like spark, it feels a little bit imbalanced where one or two guys have to fend off with three guys, but I think most symmetrical maps are fun to play in 1v1 because it will require different approaches if they're symmetrical.
And again, even though the map is symmetric, the start boxes are long, so they're not like corners, you know. So the map is mirrored diagonally. You don't have to start in opposite corners. Now, what I remember about this version of the map is there's a lot of metal reclaim in rocks that go in that are in that valley that go through the middle of the map. And then there's quite a number of trees throughout the whole map. There's geos all over the place. And the middle has 1, 2, 3, 4 high-value mexes straight down the center.
So we're just loading in now. So we'll get you into the game very, very shortly.
Oh, of course, of course.
Yeah. Players can admire these beautiful maps once again.
Curious how much metal all those rocks are. Find out when we start. There's even like some rocks up on the hills, kind of scattered around.
It is definitely a very beautiful map.
Yeah, this is actually a pretty cool looking map.
All right, so talk us through, attack routes, strategies, what are the players going to be thinking about looking at here? Well, as you say, there's been played an awful lot.
Yeah.
But
So this.
Resbots, I think, will go out early.
Yeah. Resbots are big. I think we'll probably see both players start bots. I mean, again, interesting that they chose mirrored positions anyway. So this valley and the river that runs through the center, there's a lot of reclaim there. Getting control over that reclaim is pretty important. Running up and down all these ramps, you're gonna need bots all over to make any plays happen at all. Let's just see how much reclaim there is. About 1,500 reclaim total on the map in metal. And
so
governor opening bots. Yeah.
Oh.
Raghna opening vehicles. Surprising to me. But I mean, it is a large map too. And so vehicles have a speed advantage when it comes to expanding. And get to
All
the
the
next
ramps a little bit slowing up and.
Yeah, maybe he's planning on, kind of the level expansions first.
Very heavy rascal production going on there.
I think, do you know that if fleas can cross the river here, LSR?
Sorry, fleas? I don't think so. Ticks? No, I don't think it's maybe on this side, I think. But I see 10 in the middle, so I think fleas can go up to 10, and then there's barely 10. Maybe there's 8, so they can cross it at different spots. Not. There's an elevation meter on the side, so yeah, there are places where they can cross.
Well, Cartouche, we might not find out. It doesn't look like Cartouche has any plans to build fleas.
No, looks like he's got plans to build constructors, though.
Resbot.
And he knows that it's a big map, and no matter where Raghna or how Raghna opens, he knows there's not going to be any harassment right away.
Let's just check the accessibility. It looks like they can. Get around just fine.
Looks like Raghna just wants to check and make sure Cartouche did not start in that top left position. I guess. Oh, I guess he turns that rascal around though, so maybe he doesn't care.
I think he's pre-parking some of the scouts just so he's aware if there's an attack coming. Like now.
Yeah.
Maybe it's not like Cart would, make 16 PBs and just straight up go straight as well. So the Cart will definitely feel out the Raghna's defenses.
certainly say I have to. Oh, here we go. There is a tick. There is a tick. Questions coming up. We're going to find
I
out.
guess we'll
Well,
see. No.
Maybe it was
Look-
PV's. Yeah, it doesn't look like. So PVs could do up to 10, so ticks need like maybe 5 or 4.
Mhm.
So I was a little bit wrong. So that means in some places even the regular bots can't cross.
so I have great respect for these players and how long they've been playing. Whereas I was playing right now, I'd be absolutely exhausted.
Oh man, I'm exhausted and I've not even been playing all day. So Raghna's approaching this center with his commander. So is Governor, so this is interesting. They're going to kind of wave at each other across the chasm there.
Oh, well, that's a
I
good.
think they're both heading for the fat mix. There's a fat mix here.
Yep.
Oh wow, 4.6.
Yeah. Yeah, it's more than more than double any one of the single mexes.
Oh yeah.
And there's one of those also in the north and the south, so here and also in the north up here.
Oh right here, I see. Okay.
Oops. Messed up my drawing there.
Holy moly. I don't think I've ever seen mix points with that much metal.
There's that 137.51.
Yeah.
People always find
Is that-
funny in the speed metal map where every single part is the metal.
There's
All
a lot
right.
of there's a lot of geos on this map too, if you didn't notice. There's 2, 4, 6 per side. So
Yes.
And reckon we see tier 2?
I don't
mean-
know. I mean, hard to say, right?
Oh,
I think this map could definitely,
Cartouche's invaded already.
yeah.
I like that mountaineering pawns.
Yeah, that shows you the strength of bots on a map like this and why I don't know. I certainly respect Raghna as a player, but I don't think vehicles is a very good choice for this map. I mean, just trying to catch up to and chase down a group of 5 pawns. He's sending 9 incisors back.
And you know,
And
you
even then,
see
those
how-
pawns can just turn around and run back over the hill, Like,
Yeah. Just find a steep slope and get away.
and then those incisors, too, they have almost no value going up and down the ramps between the chasm. So they're basically entirely defensive.
Oh, to my shock, I just realized that you can't even cross here. I thought you can only go like this.
You mean with the incisors?
Oh yeah, yeah.
Thing.
Yeah, you're
You
right.
can't, it's too slopey. So that's why we went like around, not shortcutted. So
There's a lot of inaccessibility there. If I choose one of the bots, and suddenly the purple areas that you can't access mostly disappear.
Yeah, so now he's got an even bigger group of pawns there in the south. How many is that? 15. They'll be coming round the mountain when they come.
We'll get you to provide the next tournament.
We'll do a
Music
bar
pack.
sing along.
Well, pop up the lyrics as well.
Yeah, see, and then he just turns the other direction. He can run down this hill, and I mean, yeah, there's some riot tanks over there, but
He could go back up. Or he could go to the other hill. That's
yeah, he goes
also-
down. See, he goes down this hill that LSR just finished marking.
And the tanks turn around and go.
Yeah, it's like catch me if you can. Catch me, I'm the gingerbread man.
And then the bombers come in to
Yeah,
kill the
yeah.
wind.
So, and now this is interesting.
Yeah.
None of us even noticed that Kurt put an air lab up, right? So
I noticed like
you did notice. You just didn't take. You kept it a secret from us.
well, it,
We were just
I mean, Raghna's
admiring your
also
singing.
attacking. Raghna's also attacking. So he has one, for instance, inside of him.
Yeah, Raghna's got a group of incisors headed towards Kart's base.
And
That's
Raghna
just
also put some hero lives that infantry might be interesting, but it's getting countered by the gunships, and gunships will serve a good defense because there's no way that Raghna can suddenly summon air anti-air units.
yeah. They've got really low DPS though. So how how long does it take to take out all these incisors?
Well,
'Cause now
he
he's
has
got
like
enough
4 to
gunships.
5 LTTs,
Yeah.
and that's it.
That's,
And Nanos survive, and now it's time for a counterattack.
yeah. This looks like GG to me. Now I could be wrong. I've been wrong before, and unless Raghna can manage to snipe his comm somehow, but I don't even think Governor's
making
comm is not
LTTs.
even close to being exposed anywhere.
It's also a big map, like where do you even search?
Yeah. So now it's a group of 50 pawns, right? Yeah, Raghna does have some bots now, but it's kind of too late, I think. Although, I mean, I don't know, maybe that was Raghna's plan, was I'm going to get the forward bot lab, but I just feel like maybe it was a little too late.
I really think those little pawns should have little pickaxes and dig their way up the side of the mountain.
Mountain climbing gear. Yeah, these incisors probably stop it. I don't know, that's so many pawns.
The little spread, no chance for incisors. Also, they do not gain speed as much, so even if it survives them.
My hair will just go over the hill this direction
Yeah.
instead, you know.
There's gonna be one position pounder, but 1 pounder, like if Cart spreads, which he might do.
Just he's trying to figure out where he can go here.
Raghna investing a lot in levelers, pounders, 2000 metal right there. No tier 2 from Cart, nothing has changed. Gunships also still available. Has pushed up some. Oh, they do. They can go actually over that hill. That's an interesting.
That was a trap. He wanted Cart to waste time going over the hill, so get his pounders in position there. It's,
It's squished now.
yep.
The pawns will still win. That's
Yeah.
okay. You need them to land, but that's unlucky. Might be game right here as the pawns approach for the commander.
Yep.
Raghna trying to set up some LTTs and retreating his army back. Meanwhile, the card is making a lot of scouts. And
Take out all this wind too. So not going to get the commander, but that's pretty good economic damage again. And I mean, there's just a conga line of pawns running up the north side of the map right now. Cartouche is pushing out another batch of bombers. Raghna's just trying to stay alive versus a handful of pawns in the center of the map.
So that's 75. I think that's about 75 peewees. I mean, pawns, pawns.
Yeah. I mean, he can keep kiting and kiting it. There's just more and more and more. Can't kill enough pawns at this point. Looks like Cart's taking his third geo or something now. In the middle of the map there. So he's got
saturate the anti-air with the scouts, I think, and bomb with.
Oof.
Raghna down to 20%.
Yeah. The next volley ought to kill him.
Well played by Cart.
Yeah.
Pretty clean. Nice spawn, nice pressure, decent expansions. Yeah, sadly the vehicles didn't work out for Raghna.
No,
Let's
they did
see.
not.
So it's a best of 3, so it means that
5.
Best of
Raghna's
5, so we
won.
got one more
One
map.
game. One more.
At least one more map in.
Sure,
You mean Maha.
obviously. Well, that's gonna be an interesting open map.
Yeah, so in a lot of ways, actually, kind of similar to the map we just saw.
Except not that hilly, kinda.
Yeah, not quite as hilly. And a lot more metal in the middle of the map. A lot more mexes in the middle of the map. Another map we see Emain Maha relatively often in team games.
To use the stats panel. Oh, got a request to use the stats panel from time to time. Oh, right, yes. Alright, at the end of a match, of course. Alright. That has been duly noted.
But now, this map was recently remade too. Unfortunately. Not a big fan of this map, my personal taste. I think it's a little bit different in 1v1. Again, it's going to be infantry all over the place.
Who gets the rocks?
Yeah, in our team games, yeah, there's a lot of reclaim on this map too. In the team games, it's kind of build a bunch of statics in the center, and then you get a piece of artillery, and then you go T2. But I don't think that's going to work quite as well in 1v1.
Right, we're just loading up the next match. So if Cartouche wins this one, then he's won the first set of 5 that he has to win against Raghna.
They're gonna
Yeah.
play 2 sets then?
Yeah, well, Cartouche, because he's coming from the losers bracket, has to win a second set against Raghna.
Yeah, because Raghna has to, because it's double elimination. He's got to. You have to eliminate him twice to take the.
I thought Raghna just gets like 1 on the board and set, but they're gonna play 5 more games potentially, right?
Well, potentially another best of 5.
All right.
So if
Yes.
Cartouche wins this one, they play another best of 5.
With the same maps.
I think with the same maps, yeah.
Nice. Just is different. All right. That's good to know.
All right. They've determined that fleas cannot pass the middle water section on this map.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They can't.
This one we know for fact. We've played this map enough times. What do you think we'll see here? Oh, sorry. I mean, the vehicle opener on this map might not be as bad. I think there's just a lot of metal reclaim, and there's even a lot of tree reclaim, and it just makes it hard to justify vehicles, if you ask me.
Trees are pretty fat from 600 to 800 even.
Yeah.
The 5,000 metal. I mean,
That's a lot. Those rocks are 50 each. So even sitting next to each of the players, you've got 1, 2, 3, 400, you know, just sitting right there. 2/3 of a lab, right? So pretty
Raghna
substantial.
has chosen vehicle plant.
So did Governor.
Yes. So at least they're in agreement on that one.
Yeah. I guess they both disagree with me this time. Probably wise. That's why they're playing the finals and I'm not.
But you wanted a cast, you see.
Well, I did want to, but I know that I would not be playing in the finals, so even if I hadn't. Do some standard Cartouche greed. We've got a bunch of constructors coming out already, right?
I mean,
Will that become a problem?
probably has
for
some
him?
math formula. So 16 by 16, he calculates the slab. Okay, that's 3 constructors, then incisor, then that.
So what is he gonna? He sends that incisor with the expanding constructor. Yeah. Yep.
It's almost like he's done all the calculations for this.
And he's expanding the other direction too. Now, interesting. Raghna picks up the rocks on his way forward with his first constructor. So I guess resbots aren't the only way to reclaim rocks.
250. That means you save 50, and the maxes aren't even that big. I don't know about the 3s. No, the 3s are also small. I think 1.5 is small.
Okay, so losing a wind, and
almost
second, almost. If that I think if the third one had gone, then that would have chained them all, right?
Yeah, we're just waiting for that
Or
chain
Max
explosion.
also. Max also could trigger the chain.
Mm-hmm. Or I'm gonna with a whole pile of scouts coming back across.
Wants that chain.
He wants it. It's the hardest thing is you get something like that and it's so close, you know, so close. And you want to just commit a little bit more to make sure you kill it, and then you just end up donating everything, right?
I mean, Card hasn't too much to defend. I mean, he's running his scouts in. Alright, pretty even on the scouts. Oh, this might chain. No, survives yet again.
Yep.
Mhm.
It's like the Neo of wins here. Dodging bullets left and right.
If we start chanting chain, 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 kill.
So Raghna's problem here is that he hasn't done enough damage with all of this scout push, and he's behind in his own expansions by comparison.
He's left his Rex up there.
And the wind is really gracious to the cartouche. Well,
Yeah.
he doesn't have anything up. The wind is running at 18.
Now Raghna is ahead in the windmill count, right? Not wrong
But
on that.
he's below on the like.
Metal.
No. If you take a look at the statistics, which is what the viewers asked for, you can see the excess for the Raghna is quite high.
Oh yeah, that's
And
true.
effectively, Governor has actually made more
Yeah,
energy,
he's
used more
been
energy.
used more of his energy. Yep, it's true. I mean, Ragna seems to be catching up on the metal count, but I think that's just all from reclaim. And seems like Governor's barely touched any of his own rocks yet.
And Governor's putting in counter raids, and I think there's 2 rascals at the bottom. It's gonna pick off 3 mexes right now, if pays attention.
Yep.
We'll get 2, I think, at least. Alright, solve these 1.
Saves the third for now.
In the
Pulls the
middle, also,
constructor.
there's a scout rush. I would expect maybe Raghna to. No, Raghna doesn't do that. I missed the player. Who gets the constructor?
No, not quite.
Ooh.
Almost.
Ooh.
He tried to go back for it too, but he really wants it now. There you go.
Gets the radar as well.
Yep.
And you can take a guess what card is making right now, what he's switching to.
You know, I have a view of the mini map, but even if I didn't see, I would be guessing it's going to be a stream of incisors.
Yes. How did you know?
I just intuition. I've got a crystal ball here off by my monitor. You guys just can't see it yet. So. Crystal ball showed me a
Right, so we
long
7
line of
minutes in.
incisors crossing the map. 9 minutes.
We reached 9.
No, you're right. You're right. Even earlier, right?
Yeah, we reached the second stage of the game with the light tanks.
So we've got counter push on the far right. Raghna.
Yeah, it's a good group of rascals over there. If he has a chance to focus on it much, because the pressure here in the center is still happening. Those scouts are just sitting there for now.
Now they're going in.
Constructor in the mechs. And he runs it back out. A nice little run by here. Gets another constructor, a couple more mexes.
Kart is not feeling all that safe. He's gonna retreat back to his home turf because he doesn't feel like he has the radar coverage. And we'll add some more scouts to the queue in order to defend against the raid, which the Raghna is doing.
Mm-hmm.
Raghna also
Raghna, meanwhile,
pushing
is
in the center.
yeah. He's focusing on attack, so they have different ideas. And running into the trap. Oh no. Paying
Manage not to
attention to the
donate too
scouts
much
on the
there.
top.
LT got some nice pot shots off, but he's gonna avoid this LLT if he can, right?
Ooh, getting a jammer. That's interesting.
Yeah, I have to wonder if that was a mistake.
I mean, if you want to really pull the army, like he did versus Teddy, where suddenly it was like 6-6, 7-7, and then Cartouche suddenly had like 12 tanks, which killed 2 tanks, and it snowballed really hard. I think you could argue that maybe Jammer is good for massing the army, but yeah, maybe you're right. We haven't seen any like special structures used in we not that much.
Yeah, I think he probably meant to build a radar. And you know how those non-grid menu hotkeys are? You hit it twice or something, 3 times or something. I don't know what it is. Gets you a jammer instead of a radar. I mean, this looks like Raghna with the snowball right now. That's a lot of incisors come up the center. And it feels like Raghna's kind of stabilized his expansion
This side,
somewhat.
yeah.
There's
There's gonna be a raid on the
yeah, on
other
the far
side.
right. Yep.
I've got to say that the plan for the governor was to pull back and defend, so he used that opportunity to generate the drones, and he's ready to defend. So he realized, oh, I need to take a step back. I didn't win. I gave the medal. I need to consolidate that. Let's see, because if the Raghna pushes up and then gets intercepted by drones, and as well as equal army size, because right now Raghna's pushing with 14, and Cartouche already has 21 there, and there's 8 drones ready to support. So even now he's getting collapsed, and here comes the drone. Oh, but hasn't yet decided what he wants to do.
So
Raghna's gonna commit his commander towards the fight. Because
yeah, he kind of has to.
Yeah, it's really important.
He's got to keep the drones back. The commander helps with that, and then the D-gun is there available to take down any clumped up incisors that get too close.
It's really hard to make focus, but as in other games, you want to maybe send one scout unit up ahead in order to not get. But although what do you get? You usually only see a couple of units, and it's hard to read.
Definitely, he knows about all those drones now, and I mean, he doesn't seem to have much options to stop this group of incisors from taking out all of his left side expansion.
Can we take a look at the stats, maybe? Tarnished.
So it looks like Governor is about 2K ahead in metal, 60K ahead in energy with less excess, so closer to maybe 90K actually spent ahead in energy, which is quite a bit.
Raghna has secured the next plateau mixes, but he's gonna get raided from the side, and actually that's pretty 20 incisors, but they're gonna be stopped by pounders, quite likely.
Yeah, probably at least at that second expansion, right?
But yeah, the wind is gonna be lost.
I'm gonna put some fighters into action. I mean, I wonder, is Raghna feeling like he's too far behind? He's getting pretty aggressive with his commander there.
I think maybe not. There's no constructor heading down to secure any territory, so I mean, Raghna must realize that the enemy doesn't have the plateau, so maybe not everything is lost. Like under the base, the next ramp. And Raghna's having tanks on the sides as well. I don't know, I did not even see how he got to 4 brutes there. That's
Dallas, they went up the right side, but I missed it too.
I saw them, but they'd stopped moving. So
Aha.
so it's like, okay, I'll watch those again when they start moving. Of course, naturally, when
Alright.
other stuff happens, they decide to move. And now they're just going to be sit here and just slowly shot at by the laser turret.
Yeah, Governor will clean that up with a group of incisors there too. Same time, he's pushing against those levelers here, and there's really nothing else between that
the
group of
base is
incisors
independent.
and his base.
And
I think he will go for the expansion and
Yeah. Funny enough, he goes for the one that's more heavily guarded.
they're attacking each other at the same time.
Yeah.
I don't think Raghna's attacks will work there. I think Cartouche's
No.
is gonna be a bit more effective.
well,
There's a
but there's the
bombing raid hit now. It didn't do anything though, it looks like. There was a
Good.
bombing raid that tried to hit Cartouche's base, but they all got shot down.
I think the pounders for Raghna's base is not in a position. No.
Yeah. They
One
seem to
gets
be
even
fighting
blocked a
over
little
who's
bit,
going
so
where.
all the wind, and maybe the nanos will get kicked off.
Yep. Yeah, that was big. Killing all that wind is pretty crippling to Raghna. So he all of his wind was in his left side expansions and what was around his base. So he's hardly got anything left at all now. Down to plus 309. And that's with wind at 18 max even. Meanwhile, Governor's at over 1K. Yeah, I think Raghna's going to run out of steam in the middle there pretty soon. Those riot tanks aren't going to be able to get forward and provide any reinforcements. So it's a matter of time until Cartouche makes a big enough army to just push in and kill Raghna's commander.
Just still sitting there.
Yeah.
So,
Positionally, Cartouche is going for contain here.
oh, here's his backup. In the form of the shurikens.
Yeah. Well, Raghna has a couple missile trucks, but if he tries to push out from that position, that's where he gets into trouble from the drones. Now Cartouche is going to try to chip away on the left side. As he does that, it brings the incisors in on the right. 2 LTs down. 2 more LLTs down. Medium tanks coming back in from the left. So he's gonna
Flanking.
push Raghna out. His commander's
Still
really
has
exposed.
drones in the back pocket. Still has drones in his back pocket, and I mean,
Yep.
Raghna will get saved by pounders depending on the positioning, and the fight for the Rex will be big. But yeah, Raghna doesn't need metal; he needs an energy.
How many drones does it take to stun a commander? Quite a few, I think.
Here on the left. Pounder there. Doing a bit of work.
The
And funny-
pounder run by. Slowest run by on the planet.
If it only kills 1 in 4 things, does that make it a quarter pounder?
Ken has a request of maybe zooming out a little bit more over the time because they're missing the big fight then. Especially like the bases and the general situation.
Yeah. Quite right. So.
I mean, these tanks in the middle are still managing to hold to keep Kart from pushing back across the river there. Shooting down each other's fighters. I mean, Raghna's down to so few mexes now, though I don't know how he can really hold on too much longer. Down mexes, he's down energy. I think we're gonna have to go through another best of 5. I'm sure that's no problem for all the fans out there watching.
So, just for the casters and the players, it's another.
Maybe one of them can bring me a pillow. How's that sound?
Teddy can think, yeah, got off lightly for this one. It's probably not a good thing to charge into.
Yeah, I mean, incisors are fun, but they won't do very good against group of brutes in the same numbers.
Is this a push from the north?
It looks like there's not going to be any more real harassment on
Okay, there's a
Kart's side
request
of
to
the map.
show bases from time to time, and the chat
Oh.
can't really see the advancement. They see a little bit mini battles, but
No,
they need to
Yeah.
show the progress of their.
yeah, in this one there hasn't been quite so much.
Yeah, and Cartouche he's got what, about twice as many construction turrets. Here comes the mass scout phase from Cartouche. Mass air scout. More and more medium tanks coming across the map. Kind of heading in a lot of different directions.
Yeah, that pushing back a bit.
I mean, Raghna continuing to hold for now. He's got kind of a secret set of wind on the very far right edge of the map. Hey,
The gap on metal produced seems to be growing a bit.
yeah. It's wide and growing. Cartouche is about 300,000 more energy produced. About 8K more metal. Cartouche finally building an energy storage.
Apparently, from the chat of there, they think the map is still porky, even in 1v1. And but they're kind of
Well, let's
not
keep
willing
in.
to go tier 2. They want to bash each
Yeah.
other.
Yep. Now, this is dangerous for Raghna's comm. I mean, yeah, he's got the D guns available. There's a whole group of tanks right behind it, coming up the hill too. But decent dancing. I think Governor's got it right here. And Raghna knows. And we're off to another best of 5.
Well done, Cartouche.
Yeah.
It's a phenomenal. What am I doing? Sorry, go back to the match cast there. What? Wanted to do the. Oh, okay, right. Wanted to do the end game bits and pieces, but the. I forgot that it's got the auto finish. So drop out at the end of the match. I was trying to sort something else out. I think I can turn that off when I'm actually in the game. There we go, last moments of Raghna.
Raghna's thinking about throwing in the towel here, I think. I'm not sure.
I blame him, it's been a long day.
Alright. So, trying to find out what exactly is going to happen from the lobby chat here. They are going to play. It looks like they're going to play on Seth's Ravine, which wasn't
It's the
on
previous set, yeah.
Yeah, it wasn't in the previous set, but I think loser picks the map, and I'm not sure if it's best of 1. I think it should be best of 5, but I don't really know. So we'll take it one game at a time and see what happens, right?
Yeah, we'll see when Jazz Cash wants to call
Would
it.
be late congratulations if we don't know if the player has taken the first place. It's like,
That is true. That is true.
will it really be one game? That would be Cartouche fighting for 3-0, then throws one game and loses wouldn't be fair. So be a best of 5 confirmed.
Yeah.
Oh, left hanging in the worst possible way.
Yeah, so Governor didn't use the restroom before the van left the station, so he's gotta make a quick pit stop here.
Good opportunity to admire the map. Quite like the idea of the metal extraction point on the top of this structure being quite a bit more efficient than those around it.
Yeah, well, that was a feature of the old Seth as well. So we made sure that got added in here. Okay, looks like Governor's back and placing his comm.
That was a quick toilet break, I have to say.
Yeah, and who we saw Teddy and oh man, it's been a long day. Teddy and who played on this map?
I can have a look at, go back through the standings and try and remember
I
who
know.
Wasn't it
fought
Raghna?
who.
Someone who made dragon teeth, that's for sure.
Yeah,
It was Raghna, I think.
it was. Yeah, it's Teddy and Raghna. So I wonder if we'll see some more dragon's teeth out of Raghna this game. There's an interesting effect on top of those pyramids too. As there's like a little purple glimmer or something like that. You see
Oh
that?
yeah.
Just to show you how special those mexes are.
I think Raghna opening with an LTT first. Will he go for like 4 or 5 mix? Governor, according to minimap, is yeah.
3 mech
Going
spot.
triple mixed. Yeah.
Yep.
Ragnar's pinging something? Oh, Ragnar's pinging air. Ragnar's going air. So what was the idea behind the air? There is no sea right on this map, but there's the
Right.
terrain which allows you to
Is he
go
doing?
around.
Is he doing it,
Yeah.
or is it just
Yes,
a?
easy.
Oh no, he's
Yeah.
doing it.
He's doing it.
We'll see. He's gonna
That's
start
that
with a
explains
single
the LTT.
bomber. So we hear about this strategy on occasion and see it even more rarely, but I think the idea is you start off with a single bomber and harass the energy production, and while your opponent has to respond to that, you can either expand with some constructors or lab switch, I think.
Bomber first. I'm guessing it'll be the scout to build that, and then it will run ahead of the bomber.
Looks like yeah, so his build queue is what, bomber, scout,
Cool.
shuriken, and
The Hercules carrier.
a transport.
It's not not going to be a drop, is it?
It's possible. You know, once the opponent walks away from their base, it's a really vulnerable time. With no AA, you can drop your commander basically right on top, D-gun everything, and then fly away again. Then again, okay, so he is walking.
Right, so bombers incoming.
Yeah. Yeah, so he's gonna find out. He's gonna find. He's gonna He's gonna target that wind. Look, he already.
It's a good old bad there.
Take out the other 3 wind and a mechs.
Got a crossbow out quickly. I suppose they build fast.
Meanwhile,
Well, let's go to the statistics.
Raghna's
Raghna's ahead up in metal, to be fair, since he actually started with quite some mixes. And the middle rocks hasn't been collected.
now
Oh, he
he's
reclaimed. Sorry,
yep.
yeah, he reclaimed. That's why you get ahead.
He reclaimed and he's got vehicles. Did he get the transport out? I
Does
don't
it look
see a
like?
transport. So I think he reclaimed before he built the transport. Which surprises me, to be honest. I think that transport could actually have been really, really useful. Even if he's not going to drop on Cartouche's base, he could use it, say, to put a constructor back to build one of the geos.
Yeah, I mean,
Or-
geos are usually risky business, but this one's pretty safe. And
Or even go like to the far north or south part of the map now,
would be
when you wouldn't
spending
expect
a
to
lot of
see-
time though. The faster you reclaim, then
Yeah,
maybe the wind was in his favor as well.
that's true too. Yeah, definitely could be.
But then again, if you can use the transport in order to get your commander, even after you do all your business in the base, you can get quickly to the triple mechs, or that's also really good,
Mhm.
right? Because
Yeah.
there isn't, so I think it would pay back.
Now he didn't lose his bomber, which is nice, but Cartouche does have plenty of anti-air already. Wonder how much killing all the wind at the beginning is really going to make a difference, you know? Cartouche is still ahead in energy production, and he's also already ahead again in energy income right now. So
Gonna lose the bomber, I think.
yep. Yeah.
Maybe gets one more mechs for his troubles.
Yep.
Oh, still quite worth. I mean, 2 mexes for one bomber isn't that bad. Who gets the mechs in the middle?
Mm-hmm. I don't know, this looks pretty good for Governor if you ask me right now. Raghna's got incisors. They're not really doing much. It's kind of late to the middle.
I think he's stacking those incisors to maybe do attack, but I think it would be hard to. So
He's already given away vehicles with the scouts.
right, but I don't think the cart is aware of the count of the
No,
units because
definitely
he
not.
expects that Raghna is maybe expanding right now to his first 3 locations, but only one location is there. Oh, the Raghna will snipe. So he's scouting. Governor's smells something fishy and moves away.
This is...
Wind is pretty good. Ooh, gets the 3 or
Those
4.
are bunched up. Oh, he just took down 5 with 1 D gun.
And 3 before that at least.
Yep, yep. I think that's the end of that kind of aggression. Governor might be able to just push him right back with the Pee-wees surround and kill his commander.
Unless
Couple
it
good, yeah,
repeats
unless
another
a couple good D guns from Raghna.
That maybe could be here all night. He can do ultimate equalizer. Alright.
Well, taking a look, I mean, Governor is now 2.5k metal ahead,
And that's
7k energy ahead, and with less excess. So,
and then there's the extra metal.
and he hasn't even picked up the reclaim in the center.
And you have to discount that Raghna's stats, Metal Maid stats are combined of eating the air lamp, so 800 metal is just recycled, right?
Is that right? Is that good?
Yeah, it's metal. It counts toward metal produced, so it's not an accurate stat in that sense. If you build a lab and then eat a lab, you will get plus 800 because you produced it once you ate it, right?
Wow. Wish that worked with real money.
Yeah. If you spend it and then return it, you get more money.
But I don't, because that would be more money that I have to report on my taxes, which I didn't actually earn. Fon's showing how good DPS is. It's a lot of reclaim now. Raghna's going to have a hard time getting reinforcements to cover that. And PtaQ does have a constructor not too far away to get the reclaim. Raghna's blocking off a section of his base with those dragon teeth, I guess, in case a breakthrough somewhere over there happens. I don't like this commander positioning from Raghna. Kind of putting his neck on the chopping block right here, if you ask me. Does he even have a radar over there? I don't think.
Sending the resbots to revive.
Yeah.
Can we see some bases? What's happening in Cartouche's base and Ragnar's base real quick?
Raghna with one for Cartouche your lab at the moment.
Army moving near Ragnar's commander.
Yeah. Raghna's commander. Oh, look at that. And you actually wish you weren't on the hill, you know. I guess he could go back down the other side, but he's just gonna get surrounded and juke around.
Card's buying the time in order to res the incisors.
Yeah, I think.
I mean, it's hard to. You could dig on a lot of units there.
I mean, is Raghna just. What's he gonna do?
Declare he's king of the hill.
Literally surrounded on it.
That's a pretty decent position for digging. Start saying, you know what? I'm just gonna go to your base.
You want to make this hard to be able to just go. Commander's getting pretty low.
Yeah, I took some direct shots.
I mean, the birds can hold this off for a second, but I mean, that army is huge by comparison. Cart's got a forward lab. I didn't see that. Raghna's commander's almost toast. One more hit here. 2 more hits.
Ooh,
I know. There it is.
GG.
GG.
Right on.
I actually see some.
Yeah, you know, I feel like, I mean, the early bomber just didn't really pay off. I mean, he did what he was supposed to do with it. He killed all Governor's Wind, but seems like the switch time for the new lab and not having any expanding happening just
Pretty
is a
unlucky.
little...
It was the bomber was a little bit late as well. He had to go around the windmills. He blocked itself with the windmills and had to, in order to boost, he couldn't. I think he couldn't quite reach it. At least it looked like
There
that.
we are.
Yeah. But it's an interesting strat. It's a nice try, and I think this is the kind of map to do stuff like that because of how big it is and how far apart the starts are. Gives you time. You don't have to worry about getting rushed down right away if you got an early air lab. Raghna's gonna pick a map.
Oh, Rizzo,
And
you get a treat.
yeah, I know. So Raghna's gone with Paradise Lost. So, second time we're gonna see this map today.
So
I think
Raghna's
Raghna's looking for a second win on this map.
been very accommodating to us. So in the last map, he gave us some dragon's teeth, and this one he's giving you a water map.
There you go.
Well, he won today, so maybe. If losers pick, that's the way he could put one on the board.
So we're just loading into the next game.
The subs worked, like the mixed arms he produced. That Q was pretty good. I think everybody could use it.
Was
said
it
it
3
once.
frigates, a destroyer, 2 subs, and 3 dolphins?
Yeah.
Har dar diddly dar. Here we are again.
Are in. Raghna on the right, Tush
So
on the left. Tush is 1 game up, so he just needs to win another couple. Claim
Going for
bar.
that win streak.
Yeah, claim Bar Cup number 2 for the second time. Former champion.
okay, so they're gonna take mirrored start positions in the center 3. Wonder if we'll see Raghna build a bunch of wins again. Probably. He seemed to like doing that. I noticed that he built the wins as he walked his commander forward. Anywhere there was land nearby his commander, just built a few wins as he walked.
To me, that walk distance, yep, that's confirmed. Also, it isn't that far if you look at it. You could go for the title, but especially now, if you build title for 85 metal and only get 15. Okay, I jinxed a bit. Sorry, guys. Sorry, Raghna.
Well, in theory, wins should be good on this map. An average
Yeah.
of 12 and a
It
half.
is, yeah.
Yeah,
That's
wind
will
is
go up,
good.
yeah.
Wind is good with with a high of 20. And a
One
low of
win
5
on-
is good.
One win is almost, I think, as average. It might be even over the 1 title, so you're effectively, by this walking, it's same as 3 title. It's not reliable, though.
Right.
So it's going to go naval.
C doesn't take as much energy, though, usually. I mean, C is really metal heavy, right? So to me, it's getting more mechs is really the key. Getting and keeping your mechs on C.
For 60 energy, he spent 360 metal, while Raghna spent just 150 metal. So actually, I think the wind is not that bad of an idea. There's a reason why people in team games also ask for land cons, right? Because
And this map, there's another way to start too, which I haven't seen anybody do. But if you choose like one of the bottom left or top right positions, you can actually open with a bot lab, get a constructor or 2 constructors, reclaim your lab, and then go for C.
I think slow C is. I haven't seen much of the slow C. People like slow C. Like I think Card did it in Cape Violet in the previous tourney as well.
Mm-hmm.
But It's usually reserved from the team strategies.
Yeah,
Right.
you don't want to get too far behind in army production
So,
on Navy.
kind of mirrored on the other side, so Governor's gonna expand. Similar to Teddy was, his commander's gonna be stuck a little bit up there. And
Yeah, he's gonna go for those 3 mexes with his commander, I think, and maybe Raghna will do the same. Looks like Raghna's walking that direction too. No, Raghna's taking him with a constructor. I think Raghna's gonna take the land mexes with his commander. So last time versus Teddy, Raghna walked his commander towards the center. So that's
yeah, even has queued up on the top land mixes as well.
Here comes the dolphin.
yeah. So I mean, the Dolphin can't see and can't harass those mexes. I think he's spotted the commander for now. Yeah. Ooh, close. Two dolphins is better than one.
Tries to self-destruct.
Doesn't quite get it. Comes the sub. He's got that build queue set. Worked so well last time. Time to do it again. Kartushka refusing to build the wins.
Yeah, it would make sense. Like Teddy also, I think, opened with a couple of titles to get started, but when he went on the land with his commander, he went for the win. So
Yeah. But I'm not surprised. I think in some ways, Kartush definitely likes stable energy income. So I remember we even saw him building solars on Eye of Horus at one point. And
right.
even though that seems kind of unintuitive, since Eye of Horus is such a good win map, ultimately that game, the wind was itself so bad that it really did pay off for him.
Yeah.
It's a little bit different so far this game here on Paradise.
Well, there's
the
an
wind has
option
been
if
pretty
you maybe
nice.
build like, if you plan kind of ahead a little bit, maybe for the cost of 2 solars, definitely you can make energy storage really viable. But it's less
Right.
risk, especially on the front field. It's fast to get a solar when you need it, and only when you can definitely afford the metal sometimes.
Okay, so
Ooh,
he's gonna
sub
spot
gets-
the sub here. The skater has sonar, so he sees it. You don't want to micro it around right in front of the sub because that's the direction the sub shoots. Well, we're gonna see. Wonder how he's gonna try to respond to that. That sub is gonna go straight for those 3 mexes over there.
frigate battle. On the
Yeah,
side.
on the right side we've got frigates up against some dolphins. I mean, those
There's one
frigates
more.
should be able to handle that.
One more sub moving on to the top. Hasn't
Yep.
seen anything. Might run into the commander.
Yeah, and commanders can take care of subs pretty easily. I mean, the sub is faster, it'll get away, but you don't have to worry about commander dying to the sub. So he'll probably lose the 3 mexes on the top as well. Kartush also with a sub. And if he gets the This is why you don't really want to build subs against subs, because if the micro is at all off, then you just lose your sub to the other sub. And the sub is still a problem.
I think Raghna didn't. Raghna just held his position and won.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I mean. If
But
you're
you
on,
just need to
if
stop.
you're
Stop.
cartouche,
That's the best micro for the sub. You're telling me is to just stop
just
the
do
sub.
nothing. Yeah.
Just do nothing. If you try. I think that's StarCraft 2, right? Sometimes
Right.
you just need to pre-split and do nothing.
Yeah.
More user input will not give better results.
But yeah, that's why to me I think a destroyer is a lot better. At least a destroyer can kill a sub and survive and not have that many problems with it, really.
All right, so can maybe show statistics for the users. It seems that Raghna has secured the map. They're playing pretty even.
He's ahead in metal. He's ahead in energy.
He's ahead in the medal. Yeah, actually.
He's ahead in
that's
damage dealt. So as far as we can
spent by
tell,
Raghna's
as far as
doing
we can
good,
tell,
obviously.
Raghna's technically winning the game right now, right? But so much more can happen. Okay,
Well,
so
here comes
Cartouche
the
is...
push.
Yeah, he's
Light
gonna
tanks
go.
of the sea.
And
So, which units splash Riza for the good? Most of them, or
so the frigates do splash, right? And the way they're clumped up like this frigates really ought to... Okay, so they're getting surrounded, though. The frigates are getting surrounded. The destroyer's getting surrounded. The other frigate's getting surrounded.
it's an interesting tournament. It looks like he realized it's not the place to be and wanted to run away. Then did a 180 and.
Yeah, oh, I'm surprised
now
he turned
does
around.
90 again.
Yeah, it's kind of...
He wants to conserve. He doesn't want to put metal in the range of the enemy's nanos, right?
Yeah. That is a good point.
Securing the top position, well, especially with the land, he could now maybe lock it and then focus his attention to the center with man of army, remove all the radars. Pretty impressive stuff from Cart.
Yeah, I mean, again, Raghna's probably got a better, more diverse army. But yeah, I think the idea takes a little bit more micro.
As well as the sub there is still annoying. There is no mixes south of the card space.
Cartouche
Raghna
was up
has
on construction turrets. Is there still... No, there's no destroyer, but there are 2 subs here. If those 2 subs catch up to the commander, it could be really bad for Cartouche.
It's
he's
harder
gotta
to
get
micro
his...
versus 2.
Yeah, Yep.
Ooh,
Ooh, he dodged those 2. Dodge those 2. Okay, so... And the subs are
going onto the
distracted
land
now.
and yeah.
Yep. Those dolphins, a lot of them are pretty heavily damaged, though.
There's one sub intercepting reinforcements, just maybe damaging a little bit back.
Yeah.
Taking pot shots. Ooh, I think Cart is going for the base again.
Yeah, he's gonna run through the center and try for another run by. I think Raghna doesn't have radar to see it yet. Maybe just...
We made a couple of raiders, but I think now he sees it.
Yeah. Gonna depend a lot on who goes where.
I mean, Cart getting a little bit desperate. He needs to make some moves, but the subs killing his mixes and raiding was, especially with the subs, it's really good for Raghna.
Yeah, losing most of those dolphins not gonna help his cause much. And this, there's nothing here for him to kill except for underwater mexes, which you can't reach. Maybe he'll get a couple of the winds. Can he get those winds to chain?
No, not a single line. No, they will chain up to maybe 2, especially the diagonal ones.
Yeah.
I think Raghna has put 1 space, so he'll get those 8.
And then he loses the rest of the dolphins. And that's a lot of reclaim on Raghna's side of the map now.
Even if, what do you think about resurrection subs? Are they expensive or?
They are pretty expensive,
Cool.
and it
Go
takes
up,
a
go up, go up
long
on
time
base.
to.
Attack on Raghna's base. So he tried to distract the enemy and go for the nanos.
He's gonna get a fair number of nanos here. All of them? All of them? He gets the last one. So there's no more nanos left for Raghna. But there's tons of reclaim on his side of the map.
The destroyer is hunting the commanders on the top. I think he
Yep.
kind of knows where he is, or he's at least trying to poke the mixes.
I think that the destroyer doesn't
Oh.
have quite the line of sight.
Right.
Yeah.
But Raghna knows the commander's there.
And Raghna's got a couple subs in Cartouche's base right now.
Ooh, the sweet, sweet revenge.
Yeah. No there's one torpedo launcher. Oh. Cartouche put all his nanos next to each other so they all chain. Oh man, this sub is gonna do some serious damage to the solars, or to the titles too, isn't it? I think they start to chain too after you kill a few. Okay, now he's got a sub back out.
I mean, we won't find out. It's like
Yeah.
chain.
So Cartouche has got quite a few subs scattered across the map now too. And that will make Raghna's life a little bit more complicated. But Raghna's probably going to have a pretty strong push coming up through the center now. As long as he keeps destroyers around
One
him.
destroyer on the top and one in the south of the scene. Destroyer's really good versus subs, it seems.
Yeah, I mean the destroyer can outmaneuver the sub, and since the sub has to be facing the direction that it shoots, the destroyer doesn't. So the destroyer can walk past the sub and still shoot at it at the same time. You literally run circles around it, and the sub can't really do anything. But one destroyer will have a hard time dealing with 5 subs. 2 destroyers might have a hard time dealing with this many subs. But only if the subs focus them down, which doesn't look like they will. And those are all of Cartouche's subs right now.
He gets some frigates for free. Not bad, but he saved his energy. I think Cart is still in this game, but not really favored. Let's
Yeah.
see.
Well, they both lost all their nanos, right? And I think Raghna started rebuilding nanos first, which is to his
He's
advantage.
up to 5 nanos it seems now, and
Yeah,
Cart up to 8, so actually.
might be overbuilt.
I think now the energy will go off.
Yeah. The nanos chain again. And turns around. But man, Raghna really has control over the whole map now. Most of Kart's expansions are pretty much gone. Can't seem to get out of his own side of the map. Raghna's just still pushing out frigates and destroyers.
Constructed well. Ragna's having
Think-
placing new radars, new mixes, everything. So
Yeah.
he'll maintain the control, and he has the army.
And I think he's got even the slimmed down version of the build queue now, right? So
Destroyers? Oh yeah, he is. Oh, what's the secret?
the 3-2, 3 frigates, 2 destroyers. I like to say 3-1, but 3-2 sounds good when you've been facing an opponent with a lot of subs.
Ragna's metal juice seems to be pulling ever ahead on that front. As
Yep.
expected, really.
3 destroyers in the south take care of hunting down a couple subs there. JGG.
And yeah, part called GG. So Ragna is break the, what is it, like 7 or 8 game win streak of Kart?
Yeah. Raghna
doing
maintaining
C.
this tournament Sea King title, if nothing else.
So it's 1-1 right now, right?
It is 1-1 in this series, that's right. So
Now Cartouche is gonna pick the map.
I think Cartouche will pick a big map. Seems that he's been pretty favored on big maps so far.
Chat gives us some loves. Dude, these casters OP dedication. And thank you, chat. Figured I needed to drink a tea in the middle, but been feeling better now.
And I've still got my tea right from the beginning of the tournament. God damn it, I will finish it. That's not bad. It's a bit like iced tea, but not as nice.
Now I heard that in the UK there's a saying that goes, "An idle tea is the devil's playground." Is that true?
I haven't heard that one. It may very well be true. There are many things that we say in the UK.
And
Looks
the final
like-
map is
No,
Comet.
this is not the final map, right? Because this is a best of
I know,
5.
said, yeah. The cards pick up
No.
today. What do you reckon the Cartouche is gonna make on this map?
Vehicles and incisors.
Yeah.
That's just a guess.
Yeah.
One cynical person would probably say that they were relying on the fact that he was doing the same thing.
You know, if it works, keep going until it doesn't work, right? So
Break until, yeah. Don't break until you fix it or something like that.
yeah, if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Okay.
So opting for the same start positions they both chose earlier. We'll see if Raghna can manage to
I think
put off
Ragna's,
some of
Ragna
harassment.
needed to identify that opening, right? He moved out in order to control the medal, but
Yeah.
Governor went for the army attack and then snowballed, right? So it's really important to either identify the snowball or I don't know. It's still hard to grasp on how to exactly check what the opponent is doing. You need to apply pleasure, that's for sure.
Yeah.
In order to be able to see that information, but not overcommit and not lose your army. So, in that sense, Bar is pretty balanced. You have to balance out. There's some builds that work against the another as well.
Well, we can see Cartouche
Ooh.
is
Raghna telling that
Right.
Raghna's gonna go for the Goopy strats.
Yep. Yeah, I think we're gonna see a pile of scouts. Raghna might have just told us that. I see 30 in the build queue right now, so seems like that's his plan.
2 constructors for governor.
This is pretty classic governor, isn't it? It's go quite eco heavy.
Yeah, this is the same opening that he did last time so far. And there he is walking down to take those 2 mexes again, just like he did before. With the
Squeezes
last of his
drops of energy
Yeah.
into the constructor.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah. Get it out
His
just a little
base
bit
isn't
faster.
defended, so I mean he will reach that in. Once he goes down, then he's actually going to be off his base, and there's nothing to project the power. I mean, there's going to be a couple of rascals there to hold.
It's a little bit of a feint with these first 3, right? So Ragna's just trying to
Yeah, it
make
looks
him
like
believe, oh,
normal.
I'm just poking around for a second here. No
The
real.
cart
Don't.
actually got the bait. He's going to make 2 more constructors, so it has worked.
Mhm. He's got 5
Switches to tank.
incisors in the queue. Yeah, maybe he smells something funky.
Hanson.
Well, okay, now Ragna's moving across the map with the scouts.
I think it also could be like a misread situation. Maybe he thinks, oh, he's sending 3. Maybe he's expanding really fast.
They're now
so
in the range of the radar from Cartouche.
responds now.
And does he go straight north? Yeah. Look, so he surrounds the LT, gets these mexes. What do you think? Is it enough so far?
I think Raghna needed to naked expand behind this. As maybe Tarnished Knight can show there's nothing really going on the base right here.
Yeah.
So
Just Ragnar expanding itself.
because if you take such a big risk, you need to make sure that you get ahead in eco. Otherwise, even if you do the damage over, then card's 500 metal ahead. I mean, that expansion was probably worth a little bit more than 500, but yeah.
These probably not worth it. He's didn't even get a mex. Closed up the solar, but that's a lot of nothing right there. The governor, we were looking to return the favor with a bunch of scouts of his own, I think. I mean, at this point, Raghna is trying to buy time to expand enough, but he's behind in constructors too.
I don't think the rovers will deal with the incisors really well that are coming.
No,
Few
they usually
LLTs on
don't.
the way.
I mean, and Cartouche is sending all the scouts in the south just to try to head off any expansions, but there's not even anything there. Raghna having a hard time finding the energy to have his LTs fire. And yeah, it's going to make this difficult.
Gets one expansion.
Yep.
Cartouche up by 700 metal. Gonna retake the expansion he lost earlier to Raghna.
And it's plus 32 metal for Cartouche to plus 18 for Raghna. And Cartouche's E income is also about 50% higher right now. So definitely a good map choice for Cartouche in terms of playing to his strengths. Raghna might be trying to make a play with these blitz in the north. And Cart's got some incisors as backup coming in. Keeps his 2 constructors, that's super important. Seven to 6, these incisors win. Meanwhile, there's 3 or 4 scouts on the right side killing another mechs of Raghna. Starting to look a lot like the other game, only with a little bit fewer
Different
incisors.
start, yeah.
Different start, same result, right? Raghna's not been able to expand to the south at all, and has had any attempts to expand in the north headed off, and
Raghna style usually involves locking down the area, then taking it later on, but he's been cut from the top here.
yeah. Yeah, I think Cartouche has a really strong sense of when he can build those constructors, you know. Kind of get his own expansions out as early as possible. But we do quick nano check while Raghna runs those blitzes away. Look at Raghna's got 0 construction turrets, and Cartouche has 5, plus some advanced solars already. Raghna maybe do a little damage in the very northwest, some scouts. These, yeah, found a lonely constructor and some solars up here.
Should get 3 more
Yeah,
basic mixes.
takes out 2 constructors in the middle, so those blitzes there. But Cartouche is moving into Raghna's base with a pile of incisors right now, and that's going to be hard to stop. There's no army there, 1 LLT, and I don't know about this. I think he loses his lab here.
He's coming back to save, but I think
Yeah.
he's trying to hit the energy. If that's the valuable resource.
Yeah.
And the constructors would be huge as well.
Yep. 2 out of 3. 3 out of 3 constructors dead. So he's got no more build power on his lab.
Unlimited power.
And a whopping 5 solars. What do you think Raghna's chances of coming back in this game are?
I think 0. Unless... No, I don't think he can muster an army. He doesn't have an army to snipe. So I think we could start... Congratulations for Descartes.
He
does look quite grim.
It's the best of 5 LSR. He's still got one more game.
One more game? Alright,
Yeah.
that's good to hear.
At least one more game.
Oh, Raghna finding damage kill does some good raids, so I think it's really nice and shows a skill level to be able to go and raid and not get too consumed even when you're down. To try to find some damage in there.
Yeah, I think 12 incisors finishes this base off. He does have another lab up at the front with his commander now.
Likes the energy.
Yeah. He's back up to 5 solars. 6 now. And Cartouche is just gonna build incisors forever again. Looks like. And he probably doesn't need to do anything else. Trying to make some space for himself with the aggravators, or sorry, the rocketeers in front of his base. Raghna is. Maybe you can get a little bit of breathing room here, but he's surrounded on all sides by incisors. Cartouche just gonna kill all the LLTs, I guess. And collapse in on the commander.
And that should be game.
Yep, that's game.
So it's Ragnar's pick. Do you think he will pick a naval map again?
Yeah, well, Paradise is the only one in the rotation. I mean, I
has
guess
to
he
pick off
could.
the-
I guess he could. It's his choice, right? But or does he have to pick a different map? I don't know.
See that one more time. The closing desperate fight of Raghna is surrounded by innumerable amount of incisors, and that must have
Yeah.
been a more of a huge beat to have that many teeth in it.
A swarm of incisors. Swarm of incisors.
A cool group of
It's-
incisors.
How about you call it a mouthful of incisors?
That's exactly where I was going.
uh,
Okay, so that's 2 to Cartouche, 1 to Raghna.
Great
So,
divide. Okay, so Ragna's opting for a small map, and I think I understand why. I think he feels, after the games we saw on things like Talus and Iman Macha, and it's just sort of these are maps that Cartouche doesn't even know that well, but just his ability to expand and defend those expansions, seems to be a step above Raghna. So now this reminds me, LSR, when I watched you and Raghna play on Great Divide, and the little warrior push that he did early in the game. When you think we'll see something like that?
I think I think Ragna isn't known for changing strategies. I think he's more of like he picks out what he thinks is best and executes it. We didn't see Governor play this map, right? So
No. We saw a game with Sheep and Randy on this map, and then we saw a game with Teddy and somebody else.
was it like the third map or something like that? Or maybe the Governor didn't see this because he went through losers bracket.
Yeah, I think he didn't see this one from the losers bracket. So we saw Teddy and DuckDuck play this map as well, and so DuckDuck actually tried a fast Centurion push on here. I think DuckDuck had 2 Centurions and a handful of pawns and tried to push in, but and actually got Teddy back out of the center, but Teddy was able to build up enough thugs to push him back and push him back all the way. So
Teddy was playing pretty eco, like he ecoed a lot. Early.
Yeah.
He didn't cut any corners. He made sure to get every mix and just enough energy, and weren't keen on making the center rather than pushing his opponent out.
Yeah, so Governor opting for the 3 mech start in the back. Takes the 3rd mechs.
Looks like it could be the repeat, although Raghna doesn't have Centurions here.
Yeah, he does
key
have
will be-
thugs in the queue though, so very similar idea. Get some units that are good at killing commanders and do some work with that. I'm curious though, if he wants to build thugs, he's gonna need a couple more mexes, right? Is he gonna rely on reclaim?
There's not that much of reclaim. Those couple of rocks are nice, but it isn't any amount. I think you can make maybe two thugs out of that. Reclaim on your side.
Governor also getting an early res bot. Can already hear Raghna's Reser chomping away at the trees.
early aggression inbound from Raghna.
Yeah.
See if he gets anything done before.
You could get that res bot. Yeah.
We'll get it.
And he
Pretty
gets
nice.
away.
Saves
He
it.
gets it and gets away. Nice. That's actually
Saves the gun as well.
pretty nice little win.
When it's 2, then Governor might decide to actually place the LTT down as well.
Yeah.
So we'll get the grunt and
That was a nice bit of micro from Raghna, so he ends up getting both the mechs. He gets a wind. Loses both the grunt.
Wow.
No. Wow. I did not think that was going to happen.
I
pretty nice.
did like the way he switched the which grunt was doing the fighting.
Yeah.
I think
So here he
we have to
comes.
realize that Governor has still like 500 metal ahead, and we'll just slowly lose the advantage.
Yeah, that's the one mech start from Raghna. He's got one thug. This is he gonna degun the lab? What do you think?
Yeah, he's going for that, yeah, I think. Well, he's still behind, I think, right now. He's did a good damage.
So he smells it. He's gonna bring his commander right in front. What?
Wow!
You're kidding me!
That was the closest. Okay, now he has to stay alive.
Now he just
But
has
the-
to get away with his commander. If he can get
and
away with
survive.
his commander. Yeah. Oh wow. Wow.
That was insane.
Can't believe it. That's got to be one of the closest D-guns I've ever seen.
I hope we get an instant replay.
Yeah.
Yeah, see if I actually managed to capture it properly.
Yeah.
I'll be like, no. Is that the right one? Yeah, it's generated. More action.
Yeah, Governor's commander is so low right now. I think he's just, yeah, it's GG. Nice
Oh,
bit of
going to the
cheese
game
there.
5.
Yeah. Bring it right down to the wire here at the Bar 1v1 Cup.
I do wonder, did they do that deliberately? Literally maximize the number of games.
No.
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 Let's see. Did I catch it? No, I think it was just after.
Raghna asking Cartouche, you want to pick a small map? It's Cart's pick right now, so. If you haven't shown him that the replay on that Lab D gun Tarnished Knight, you better queue it up. You need to play that one like 3 times in a row.
Yeah, fortunately the buffer wasn't big enough when I hit the. I got it just after the event when it was on retreat. So, but I did get the bit where commander was eventually taken out.
I want to see him play on Hot Stepper.
Could always.
So Governor chooses Red Comet. Yeah, and they are about to start. So that's his compromise. It's a medium-sized map. So.
They weren't tempted to go for like Eye of Horus or something.
Yeah.
Finish where
I'll
it
be
begins.
honest. Yeah, I'm kind of glad they didn't choose Horus. Just, I mean, it's an interesting map, but it's also can be
Oh,
kind of
they
fast
picked Red
games.
Comet. That's
they-
interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we'll be in the match any moment now.
Really? LSR, what do you think about these start positions?
That's interesting. I think I saw Raghna do this. It's well, I don't know. I don't know. The boxes are what they are.
That's true. Now, I noticed Governor's got the standard start position for this map. It looks like, now, if I had to guess, he's gonna 2-mex with a tick rush of some kind, but maybe that's part of the plan from Raghna here is if he sends the ticks to the normal starting position, then they're not going to find anything there, and he's going to go, what in the world?
I think his scouting pattern will include going through that spot.
Yeah.
I mean, it generally does, because you want to check maybe the double spot as well. So even if you send, like, because if you scout north early, it's no need to scout north early. Like, you're not gonna find anything, like 1-2 minutes in.
And so Raghna opting for core off a 1-mex start here.
Well, it worked in the last game, so why not back on it?
Yeah.
Ooh.
We are not on great
That
divide,
grunt
though.
might give it away.
Yes. Ship's
But Governor
passing
maybe
now.
didn't spot. I think he didn't spot it. Maybe.
Yeah, he might not have.
Well, that's gonna.
Oh,
Think on the minimap.
loses
he hears
that
action.
one. Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, Governor knows.
He
He's sending
knows.
immediately to the position.
Yep.
Are they gonna go around?
He's gonna get in from the back. Raghna sees it. Rotates the AKs around.
Carts of the thud. In building.
Yeah, okay. So if he's watching close enough, he should be prepared. Alright, here he comes.
Constructor.
Rocked again with the single thug. I mean, it's, you know, this reminds me of playing on Hot Stepper, you know what I mean? Yeah.
Oh,
The fight over the point. The game's decided in 3 minutes.
I can't blame Raghna for taking that kind of approach, though.
No.
It just he was kind of willing to.
Now, the difference here too is not a win
Cart
map,
has no energy.
no energy, you know. Repair is free. Repair is free. The LLT's not even shooting.
Okay. How far off is the second thug?
Thug has
Well,
arrived.
it
The
is.
second thug is here. Yeah, he's got it on repeat. No, he's not got the repair on repeat, but
He's microing pretty heavy. I watched the
yeah.
person who's sweating a lot. Not gonna lie, doesn't look White's result situation for cartouche. Actually queued up to win by accident, so definitely feeling pressure.
Yeah.
Cancelled it immediately.
That LLT is gaining some experience though.
Yeah, that's the Beherith. They'll lose one thud. Oh, gets 2 or 3 PVs in okay. Oh,
This is the LLT. And now Raghna starts pushing against the commander.
rotating. Ooh. Card thinking that the Raghna is expanding, but I doubt he is.
He's not.
What a Deegan.
Yeah.
I mean, army-wise, it doesn't look all that good for Card.
No. Being forced to retreat back to his base now.
Raghna's lab ain't working. 4, $200 or no, maybe more even.
I mean, it might be
$330.
at this point. Does Raghna even need to make anything else out of his lab? Like, would
I
it
think
even
he
help
got the
him?
prediction. Yeah, AKs.
Yeah. I mean, Governor just doesn't have quite enough peewees to surround the commander
Yeah.
yet.
No solve DQ. I think Raghna might cut the production because it was
For the D
well,
gun.
he didn't. Yeah. But
Okay.
then the D gun regular works. Ooh, Governor going in.
Yeah, that's
It's
pretty.
Ooh, really,
It's
really
gonna
close.
come down to the wire here for the final game, isn't it? I think he knows he's in a world of trouble here. He knows it too. And
He scouted, but I think he misread the build.
oh,
Oh, and we have a champion.
we do have a champion. Wow.
Shall we do the interview with the Raghna? Can we get him in here?
I think did Raghna just win 3? I think.
Oh no.
Sure. Yeah,
Yeah,
that
he
was
won.
Paradise, this map,
Great
and Great
Divide,
Divide.
and-
So that's 3 out of 5.
Holy moly.
Do we go to the tournament chat for that? For the
Oh yeah, if we're gonna do
'cause I
that, so I've jumped
don't-
us back into the booth, and if we want to bring someone in, I can. What am I doing? Not that yet. That's not the right. Go to the interview booth. If you'd like to bring in our new champion.
He's not on the Discord. Can you write him maybe?
All right.
we want to wait until the stream has seen this before we say anything on Discord, right? No spoilers, please.
Oh yes, absolutely. So I at least got a D gun, but it wasn't quite the same epic D gun there that. Interesting. He's not in the tournament lobby. What's Raghna's? Oh, okay, right.
He's got a different Discord name if you're trying to pull him into our voice channel.
What's his Discord?
Here, I'll
Everest,
write.
but he's
Yeah, this is. It's not. How come it's not working?
There is someone here called Raghna, but that might not be the same. If he's in the tournament lobby, I'll be able to put him through easy and just right click on him and
he needs to join.
invite.
Yeah.
So we've got a tournament lobby. Jim, of course, he's got the energy for an interview. Oh, here we go. Brilliant.
There he is.
Congratulations.
Thank you, thank you.
How do you feel?
Yeah, very good. I did not expect that to happen, but I'm quite happy. That was really a good tournament. Thank you everyone for hosting, for donating, for streaming, everything. It was amazing. It was really fun.
So how about that D gun on the lab on Great Divide?
Yeah. After I pressed click, I thought I was gonna hit the commander, and I was like, "Oh fuck!" And yeah, I'm happy I didn't. And yeah, that was clutch.
Definitely.
What do you
Yeah,
think about the cards last map pick?
Yeah, well, I baited him a little bit. I was like, "Hey, do you want to pick a small map? Because there's no way I can win from him on big map. He's by far the best macro player, and he's way better than I am. And if he had picked a big macro map, he would have won for sure, no doubt about it. So I feel like I baited him a little bit here.
well, the psychology is all part of the series, right?
It certainly
Well-
is. So how do you feel now you got through to the end and you're now the Bar Alpha Cup champion?
Pretty good, pretty good. I was not thinking I would get this far at all. There's a lot of really good players in this tournament. It was the skill level was sky high. That was amazing. Like anyone from Mighty Sheep, Randy, Teddy was amazing. DuckDuck played really well as well. It was amazing to see. It was a lot of fun, and yeah, I feel really good about winning. So yeah.
So is that where the Paradise Lost pick came in against Cartouche, coming off
Yeah.
a victory against
Teddy.
Teddy on that map, right?
That Q, everybody know about your secret combination of units coming out.
I did practice Paradise Lost, the water map, quite a bit beforehand, and I imagine Cartouche was not familiar with sea balance, so I thought I had a good leg up there. So yeah, that's why I picked it. And against Teddy, I played surprisingly well as well, so I felt confident on that map.
Yeah, you looked good at playing it too.
Thanks.
So what are you gonna spend your big prize winnings on?
I didn't think I would get any prize money at all, so I haven't thought this far yet.
Was there, is there any point in the tournament where, as you were playing it, you were thinking, "Oh God, I'm actually going to be not, knocked out from this."
Yeah.
Well, in Sheep's
so-
word, it was also that he did no. You had zero confidence at the end, but you still won it. So.
Yeah. I really didn't think I was gonna be well because I was practicing a lot and I was actually losing a lot versus almost everyone. I was losing against Goopy. I was losing against Randy, against everyone. So I feel like I performed well today. So I'm happy about that. And yeah, when Cartouche on the first map that we played on Baron, he was ahead and he was winning and he went on all in, but he put his PV too far away from his commander and had my PV closed. So I went for a snipe, and then already there I felt like okay, he can easily get like cocky or he gets like a wrong positioning. So there I felt like, oh, maybe I can do some extra stuff like this. And here as well on this last map, I knew I've seen him play on this map as well before, and I knew exactly what build he was gonna do because he does the same one every time. So I felt good here on this last map as well.
Did you worry that maybe he would sniff out that fast thug push when after you had just done it to him the previous game?
Yeah, I don't think I've ever seen anyone start where I started. And when he sent his fleas, he sent it all the wrong way as well. So yeah, no, I don't think so.
Your grunt exposed a little bit of your strategy. He got the wind early.
Yeah, I was debating whether or not to send first or not, but yeah, on this map he usually makes only fleas and then reclaims his bot lab and then makes a vehicle
Oh, he
lab.
didn't
so-
went for that strategy. He went for, maybe
Well,
he
'cause-
could, but yeah.
He would have, yeah.
Yeah, I think there was a point where his flea spotted your first thug in production, but I'm not sure he actually
And
saw
he
it
immediately.
himself.
No, I was watching
Did he?
Cart's POV, and he solved, like, he didn't solve the first pass, but once your grunt started killing the tick, then he immediately started scouting your start position.
Yeah.
But he misread a little bit later. He thought you would just play aggressive, and he was actually thinking you would expand with some extra. So quite unlucky.
Yeah,
for
I
him.
think if he would have made hammers there, he might have been fine.
Because it's max-wise he was ahead.
Yeah.
A kind of risky play, but as I say, fortune favours the bold, and you were very bold.
Yes, definitely, definitely.
I was also thinking on the large maps if I can do some cheese or something with transports, but yeah, he's an amazing macro player. So
Oh, because we did see that you queued up in your initial air
yeah,
factory.
and then I reclaimed it before. The.
Oh,
And then I was like, oh shit, because I was microing the bomber. So
Yeah, we talked about that. I was wondering because I was like, wow, he must have reclaimed the lab before the transport got out, because
Was it
I think
close?
I don't. We were watching the bombing run too, so
Yeah.
That's where the action was.
I didn't. But I remembered you had it queued up, and then when we went back and looked, and there was no transport in your base, I was like, oh no, like that he could have used that to bring his commander up to the pyramid there and
Yeah.
lock
Block
out
off.
the
Block
center.
off. Yeah. Oh well.
Yeah, we were looking around for the transport, going, we must have missed it. Couldn't find it. Like, oh man, would have loved to have seen that. We had planned for that. So, but alas, still, he gave us many great games, very entertaining, all of them, and to think at one moment you were, debating whether to, bother having
I was
the-
ready to give up after those first crushing 3 defeats. Like, okay, they were fun games to play and everything, but they were crushing defeats on these huge macro maps, and I felt like, okay, there's nothing I can do here.
The E-main mecha was a little bit closer, maybe, as you
Yeah.
thought.
Yeah, I was surprised at how well that went, but yeah, he won in the end. Yeah.
Yeah, that one looked like a really hard fought battle for sure.
Why did you win vehicles on Talus? I think that was your biggest.
Yeah, I don't know. I was thinking I'll just block entrances with levelers and then expand fast or something, but yeah, it just didn't go at all.
Yep.
But still, it gave us a very entertaining game watching how your
Yeah,
tanks
it
were
was
trying
my
to
pleasure. My pleasure.
try to chase the the pawns around, and the pawns are going over the hills to escape tanks.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Down around.
definitely an entertaining series, and bringing it right down to the wire. I think the fans appreciate that. So keeping everybody on the edge of their seats until the last second.
Do you feel lucky winning cards the first time you met him in a winners? Like those
Yeah,
where you were losing and just
yeah,
winning suddenly. That was also.
I think that was on him. He
Yeah.
like the first game on Baron. Yeah, he okay. The second game as well. Like he was winning, and I knew where his commander was, and I had scouted that, and then I was like already baiting him with the Gators. I was retreating on one side with my Gators, so he would attack the other side because I expected him to do much. And then, okay, as soon as he did that, I went with my Gators together with my AKs as well. So that one again, he was winning, and I feel like he threw playing unsafe. So no. I guess he didn't expect my commander to have gone past the water. He didn't play this map before as well, but the first map he threw hard as well. Yeah.
Didn't position a little bit.
Yeah, that was
All right.
Yeah, so brilliant plays all round. I'm amazed you managed to keep going with those tough matches for that long, even though you were predominantly just in the winners bracket all the way through for that.
Yeah.
You at least had some time, a little bit of downtime to recover. Did you find that helpful, or would you rather have just kept playing games back to back?
I don't mind either way. I feel like to me, morale is never an issue. Like even like if I felt like, oh, I'm probably gonna lose and everything, I didn't care. I just like my morale was high anyway the whole time through, and I don't mind stress at all. Stress doesn't have any effect on me, so it doesn't really matter. And I think that helps me a lot. I didn't have any nerves. I didn't have any weird things, so I felt like I played consistent throughout.
And towards the end, did you feel as though your performance may have been impacted, by tiredness or anything like that, or were you able to keep a constant level of performance, or at least what you felt was your constant level of performance throughout the whole tournament?
Yeah, pretty constant. I feel like pretty constant throughout. I don't have any problems with being tired or anything, so I felt like pretty good about my performance.
Oh, that's incredible. I was feeling tired just watching you. So well done. And getting told off by the audience for missing to do things in the stream as a result, but hopefully they
Yeah.
can forgive me. It's currently 1 o'clock in the UK right now.
Yeah, can't please
Streaming the whole
everybody
time.
all the time, right? So
Thanks again for hosting. This was really nice. This was really fun. I had a lot of fun playing and everything. So thanks to everyone involved, honestly.
Yeah, we had a lot of fun watching you, and I hope you enjoy a well-deserved rest, and enjoy the winnings as well.
Thanks.
Thanks for joining us. And what do you say, Tarnished Knight? Are you ready to get out of here?
Well, okay, so here we are at the end of the Alpha Championship Cup number 2. I hope we'd agree that it's been a success, really. It's been a great time. I've really enjoyed myself here, and I hope the audience, you all there, the casters and the players, have all enjoyed yourselves with that. Thanks to JazzCash for organising the event. Thank you to our donors that collectively raised the pool of $356. So again, JazzCash, Dosu, Taku, Glass, and Elbato, thank you very much for that. A lot of the beautiful graphics that you actually see here in the tournament were actually sorted out by IceQuick, absolutely amazing when it comes to user experience, and just keeps that amazing level of standard. So if there's anything in any of these graphics that doesn't look perfect, that probably wasn't him, and that was probably me. Just trying to do things in time, but he was absolutely amazing, and the rest of the team, like Floris as well, who collectively with the team, I'm sure Tifium was also doing things as well. They were also keeping these backgrounds going up to date. So just doing the transition that's the final presentation. So the team behind the scenes were doing this update for the leaderboard behind the scenes, trying to keep up with the shifting of the casters and getting their names into the right place. So thank you very much, all of you, for keeping that all in place. That's just one more thing I don't have to worry about, and I'm very grateful for that.
Well, and Tarnished Knight, thank you for your hard work putting the stream together, doing the camera work and the scene changes, and not to mention the development work on the engine, help making the game smoother. And of course, we got to thank all the Beyond All Reason devs for their continued work on the game, improving things little by little.
Yeah, and
making a fun game to play.
And thank you, LSR and Resopmok and GutaIshot for helping me cast this tournament. Bringing your knowledge and experience to the cast. I'm sure we've learned that the audience have learned a lot from what you would have provided. I know I have. I don't claim to be a good player at this game. I just work in the engine and I tend to play it to test various things. But it was absolutely amazing. There's lots of lovely, plays that the players were making. You guys were able to explain what was going on and filling in the, what wasn't obvious to us. It was like units moving across the field, and it's like, well, this is why it's happening. And it's like, oh, that's very interesting, and why things were happening. So very grateful. For your insights and that for there. I thank you very much for the audience for participating as well. Been trying to follow the comments as much as possible during the tournament. Thanks for mentioning things like the balance at the beginning wasn't quite right, and I make some adjustments. Thanks for asking for the stats and stuff like that, so that we could improve the tournament. Sorry for a few minor technical blunders on my part. There were a few technical challenges at the start, and a couple of problem exists between the keyboard and chair on my part of a couple of the scene transitions, which hopefully you can forgive me for. But yes, I think that closes out all that. But is there any final thoughts, LSR, Resopmok, you have for this tournament? Closing out thoughts.
Well, I'm tired. What do you think, LSR?
I'm pretty much tired as well. I think it was a good cast. I love the games.
Yeah.
Well, really, I think it was a treat.
Yeah.
The predictions were off. Raghna was not fourth. A couple of players did really well.
Yeah, I think really awesome tournament. So many talented players today. Few upsets here and there, but overall, just some really awesome games to watch. And I'm glad I could come and be part of that.
Ooh, I think we get maybe a replay pack as well, and let's see whether the games.
Now,
actually
Tarnished
were
Knight,
good.
do you have the last? Do you have the last killing of Cartouche's commander with with that thug push?
I certainly do. While I would love to be able to go through and manually replay every replay for you guys,
We just get
I'm
that
a bit
one.
tired. So what we'll do is we'll close up with the last replay of the battle between Raghna and Cartouche, where Raghna finally secures his victory over his opponent after however many. My brain's so frazzled, I've lost count of how many battles they had to fight, because Cartouche had to actually win 2 best of 5s. He won the first one, but wasn't quite able to close out the second one, and Raghna managed to secure his victory. And congratulations, Raghna, again for your victory as now the champion of the Alpha Cup. From
All right.
the
Well,
Beyond All Reason.
let's see it, and I'll say goodbye. Have a good night if it's night where you are. I'm gonna go get some dinner in a minute.
Yeah. All right. Well, yes. Good night, good morning, or good afternoon, wherever you are in the world. I hope you enjoyed the tournament, and we'd look forward to seeing you again in the future. Thank you very much. Bye.
Bye bye.
Bye.